Why did you turn them off?
I don't know. Okay.
Why did you do that?
Yep. Awesome. Playback has ended. Fucking. Yep. Awesome. Playback has ended. Fucking. Oh my God. When you turn it off, you turn it off. What is that? What? No, that's true. When you turn it off, you turn it off. What is that? What have you learned?
I learned that this turns it off.
We're currently putting out applications for IT guys. This is an open invitation to anybody. We're currently putting out applications for IT guys. This is an open invitation to anybody.
This guy's gonna have to bring his own fucking.
That's well. All right, that's true. That's true. And download all the software and all of that. That would be a bit of a binge. Okay. Yep. I was live.
Okay, we're live.
Holy shit. Fuck me. Holy shit. Fuck me.
No, that's not.
Oh, no.
That's not any of my business.
That's my sister. I wonder if we could my sister would hate this.
Okay, cool.
My sister would hate this shit so much. I wonder if we could my sister would hate this. My sister would hate this shit so much. Are we live again? Or? Here, go ahead. Why don't you turn it off and turn it back on again?
We were live 3 minutes ago. That's the.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
This should. One would assume. One would hope. One would assume. Oh yeah. Bingo. All right. Yes. Wait, who? Oh yeah. Okay, nice. Is it the racist one? Yes. Wait, who? Is it the racist one? Pee pee poo poo. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Not saying that again.
No, he's
Not saying that again.
Now that's on a live stream for the internet.
He didn't say his name. He didn't say his name. My grandma lost her mind. Is it the one that's losing his mind? My grandma lost her mind. And she lost her life. She's in a better place now. She's losing her marbles. No, she's in a better place now.
The Robin Williams Peter Pan movie.
Who?
I
think so.
Yeah.
Did he go insane or something?
No, he actually.
Who?
I think it was their uncle or something. The kid's uncle.
Did he go insane or something?
No, he actually they played. It was actually kind of funny because they were like he's losing his marbles.
You know what one of my favorite things that
and then
human
at the end
beings do is?
he finds an actual bag of marbles.
You know what one of my favorite things that human beings do
whenever
is?
they set themselves up for a joke by saying it's really funny. But
No, I was gonna say whenever they
I
set
do it
themselves up
sometimes
for a
too.
joke
I
by
love
saying
that
this
shit
is
so
really
much.
funny.
Like, I
But
heard a joke the other
I
day.
love that shit because I do it sometimes too. I love that shit so much. They're like, I heard a joke the other day. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Okay,
Yeah, you need to sit down because you're gonna die.
Yeah, not to
Okay, so I just kind of want to.
Bury the lead right
Yeah, not to bury the lead. This you'll never hear anything
You're
funnier.
gonna put a gun to your head.
In fact, after I tell you this, after I tell you this, you're gonna put a gun to your head and you're gonna kill yourself because you'll never hear it. You'll never hear this joy again.
Like that Rick and Morty short where he makes the.
I wouldn't understand it. You have to have a really
What?
I wouldn't understand it. You have to have a really high IQ to understand the show.
It's like 3-year-old me.
Yes, they're so
Rick makes
good.
like a 1 by 1 foot square of perfectly level ground. And Morty steps into it. And then
How do you
steps out
define
and starts
perfectly level
losing his
ground?
shit
What is
'cause everything's
perfectly?
cooking.
You have to have
How do you define
it's actually
perfectly level
incredibly
ground?
realistic.
What is perfectly?
It's a cartoon.
But you have to have a really high IQ. It's actually incredibly realistic.
Oh my god! Oh, we have to.
Oh shoot, we have 3 viewers. Oh my
Oh
god!
my god!
Oh, we have
You
2.
do. We were like, oh shit, that's too high IQ.
You scared away the new guy.
Yeah, you do. We were like, oh shit, Rick and Morty's too high IQ.
Clearly I'm not high IQ
We're
enough.
down. We're down to 1, by the way.
Hey.
I'm just okay. I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I need to take a drink. That's what I'm gonna say. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright. Thank you for joining the ASMR stream. How's everybody doing tonight? Alright. Thank you for joining for the ASMR stream. I'm a member.
No, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't like tiki torchies. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't like tiki torchies. Torca torchies. Salmonella.
It was a joke. It's an entirely comedy podcast.
Citronella.
Salmonella? Salmonella candles?
I wish they were
I was
Citronella.
making a joke.
You
I
sort of
didn't
just
actually
light
think
them
it
and
was
you
something
die.
like this, but I couldn't.
I wish they were salmonella candles.
You know what's the
You
weirdest
sort of
shit
just
to
light
me?
them and you die.
Bluebell every month or so has to recall all
You know
their
what's the
ice cream
weirdest
because
shit to me?
somebody dropped a chicken wing
Whenever
in the fucking
Bluebell
ice cream
every
batch.
month or so has to recall all of their ice cream because somebody dropped a chicken wing in the fucking ice cream batch. How the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does that happen?
I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't.
Okay.
Just a chicken wing in the fucking ice cream.
I'm already ready.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh
quite
man,
over
I'm already
years.
ready to put a gun to my
see.
head. Okay.
Yeah, quite a number of years. Let's see. My parents got divorced. No,
You lean back and
It's therapy session. This is really what this is supposed to be. Okay. Oh, there's a good amount of hair on the microphone.
I
That's
privated the other two videos,
delicious.
so I might as well go.
okay. So I privated the other two videos, so I might as well go back through it.
Oh no, that's the wrong way. What? Like on most.
What?
Why is it a lot at the left and a little at the right? Like on most spectrums, it goes like it has like.
What are you talking?
If you're going like a spectrum of a little to a lot, doesn't it ramp up?
What are you talking about?
On the quiz. On the quiz.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like on,
Oh.
on most
No, I
like
know what you're-
scale
it's numbers,
things,
'cause
when you
it's
go,
0,
like,
1,
Yeah, I know what you're talking
scale
about.
up to the right, right?
No, I know it's numbers because it's
Yeah.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's just a little weird. That's clearly made it. That's just a little fun.
that is odd.
Yeah.
I don't want to take this quiz anymore.
Clearly made it not American.
So, not an American quiz.
It needs to be America. Otherwise, I'm out.
So,
This is America.
it needs to directly reference America, otherwise I'm out. Okay. Asa Anderson Proctor. I love you, Asa. Really quick. Asa Anderson Proctor. I know, right? I love you, Asa. Really quick.
Asa, if you're still listening, which I hope you are,
I know, right?
every now and again, see,
Love you, Asa. Okay, Asa, if you're still listening, which I hope you are, I want to say every now and again, see, this is the lovely thing about doing live streams. I'm hoping Asa is still listening, so I'm about to give him a direct message.
From high school, I get like
Asa, listen to me for a sec.
Because
But anytime like somebody, like one of our friends joins from high school, I get like a little bit of nostalgia because Asa genuinely was like a really fucking funny guy and a really nice guy, and I liked Asa a lot. He was so silly,
I find that pretty talented.
and you could barely tell that he wanted to put a gun to his head every single day of class. And I find that pretty talented, and I took a lot of notes from him. It's a lot of respect, Asa, that you are able to continue with your life, and now I'm able to continue with my absolute hell of an existence. So, thank you, Asa, for your teachings. I appreciate it. I love you, Asa.
It's numbers, as Asa would say.
You get 4 kisses.
Asa can
Or was that 5? I
three
don't know how to
letters in
count.
his name.
It's numbers, as Asa would say.
Asa can count.
Asa can count. 3 letters in his name. 1 hyphen 2. Asa's probably gone.
You know what? Look, if we're
He's
gonna
probably
scare
so
anybody
very
away,
gone. I love you, buddy.
Asa, why don't you stick around? Because
You know what? Look, if we're gonna scare anybody away, we might as well scare Asa away. Asa, why don't you stick around? Because question number 1, abortion. Okay.
Can I talk about my revelations after the quiz or before?
Asa said, nope, still here.
Asa. And I'm being sarcastic, but I do genuinely mean it. I like you a lot, buddy. You got it, Asa. And I'm being sarcastic, but I do genuinely mean it. I like you a lot, buddy.
I'm being genuinely sarcastic.
Yeah. I think you can be both. I think you can be. Yeah, you can be sarcastic and be genuine.
Actually wants to put a gun to his head.
I'm not being sarcastic there. I can't. I don't think Asa actually wants to put a gun to his head.
Unless.
What are you looking at? Oh, are you taking the... I thought we were going to talk about the quiz. You absolute... What are you looking at? Oh, are you taking the... I thought we were going to talk about the quiz. You absolute... Okay, so...
I'm no longer taking the quiz. I'm holding out on the quiz.
Thank you.
Show the applications for IT guy.
No, okay. Okay,
So, we're accepting applications.
Show the applications for IT guy.
No, okay. So if anybody wants to know what we're referencing, I already put the quiz in the comments. Love you, goodbye. Okay, so question number 1 comes right out of the gate with laws should restrict abortion in all or most cases. Do you not want to talk about your thoughts on these questions? Or
I can. I mean, anybody who knows me knows what my answer is going to be, and anybody who doesn't know me is about to know what my answer is.
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
there you go. So, question 1 is laws should restrict abortion in all
I
or
chose
most
the agree
cases.
strong, and I put matters a lot, but it's the
I think
second.
both of us chose agree strong.
second to the left.
Yeah, I chose the agree strong, and I put matters a lot, but it's the second to the right. So second to the left dot.
Matters a lot all the way.
Oh, really?
All the way.
I want to control women.
Yeah, because we know that I don't really care about babies. Oh, really? I want to control women.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, clearly. That's,
Okay, obviously that's a
For frog emoji or whatever it is.
yeah, clearly that's.
Okay, obviously that's a joke. It's a comedy podcast.
Hey,
Comedy live
I'm going
stream.
to tell you, just deal with it.
No, I'm kidding.
I don't know.
Hey, Asa, I'm going to tell
hire
you,
a
just
better idea.
deal with it. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. We'll look into that. I'll hire a better IT guy. Yeah. She's probably passed out.
Can she check? Can she be our quality control?
She's probably passed out. We'll be
Fair
honest.
enough.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe because she said I was echoey.
I don't think so.
Because she said I was echoey after we turned your mic back on. Just update.
No, I can see the
They took
chat.
you off. And they cut.
That is one finger. I like that.
No, I can see the chat.
Okay, honestly,
That is one finger. I like that. That's good.
My mic is echoing
Okay.
every time
Okay. Honestly, it could also be the room, but I don't think my mic is echoey every time. But it might have something
have
to do with us using. I don't. I'll be honest. I have no fucking
I'm
idea.
gonna put this right here.
I have absolutely
I'm
no.
gonna turn your mic off and my mic's on. Fuck you, my mic. Alright. We're operating on my mic now. Hello everybody, this is my mic. My microphone. Alright, fantastic. Moving on.
He always makes me feel so bad.
Well, you always deserve it. Anyway, abortion. It's not really.
Okay. Well, I can't even disagree with you.
Alright. So anyway, abortion. I'm glad I have the mic switched over.
Oh, thanks, Asa. Right back at you, buddy.
I'm glad I got the mic switched over in order to finish the catch.
This is unbelievable.
This is,
I want to burp more. This is a big stretch. Big stretch. Okay, so big stretch. Okay, abortion.
okay, so
You probably shouldn't kill babies.
are we gonna talk through? Are we gonna talk through all of these questions? Are we gonna go through?
I think question one is just.
Philosophically?
I think question one is just really heavy-handed.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
I think some of these are kind of. I looked through. I think I only got as far as 5.
okay,
So after that, I don't know.
okay.
But yeah, I mean, look. The way that I think about it is, men and women should probably face the consequences of their actions.
So,
And I think having an undo button like that is kind of gratuitous.
I think the undo. So I have like kind of a twofold opinion on
Uh-huh.
the subject. There's the moral implications, and then there's the cultural
Uh-huh.
issue.
Okay.
On the culture side, which you kind of referenced there, is that I don't think having that undo button is healthy
Yeah.
for the public culture for the public mind, and you're starting to see this. You're starting to see like at rallies and stuff. You have people out there that are not just pro-choice, pro-choice anymore. They're specifically pro-abortion.
Yeah.
They're happy to have.
And that's the classic rebuttal that they'll give us, where it's like, well, nobody's pro-abortion, they're just pro. Yeah. Which is just a lie, I think.
It's a lie at this point. That's the thing, is that it used to be true. I genuinely believe that there used to be a time.
Well, it was what Hillary Clinton said, right? Or Bill, whoever, one of the Clintons said, safe, legal, and rare.
Safe, legal, and rare. And that was kind of the sort of middle.
Yeah, safe, legal, and rare would be a dream nowadays, but that's not what we have.
That's not what you have.
That's not what anybody wants, practically speaking.
On demand, whenever I want, as many times as I want.
Yeah.
And it's like,
They don't have to acknowledge it.
No, yeah. Well, they don't have to acknowledge it because they won't.
Because they don't.
Yeah, exactly. They won't, and I don't personally think they ever will.
The cultural aspect. The cultural aspect is, I don't think it's healthy for, I think it's making our culture as a whole inherently keeps moving less moral as time goes on, because you're moving the standard, because the standard keeps moving to be, you're going to get to the point where you start having more people talk like was the Virginia governor.
Yeah.
You're gonna
We'll take the baby and we'll put it.
In like maybe 5 or 10 years, you're gonna have a whole class of people that start talking about like, well, they're not really people until they generate their first long-term memory.
Yeah.
So you can abort it up to like.
There's no logical reason
9
why.
months out of the womb.
There's no logical reason why it's a clump of cells when it's in it's in the womb, and a human being when it's out.
Which directly brings me to the other facet. So that was the cultural facet.
Because it's 1 foot this way, it's a totally different thing. It's
so that
ridiculous.
The other facet of my opinion, which is the moral side of it, is that there's no consistent arguments that I have seen for what designates personhood other than conception. They're like every.
Well, it's just an easy line to draw. It's the easiest line to draw.
It's the easiest line to draw. It's the easiest line to defend. And like any other standard that I can put into place, inherently necessitates moving the goalposts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, any debate you see where it's like, well, when it has a heartbeat, it's like, okay, well then this, that, and the other. Well, no, whenever it blah 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 blah. Like,
it's like, okay,
like you said, it's all goalpost moving.
Yeah, you have people that are like, okay, it's not a person until it can survive outside the womb.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well now you're saying that people that are born today are inherently people.
You're saying medical technology
Further back in time than people born 100 years ago. Because medical technology. You're saying medical technology designates person. That doesn't make any sense.
And also, how do you define survive outside the womb?
Yeah.
Right? Because the only reason that you or I can survive outside the womb is because we could go like do stuff. We can work and we can make money and we can eat. Right? But a baby just on the OR or whatever can't.
Are you saying like survive like completely autonomously?
Yeah.
Because then no baby is
And also you get into the problem of elderly people and also crippled people.
Yeah.
Right?
Or are you saying can survive like at a technical level? Like
Yeah.
breathe and just have a beating heart. Which in that case, a lot of premature babies can survive for like 30 seconds by itself. Does that why does that not count? How long does it have to survive by itself in order to, because it'll starve. It'll starve by itself. Eventually.
Exactly.
So like it gets into all these, you have to define so many things in order to make your argument even consistent. Which most people that I've seen that talk about this from the other side, from the pro-choice perspective, don't have that consistency.
Well, they don't want to address it because they know what the problem will be if they do try to address it. It'll just be an issue.
That's the thing that I don't understand is that the goal, and I guess I do understand it because I know it's not actually. It's a standard that you're throwing up to try to make media. I understand that that's not actually your opinion for most of these people.
Yeah, it's all just smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors. You're trying to give me a scientific way where life begins, so that I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Basically. But I know you don't actually believe that, because if you thought about it for 10 seconds, you would see that viability is an inherently losing argument for you. Because if you make viability the hill that you want to put on, in 50 years, a bill into... Are you going to tell me that you'll pay if you put a law in the bill? Or reverse. A bill into... Switch those.
I'm just the law.
Switch those. Reverse.
Yeah.
You're telling me if we put a bill into law that in 60 years will ban all abortions because the medical technology will allow just premature births to
No, of course not, because you'd be oppressing women.
Yeah, of course you're not going to say that. But you have to acknowledge, or they don't, obviously, we went over this before, but any, objectively, a person looking at things objectively has to acknowledge that our medical technology is advancing at a commensurate rate.
Yeah.
We are making huge leaps in technology every year.
Well, you said something at the very start. You said something. It was what the fuck? Objectively speaking, I think you said something like that. But that's not the plane that they argue on. They argue on the emotional part, right? Because at the end of the day, what I have found, generally speaking, is that at the end of the line of all pro-choice arguments are essentially, well, this is what I feel is right? And by the way,
I don't even know. I would go a step further. I don't know if this is what I feel is right. This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
Honestly, because I've read studies that show that something like 70 to 80% of women who have abortions fall into deep depression.
Yeah.
Fall into
It's a lot of them.
alcoholism.
Yeah. It's about 20 to 25 years later, because they realized they would have had a fully formed human being.
They realized that they would probably be grandmothers at that point, and they lose their minds
Because it's kind of a big deal. And that's the other thing, and Sam has pointed this out too, where she'll say, oh, well, I had to go to the clinic and it was a really tough choice to get an abortion. It's like, why was it a tough choice? Why was it a tough choice?
It's not a person. It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing that
because you know that it's wrong.
Going back to the thing we were talking about with the culture, that's the thing. We used to, and I'll talk about this. This actually has to do with one of my revolutions, on my political revolutions. So we used to have, as a culture, a genuine consensus that abortion was not good. We just had a disagreement on whether it was a necessary evil or whether we should not step over that line.
Which is, I think, a much better argument to have.
I would much rather have that debate these days. I would much rather have that debate rather than I should be able to delete a fetus if I feel like it.
Yeah, exactly.
At any time.
And by the way, you should support me in my decision.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you shouldn't say anything about me if I do.
Because if you're even saying something bad about it, you're oppressing me. And you're a misogynist, and you're a sexist, and blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, unless it's a pro-choice opinion. Unless it's an opinion I agree with. It's a nonsense.
I always find that argument hilarious because if we applied that standard to anything else, they would lose their mind.
Women don't get an opinion on the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Or non-gun owners don't get an opinion on.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
That's my favorite one because I know for a fact the majority of these people that are talking about abortion are not gun owners.
Yeah.
Of
course.
Because of the political profile that insinuates.
Yeah.
And they'll lose their minds.
Yeah.
If you apply that to any standard, if you apply that standard to any other political issue, it's stupid on its face. Dumb.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's stupid and it doesn't.
It's stupid on its face.
It's stupid on its face. I just thought of this one. This way. Immigrants don't get to have opinions.
Non-Americans don't get an opinion on immigration law. Yeah.
There you go. Non-national born citizens don't get an opinion on immigration law.
No, you're.
Just to put that back out there. I don't know. Before maybe that clip gets struck.
I might.
Opinion.
That might be my opinion.
I don't know, because I think if you're a naturalized citizen, I think
if you're an American citizen, then you get an opinion on immigration law. Whether or not you came here and became a U.S. citizen, that's totally fine. I don't give a shit. But No, you don't get to be here illegally and then vote. Yeah, exactly. You can go fuck yourself. Well, this is what I've talked about. This is what I've said this before about. If you're a non-American, you can shut the fuck up on American politics, right? Which is why, by the way, I'll talk about UK politics because I think when I'm bored with American politics, UK politics is still pretty interesting. But I'm not going to say this is what the UK should do. The UK should leave the European Union.
UK politics. I never talk about UK or Australian or European politics. Unless it's to reference something about American politics. Like, specifically to say, man, UK looks like crap. We should probably not do the things they're doing.
Same with Australia.
Specifically Australia, right?
Yeah.
We should probably not do anything Australia is doing at all, ever.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm talking about. I'll never just poke my head into Australian Twitter and be like, hey, you guys' immigration is racist.
It's all barely English, by the way.
Okay, let's go.
Shimmer the baby. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead to question 2. Question 2 gets far easier in let's say weight.
Yeah, that one's kind of not as morally beating you.
Yeah, unions were indispensable in establishing the middle class. So
I put neutral because honestly I'd be open to hearing arguments on either end of this. I don't have a huge opinion on unions. Other than they can
for public sector
just screw things up for everybody. If they get too.
I would agree with that for public sector unions. I would not necessarily agree with that for private sector unions. Just to put my vote out there, I put disagree, and I care about this very little. I almost don't give a shit about this.
I put neutral, and I put care about it very little.
I put the same amount.
The second to the most little.
Yes. So my opinion on unions is, generally speaking, you probably shouldn't have a union in a public sector union, or you probably shouldn't have public sector unions, and the reason for that is because you're not striking against anybody but the taxpayer. Because the only people that can disagree with you are people that are voted for, are voted in place, right? So like a teachers union, the only people that they can strike against are school boards, right? And school board members get voted in, right? And so the only person at the end of the day that teachers unions are fighting against are taxpayers, right? So yes, exactly. Same with police unions, by the way. I'm no fan of police unions. That all being said, in terms of the private sector, I really don't care. If a company is willing to allow a union or willing to let one foster and grow, it's your company, dude.
It is on the companies. If the unions are too big. I just know specifically what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about, I know unions can make things more difficult for everybody. Is specifically in the film sector. You know, I'm a big film person. And what I'm talking about is specifically unions kind of make it less accessible to get into that industry as to make movies. And what I'm talking about is you have a very healthy.
Or like the Writers Guild.
Kind of like the Writers Guild.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So I watched this whole breakdown of why Hollywood movies are so freaking expensive, why they cost several tens of millions of dollars. It's because of the union. It's because there are union requirements for how many people you have to have in your crew. And how many you have I watched this guy breaking it down about why the movies were so expensive. Was talking about you have to have one guy whose job is just to turn on the lights. That's the level of stupidity. That's the level of ridiculousness. And you have to have this guy.
I view unions a lot like the government. It could be useful sometimes. Generally speaking, probably not.
Yeah, generally. So he was talking about and the thing about the unions is because they have all those requirements, they can't modernize. They're still using the film technology from 40 years ago. They're still using the huge lights.
Yeah, why?
They're using those because you have to have one guy who's got to flip the light bulbs and one guy who's to replace the light bulbs. So if you replace them with LEDs, that's 4 dudes out of work, and you can't do that because then the unions will strike.
That's really weird.
It's really weird, and it makes the films so much more expensive, which means that people. that want to make movies
Uh-huh.
can't unless they get into one of these multi-million-dollar production companies. And so you have a healthy indie, like in America, you have a healthy indie film scene. But as soon as one of those guys gets to that point, like where they cross into like mainstream, they either make a studio film or they disappear. Like the idea of opening your own film studio is exclusively for the super rich.
One of those compulsory unions.
Like you can't open your own film studio.
Do you have to join the union?
I'm pretty sure it's one of those compulsory unions where they won't let you work in the town. They'll basically if you don't.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. No, I do know how I feel about that. That's not great.
Yeah.
If you don't want to join the union,
The compulsory unions are the ones I have to.
Yeah.
The ones I don't agree with.
the ones where we'll like slash your tires if you don't.
Yeah, kind of like that. But like just the ones that are like you have to join the union or else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, union dues, I understand why they might be a thing, but they sound, that's...
Extortion.
Yeah. Okay, question number 3. Go ahead.
But again,
Question number 2.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
My initial thoughts, I would be willing to hear from pro-union people to be like, well, this is why those things do make sense. Maybe I'm just not seeing it from another angle.
Yeah.
Number 3. Number 3.
Oh shit. Okay. It narrowly.
You don't read it off either. You don't read it off
Oh,
either.
shit. Okay. In nearly every instance, the free market allocates resources most efficiently. I put this, just agree rather than agree strongly. And
Okay.
I put that it matters a lot. Oh, you know, it matters a lot.
Yeah, that's what I put for the same matters, but I put agree strongly.
Okay.
I have generally speaking, I have a lot of faith in what the free market can do versus a planned economy.
Since my political journey has kind of been
Nice.
What the fuck did I just say?
I don't know.
As time
Yeah, that was good.
I think that's
but
statement is entirely
so why I put agree instead of agree strongly is I think that's true. I think that statement is entirely true with the right government oversight.
Okay.
Because one of the only things that I believe the government is good for is to prevent monopolies. And so when a monopoly is allowed to fester, that becomes very not true. Because when a monopoly takes over, the monopoly can basically rest on its laurels and it doesn't have a profit motive to allocate resources efficiently.
Do you think we have a monopoly at the moment?
It depends what industry you're talking about.
Pick an industry.
The only worry that I would have.
Oh, okay.
I think we're on the cusp of a monopoly problem.
I would the only worry that I would have, well, I don't even know if this is true. Again, I don't know much about film. I was gonna say, would there be global competitors for film companies? Are there any Chinese filmmakers that could even hold a candle to Disney?
In China, domestically,
Sure.
yes.
Okay.
In China, and I believe the surrounding areas, there's the Asian areas. Yes, there are domestic production companies in there. And China works very hard to make sure that its films get like a front row seat.
Yeah,
rather than
of course.
foreign-made films. Did you know they can only release like I think it's like 25. Like 25 American-made movies can premiere in China in any year. Like the production companies are beating each other up to
Really?
get on that list.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, it's what is that? 1 billion people?
Yeah, it's a huge population. It's a huge market. But second only to the American.
Yes.
Box office. So yeah, I think it's like 25 or 30, somewhere in that range. But there's literally a cap on how many American films can release in China each year. And so they work. The production companies work very hard to get on that list.
so there are foreign.
But anyway, so what I was talking about, the monopoly.
Yeah.
So there are foreign competitors in their own markets, but I don't think there's any foreign competitors on a global scale. There's starting to be in certain genres, like in animation. Japanese anime is starting to leak into the West and start to put up a genuine fight against like Pixar and Disney and their animated films. And the animated shows as well. Those are starting to get really popular. You have breakout hits like Train to Busan. Really popular.
And Squid Game, which was made in Korea.
Made in Korea and distributed in the West by Netflix. So you have breakout hits like that, but that's every so often, and it doesn't happen a lot. So you have in their own markets, they're competitive. But on the global scale, not many of them compete. Not many production houses can compete with American movies.
I was saying no. I was saying.
And you think that has to do with government regulation?
I was saying no. I was saying you were asking about if we have a monopoly in any industries, and I said in the film area, I think we're getting scarily close. Like they were tiptoeing the line.
Okay, so in what way do you think that by the way, I don't even necessarily disagree or agree with this, but in what way do you think monopolies allocate resources inefficiently?
Because once a company secures a monopoly on a market, they no longer have to work to make sure that their company provides the best service. The only thing that they have to do is freeze out potential competitors.
So do you define resources as capital?
I define resources as anything, as any resource that they're going to use. As capital, as
entertainment industry.
if we're talking about like
actors,
if we're talking about the entertainment industry, I guess resources would be actors, resources would be writers, resources would be production companies under the distributor.
Yeah, under the umbrella.
So in a different market, in a different industry, you'd have like maybe gas industry. You'd have capital would be gasoline, petroleum, the raw materials,
oil,
crude.
So
crude oil, you'd have the raw materials, and all you would have to do if you secure a monopoly, you don't have to compete to make sure your end result service is the best. The only thing you have to do is make sure that no competitor can get enough of the raw materials to pose a threat. And that's what I'm talking about. Is that like we dealt with that? Was it Roosevelt?
The trust buster.
The trust buster. That's what he did. But before that, they had problems with monopolies. The services would.
I don't know enough about that time. I need to know more.
I believe it was the railroads. I believe it was
Really?
the railroads that caused the trust busting. I believe it was railroads and petroleum. Is that the end result would be subpar.
I will say,
suck.
I think you and I talked about this before.
But you don't have an option. You have to buy it from them or you don't get it.
I will say, I think you and I have talked about this before, how a company can get so large it becomes a government.
I would say.
So that. Exactly. Or social media. A lot of Google. I would say Google is at the forefront of that.
Google, absolutely. Have you seen I've been getting incessant ads on like YouTube for like Google Fi, which is like a phone plan.
I have not.
I've been getting a phone plan ad. I've been getting an ad for like smart cameras. For your
that's just too much.
Like I'm getting all these things, and I'm like,
a phone.
if you buy this,
more information.
I'm genuinely sorry. I'm genuinely sorry. If you buy a phone,
I want to give them more information. What's the problem?
If you buy a phone plan and cameras that you put in your house from a company that literally everybody knows is tracking your information, it predicts your search patterns. Everybody knows that it is tracking what you search and what you do online.
I'm sorry.
If you buy resources to let them track you more, you're done. I'm sorry.
I think people are just getting apathetic. I think people are just giving in to the Skynet.
Apathy is the most dangerous thing.
100%. And by the way, I would say that the apathy is what they're counting on. I would say that the apathy is the goal. I put agree strongly because it says in nearly every instance. I would count personally anyway, I would count monopolies as at the outside.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's true, but I guess that's why I put agree instead of agree strongly, is that I just in certain cases that is not the case. And I wanted to address that. I guess in my answer is that I'm acknowledging that there are some instances where not only does it not allocate resources most efficiently, it actually can allocate resources really, really poorly.
Question number 4. Public radio and television funded by the state provide a valuable service to citizens.
I put neutral when I put this matters a lot.
Okay. Why? Why does this matter a lot?
It matters a lot because
This does not matter very much to me, but I put
I didn't put a lot. I put a little.
Yeah, a little lot.
A little.
Yeah.
It matters a lot because public resources can be very valuable and they can be very detrimental. They can be on either side of the spectrum, and that's why I put neutral as well. Is because they can be really useful as like alternative. It's like public schools, where public schools were designed to do.
Yeah, like an NPR type thing.
Yes, to be an alternative to the private sector, right? To be government-funded alternatives to private sector stuff. So they can be useful as alternatives in case those public sector things are not doing the job. Or in case you can't afford the public sector, the private sector things. Yes, really quick. They can also be literal propaganda machines.
Yeah, it can turn into Chinese state-affiliated media.
Yes.
Yeah, very quickly.
Really
Yeah.
quickly. And so that's why I put neutral, is that it can swing wildly both ways.
Well, I put strongly agree because I think if you and by the way, I should mention this. It can get really. It's very sensitive, right? So NPR is National Public Broadcasting, right? National Public Radio. I'm sorry. So it's funded by the state, but NPR is very clearly a left wing outlet, and I use the term outlet because I don't view it anyway as a non-biased just a fucking outlet, right? I view this as like C-SPAN, and I think C-SPAN is incredibly important because C-SPAN, for the most part, or for a little bit anyway, gives us a view into actually what's going on, right? Votes in the Congress, votes in the House and the Senate, all of that stuff. And I think that's super important. And also for the fact that it's free and anybody can access it basically at any time.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. The publicly basically deal with the stuff that's too boring to have a profit motive. That makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. That's actually good. That's a good argument. I hadn't thought of that. That makes a lot of sense.
So this is just a Google search. National Public Radio is an American privately and publicly funded nonprofit media organization based in Washington, D.C. NPR is based in 2 locations, D.C. and then California. So again, I'm guessing it's funded by the government. I'm guessing that's where it started off as. But NPR is clearly not like this is where I'm going to go if I want unbiased news. I don't think it is anyway. So maybe it's gone wrong somewhere down the line. But if NPR could literally just get on the radio and be like, this is the news, and then shut it off. Yeah, exactly. Then
the vote that took place?
Yes.
Who voted what?
Yeah,
no opinion
correct.
whatsoever.
I don't like the fact that I could get on NPR any day of the week, and most of the time they're like, Trump sucks, the right wing sucks, blah. I don't like, that's not, it's I don't know.
That's the sucky part. I wish we did have public material like that, because it really has just become a balancing act of like, I need to watch enough disparate sources so that I'm getting an okayish, like, it's like you're looking through, like, like the sort of see-through paper. Like, you have, like, superimposed drawings
Yes.
and stuff. It's like, I need to put enough of these things together where I'm getting
to get a complete view.
Sort of view of the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
Because all of these single sheets are incredibly skewed views of what is actually happening.
You have to put a bunch of puzzle pieces together to get like a full circle or whatever.
Yeah. So it's really not great nowadays to try and follow the views.
Well, it's especially not easy. And weirdly enough, this happened under the Reagan administration. It was the taking down of the what was it? Oh shit! I have to look it up now. But it was basically like the Fair Reporting in Broadcasting Act. It was something like that. Fair. Hold on. Now I want to look this up. Fair Reporting. The Fair Credit Reporting Act, 15 USC section blah, 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 is U.S. federal government legislation enacted to promote the accuracy, fairness, and privacy of consumer information contained in the files of consumer reporting agencies. It was this isn't what I was talking about. At some point, they took down again, and this is, by the way, this is in Hate Inc., Mac Taibbi's book. But it was basically like, yeah, y'all can report whatever you want now, basically. Be right wing, be left wing, it doesn't matter. Give one side or the other. Now, not great. And I don't know exactly why it was repealed. I'm sure I could look into that and get an answer. But it is what it is. Okay, some people should not be allowed to reproduce. What? Okay. Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna go make a drink. Yeah, you do that. It's the fairness doctrine. FCC's fairness doctrine, which was repealed.
I'm really glad we did this tonight, by the way. My throat has been scratchy all day. This was good planning on our part.
Is that sarcasm?
That is very much sarcasm.
Oh, okay, good.
That's why I'm rasping and coughing.
Yeah.
The whole time. So I apologize for that.
So I'm just going to read it. Yeah, I'm going to read a little bit off of the wiki. So, the Fairness Doctrine of the United States Federal Communications Commission introduced in 1949 was a policy that required the holders of broadcast licenses both to present controversial issues of public importance and to do so in a manner that was honest, equitable, and balanced. In 1987, which is of course under the Reagan administration, the FCC abolished the Fairness Doctrine, prompting some to urge its reintroduction through either commission policy or congressional legislation. However, later the FCC removed the rule entirely and removed the rule that implemented the policy from the Federal Register in August 2011, meaning that it could not be reimposed at all. So the Fairness Doctrine had two basic elements. One, that it required broadcasters to devote some of their airtime to discussing controversial matters of public interest, no matter how, basically anything, and to air contrasting views regarding those matters. So basically, no matter what it was, you had to put left and right. That's what it is. These are the fucking views, right? And unless you didn't hold a broadcasting license, in which case you couldn't broadcast, you had to put up left and right views on the station, and then that was removed. Which, again, very, very quickly led us to where we're at now in a matter of 25 years or so. So, and again, see, yeah, not great. But again, that gives that what that tells me, or I'm sorry, what that makes me think is, am I on the side of the government telling broadcast stations what to do, or am I on the side of broadcast stations being allowed to broadcast what they want to broadcast?
See, I've never been a fan of.
I don't know. It's weird because I feel like
I don't know. It's weird because I feel like news
simultaneously
as an industry is
I
simultaneously
feel like
a
they're
public
not. I
and
feel
a
like
private.
they're not entirely.
It's like a weird gray.
I feel like they're not. I feel like they're not entirely.
It's in like a weird gray
It's
zone.
in a weird gray zone. I feel like it's not entirely either way.
Yeah, yeah.
Because obviously I don't want to say I want all state-run media.
Yeah.
That's a really quick way to end up in
Obviously.
dystopia.
But
Yeah, of
I
course.
also don't want
Obviously. But I also don't want privately run news organizations that just make shit up and have and they just want to influence people to vote the way they want you to, which is almost as bad.
Yeah.
It's not even that much better just because it's a private entity.
Yeah.
So I guess this kind of goes to my opinion about the market in total. The purpose of the government is to make sure that there's not a monopoly.
Semi-monopoly on news.
I feel like there's kind of a semi-monopoly on news.
Like four
Yeah.
companies.
You have like 4 companies that run news.
90%.
Like you have 4 companies that run like
Yeah, I know what you're. Okay.
90% of news. views.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm saying it's kind of a monopoly on public opinion. It's not on resources and it's not on money. But it's on public
The only
opinion.
reason that I would disagree with you is because you have companies like the Young Turks and the companies like the Daily
Yes,
Wire
those are good.
that
Those are good.
are gaining ground. But I'm not sure if they have broadcasting licenses, and I'm also not sure if they broadcast.
I don't think they need them because they do it. well.
Yeah.
The internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So
So
the internet is a good solution. to that. If we
yes,
didn't have the
yes,
internet-
yeah, definitely.
If we didn't have the internet, first of all, we wouldn't
I think
doing this. But second of all, I think it would be a much worse problem than it is.
I think again, I'm not super in favor of government regulation. That being said, if you have a news agency, in my opinion, you should be legally obligated to present your side. I'm sorry, not to present your side. To be honest about what side you take as a reporter, as a journalist, as all of these different things. And in fact, I think that it should be made incredibly distinct in between the story and your opinion, right? Because some people, a lot of people go to the Ben Shapiro show, let's say, or TYT to hear their perspective. Totally fine. I don't give a shit about that at all. But I think what even companies like that should be obligated to do is make it evidently distinct in between. This is the story. Okay, now this is my opinion.
That's one of the things.
And I think everybody should be required to do
Yeah,
that.
and I don't watch him very much, and I don't agree with him on a lot of things. But there's one of the things I really like about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's show
is Tucker
is
reading
very
from a story.
distinctly. Here is Tucker reading from a story.
Yeah.
And he puts down the paper and looks at the camera, and you're like, okay, it's Tucker opinion.
It's Tucker.
There's a very distinct
Tucker time.
It's Tucker time.
Yeah.
I've only watched a few of his shows every now and
I only watch.
And I've only watched a few of his shows every now and
I only watch clips.
Yeah,
Very
so
infrequently.
More often I only watch clips, but I've seen a couple of his full shows. There is a very distinct
between him
segment
telling you
shift
what happened,
between him
and him
telling you
setting in
what the
to
news,
tell you
what happened,
Uh-huh.
and him setting in to tell
Yeah.
you his opinion.
Yes.
One of the things I appreciate about his show.
And that's one of the things I appreciate about it. That's one of the things I appreciate about his show.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
So the next one.
Okay.
Oh shoot, that's right.
So the next one is.
Also, that's right. We were on. Some people
yeah.
should not be allowed to reproduce.
So I don't know exactly what this question means. So are we talking specifically about races of people? Or are we talking
It
about?
just says some people. So whatever people you think it's talking about, I think it's talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm gonna disagree, and I also don't particularly care about this issue.
Yeah.
I think I put one less than neutral.
I put neutral on how much does this issue matter, which I guess it means
The average amount to care about.
The average.
The average amount to care about.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. And I put disagree as well.
Yeah. No, because I think generally speaking, your sort of your right to sort of sexual autonomy, I think is pretty sacred.
Oh, actually,
What?
I might change it to agree.
Okay, why?
I genuinely would like all rapists to be sterilized.
Okay.
As soon as they're sentenced.
Wait, but sterilized doesn't stop them from raping.
That wasn't a question.
It does not. It does not. But
You said that like a question.
You said that like a question. You said it does not.
I apologize. The inflection of my voice was not.
Wait, so what's the point?
The point
If you
is,
committed sexual assault or you raped
fuck
someone,
you. If you committed sexual assault or you raped someone,
Yeah, but I
you shouldn't
feel-
have
I
the
feel like
ability
that's,
to have kids.
like-
Yeah, but I feel. Hold on. I feel like that's like going after. Like I don't know. I think that's you're going the wrong way.
Okay.
So I think if
Okay, look. Here's I will olive branch. I want either
sterilized
Either-
life in prison.
rapists should
And at
get
that point,
sterilized and life in prison.
Sterilization.
And at that point, they're life in prison. So
what's the point of the sterilization? It's just a fuck you.
It's just a fuck you. So either that, or all rapists get the death penalty.
Okay.
Federally.
Okay.
Overturning all states. All rapists get their death penalty.
You would have to
By-
prove that
by
beyond
act of
such.
Congress.
You would have to by act of Congress. You would have to prove that beyond, like, to the same standard of murder, in my opinion.
I don't.
That being
I
said,
wouldn't expect any less.
I don't know. Look, this is gonna be a fun statement for me to say. I don't like rapists.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Here we go.
but I don't like the idea of the state taking that action either.
Okay.
By the way, I have. Speaking of opinions changing, I don't know how I feel about the death penalty anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if the state should have the power to legally kill you.
Okay.
If you're already in prison,
We're just
Okay.
getting rid of them?
Yeah.
I don't. What's the point? We're just getting rid of them.
Yeah.
The death penalty. Okay, why?
Yes.
What's the point? He's already in prison forever.
There is evil on the earth and it should
There
be
is
cleansed.
evil.
What's the
on the-
because?
There is evil on the earth and it should be cleansed. That is the because.
Well,
Also,
My because is economic.
okay. Well,
It can cost upwards of 10 times more to kill somebody. Weirdly enough, which I did not think was the case. If they're just left in prison and they just die, it costs less if you do that than to kill them. Because the process is much longer, you have legal fees, the bar is so much larger. And housing people on death row costs more than housing people in regular prison.
We talk every now and
Yeah.
then. I took
That's, by the way, we talk every now and again. I took 3 classes of communico. One semester, 3 classes. That's one of the things that I learned in that. Now, assuming it's correct, which I would need a double, triple check that it is. But it can cost over the course of somebody's life to kill them in prison.
Okay.
Meanwhile, it might cost $1.5 million to let somebody live out their days. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like
That's weird.
I want to look it up more.
I will keep my opinion if they fix
Millions and millions and millions of dollars over the course of somebody's life to kill them in prison. Meanwhile, it might cost $1.5 million to let somebody live out their days.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like
That's weird.
I want to look it up more,
I will
but
keep my opinion if they fix that.
okay. So okay.
Make it cheaper.
Okay,
Why is
should
it
the
not-
but should the standard be low for the state to be able to kill you legally?
No.
Okay, so that's why it's high. That's why it costs so much.
Right. Okay. So
I'm putting the question out to the A though,
Well,
not demanding the answer.
Well, that's why it costs them.
Again, because of
They're
the
already sentenced. They're already in prison. They already went through the justice system.
No,
Why does it cost
but-
more?
You should get $1.
That's a good
You
question.
keep
I would need to look
passing
that
it.
up. It's been a couple of years since I've gone to college.
I'm
No, I know.
putting the question out to the A though. I'm not
Yeah.
demanding the answer from you. I know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I just work here.
Yeah. What do you pay me for? No. Okay. So
Get $1. We just keep passing it.
that's a prop. No. No. But I don't. The only situations in which I am okay with an agent of the state taking a civilian's life is if that civilian is presenting an actual active threat to somebody else or to an officer of the state. Because as much as I detest the state, you can't threaten somebody else's life like that. But if you're already in prison,
I think there are genuine crimes committed enough to legitimize death.
to defend your position, that is what we found out in the Nuremberg trials. Because even the massive thing that I think a lot of people don't realize with the Nuremberg trials is the Nuremberg trials established basically crimes against humanity, which are things that Sure. So everything that the Nazis and the high-ranking officers and all of those people did in Nazi Germany was totally legal, but they were found to be illegal on a global scale, right? Which is what obviously that means to make something a crime against humanity. There are things that are so bad.
They were technically legal, but they were immoral as hell.
Exactly. So that's why I disagree with the Nuremberg trials. No, I'm kidding.
Oh boy.
I'm kidding. Yeah, exactly.
Controversial waters.
I'm kidding. We'll have to see about that. But for speaking specifically on the U.S., I don't. The amount of what am I trying to say? The cases in which the state should be able to legally kill you, I think minimal to none. I don't like the idea of giving the state that power.
I'm okay with minimal. I genuinely.
Also, the amount of people that are killed and then found out to be innocent.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on that?
I would need to see some numbers.
I would need to see numbers too.
I've seen a couple cases. Something happened. Actually, I think I've only seen one. I think I've only seen one of like somebody who was put to death.
Because I remember.
I think I saw another one where he died in prison.
Okay.
So he wasn't put to death. He died in prison from getting sick, or he was attacked by another inmate, or something happened in prison.
Also, if you were like, okay, and by the way, this is how I know I was a fucked up child, is because I remember vividly on the elementary school playground, and I swear to God this is true. On the elementary school playground, I think during PE, I would ask kids, hey, for whatever reason, hypothetical, you're in jail forever, okay? Zero chance of getting out, you've already tried to appeal, it didn't work, you're in there forever. Would you rather just be killed?
Oh my God! I remember you asking me this question.
Thank you. I'm glad you fucking said that because I remember it vividly. Would you rather just be killed, or would you rather live forever in prison? In prison, in the same room forever, and what is 50 years, and then you just die, and you're also. And I didn't think about this when I was a kid. Rape. You're probably getting raped semi-often. Like, well, certainly more often than you're raped now. Like that shit's going on all the time. It's the butt of a joke. So in my thinking, if we're going for, okay, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you not like rapists?
27.
I'm gonna go for 10, right? I'm gonna go for the max on the scale. I want them to suffer as much as possible. I don't think killing them imparts the most suffering.
Maybe that's the difference. And then you just get as a believer in the afterlife, I think they're gonna suffer way more afterwards.
So why not maximize suffering anyway?
I don't know.
Why not?
Okay. Maybe
you get to spend as much time on your own personal hell in this 5x5 cement cube, and then you just get to die because you decided to rape somebody. Congratulations.
It's twofold.
Why is that? What is?
I don't know. I genuinely.
Okay. And I believe in heaven and hell. So
I don't know.
terrible person is going.
Again, maybe this is getting into a religious conversation. I didn't intend for that. I apologize. So
Okay.
So it's twofold. One, I believe in an afterlife.
Okay.
And I believe in heaven and hell.
Okay.
So I believe that terrible person is going to suffer literally as much as they can for eternity. And I want them to get there as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So and then
Okay. Well, that's okay. First, I just want to say we disagree on that.
Okay.
you're going to go there anyway.
Yes.
So and
I understand that.
I'm
But
gonna let you
anything-
take your sweet time.
Anything that we do here
Uh-huh.
is a cakewalk compared to what is going to happen afterwards.
life is
Okay.
So okay, and twofold.
Not that I agree with that, but
And again,
okay.
we're getting into the religious basis of my opinion.
Yeah, which is whatever.
So, and twofold, like a lot of religious people, I view life as a privilege bestowed by our Creator.
Okay.
Life is a privilege. You fucked up with yours.
Uh-huh.
You lost it.
What he's experiencing, and I'm saying
So I disagree on both counts.
Okay.
Right.
bad relative to what
Because
he's already.
if the hell that person is going to is going to be so extremely, literally incomprehensibly bad,
Yeah.
what he's experiencing, and I'm saying he, but I guess it could be women as well. But what he's experiencing now can still be bad relative to what he's experienced already, right? Because, and also,
Right. So, and then on the second
people only know what they know,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, yeah,
And
yeah.
so if we can make their life as bad, and again, this is assuming convicted 100% rapist. If we can make their life as bad now, and it just only gets worse, I want to extend that as much as possible.
Okay.
Personally, you're gonna go there anyway, right? So, and then on the second argument, I don't think that.
Okay. Yeah.
And again, I know you said this, so I'm giving you some rope. But I don't think that you could use religious arguments for the government,
Right.
right?
And I'm not trying to. I'm telling you
Yeah.
why I feel that way.
Okay, yes.
Now,
How do you put that into
I
a
wasn't
law,
saying
though?
that for the purpose of like implementing.
You're saying
You're asking my
you're
opinion
okay, yeah.
on this. I'll tell you the basis for how I structured my opinion.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So that was the religious backing to
Uh-huh.
my opinion that there are some people who are so evil they
Uh-huh.
think that they're wrong,
Take it
but
off.
they are.
So I would agree that there are some people that are, and you get into weird areas like what is objective good and what is objective evil.
I think there has to be an objective definition. I think there has to be.
I think
some level.
so. We've talked about this a little bit before. When people say that there's an objective good or evil, I think that they're wrong, but they are correct. In that technically, I suppose human being morality is an invention. Again, it gets into like nihilism and shit like that. But it's good to have objective good.
Yeah.
Right? Which again is kind of circular reasoning if I said it's good to have objective good. Regardless.
I saw a really good video breaking down this exact topic. It was basically the whole video was about consent. Consent, doesn't make sense if morality is subjective.
What do you mean?
It's a good
Because
thing.
consent is entirely based on the idea that
he
it
went
is
into
a morally objective
does more
good
justice than I
to
could.
have your agreement to anything that happens.
Pull it out.
Oh, so like why not just get my sexual pleasure and that's
Yeah,
it? Okay.
if moral is subjective, then
Uh-huh.
I'm getting good things out of it.
Uh-huh.
We'll bring up. Like,
It's a good thing.
Uh-huh.
for the most of
Mm.
it.
And he went into obviously he does more justice than I could. He probably scripted the video. I'm trying to
Yeah,
pull
you're
it
coming
out
up.
of
Yeah.
But
Subjectively,
one of the counterpoints he talked about, like people who believe in subjective morality, will bring up like, okay, well, it's the good for the most amount of people,
Uh-huh.
right? Okay.
Utilitarianism.
Yeah, utilitarianism. Gang rape.
Uh-huh.
That is a lot of people getting good results and one person getting bad results.
Yeah.
Subjectively, moral good.
objective moral
So
standards
there is a necessary, there is a necessity for a culture to believe in an objective standard. An objective
Yeah.
standard for morality.
I would agree with that.
Whether it exists in the universe
It's
or not,
frankly
irrelevant.
Yeah,
Yes,
irrelevant, yeah.
absolutely. But an objective moral standard is necessary for a moral society.
Yes. I would agree
And
with
we're
that.
starting to see that right now. We're starting
Yes.
to see the seed.
That goes back to what we were talking about with abortion.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't believe that that is objectively morally wrong,
The obsession with subjective.
like the people 20 years ago believed it was objectively wrong, but it was a necessary evil.
Yeah, like taxes.
And then,
because it has a
yes.
Yeah.
Like taxes.
Not only is it a good thing, but you should.
And I can respect that decision. But we are getting to the point where the obsession with subjective morality, I'm getting something good out of it. It's a good thing.
My ability to sacrifice a child for my career is a good thing.
Is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because it has a good outcome.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this before. Not only is it a good thing, but you should support me in my decision, regardless of regardless of whether or not you agree with it or not.
It's really spooky, and that's what I'm talking about. There's no reason morally objective. There's no point. Or objective morality is a necessity. And that's why I don't like subjective morality arguments.
Yes.
Like an argument from a subjective morality, because it's pointless. There's no reason for me to talk to you.
Yeah.
There's no point to this conversation if you believe that everybody has their own moral standard and that's legitimate.
What would you say to that?
You have to have a moral standard that everybody.
I think the problem that people run into
I think that was me.
talking to somebody like that or talking to somebody like you
Yes.
is that okay? I have a moral standard or I have a moral objective standard. It's just not the same as yours.
Okay, right.
So what would you say to that?
Well, when we say moral objectivity, it's when you get down to the minutia, you start getting to the subject.
Oh, I think that was me. It's the chat that I'm in.
So here's the difference is morally objective works with big issues. I don't think moral objectivity can get down to the minutia. When you get down to the minutia, you start getting to the subjectivity of the case, right? The subjectivity of what happens, the details, the context. Because the context does matter. But on big issues, moral objectivity has to be equal. Things like consent is good. That is a morally objective statement.
But there are some cultures that don't believe that.
Right, and those cultures are morally reprehensible. And they have to.
Yeah, bold statement. Some cultures suck.
Some cultures. Here's another objective statement. Anybody who says all cultures are equal is an idiot.
Yeah, 100%.
Because that's inherently false.
Yeah.
That is the first thing that came to mind. That's one of my.
I will say this stems from the question that some people should not be allowed to reproduce.
Yeah, this went down a rabbit hole.
I feel like a lot of these questions will.
But anyway, I'm gonna keep it as disagree.
Yeah, of course.
Because I do disagree with that. The first thing that came to mind was like eugenics or like people with mental issues.
Yes.
We used to have a
even
policy of
even then, I've seen people that maybe I forget exactly what it was, but had Down syndrome or or severe Asperger's or something.
Yeah.
And like apparently their children can be fine.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought that was really
it's
shocking to find out.
The policy that we used to have, or that countries used to have, of stimular tubes or making sure that they couldn't have kids, it was based on really old science and really old assumptions that they're fucked up, their kids are gonna be fucked up.
Yeah.
So
Does that?
I'm gonna keep it a disagree. I don't super care about this anyway though.
Yeah, I don't care a whole ton unless it starts getting implemented. If
Yes.
it starts getting implemented, I care a lot.
Yeah. So the next question is kind of interesting because it just says access to healthcare.
Yeah.
Does that mean does that include financial?
I see what you're saying.
Does that because even though I don't have money,
Yeah.
I suppose I have access because if I go to emergency room right now, they're gonna take care of
I'm
me.
gonna say
They are
brave stance. Emergency.
So-
I don't know if an emergency room healthcare. They are healthcare, but I think because I think an emergency room specifically counts as like emergency care. It's like to keep you from dying right this second. I think healthcare generally.
I think we could have an entire debate on whether or not emergency rooms
No,
count as
I'm saying-
healthcare. I'm gonna say
they are-
brave stance. Emergency rooms count as
They
healthcare.
are healthcare. They are healthcare, but I think they refer to a very specific kind of healthcare, which is emergency care. It's
It
like
just says healthcare. Though the question just says healthcare.
that's what I'm getting to.
Okay, get to it.
Healthcare
Please.
in general refers to things that are going to keep you alive for another 20 years. It's healthcare. Healthcare is like doctor's visits. It's like dentistry.
Do you know the jaw surgery I had?
Yeah.
Do you count that as healthcare?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it has to do with your physical.
That's an
well-being.
interesting question.
No, it didn't.
But again,
It was almost. It was.
So
It
it's
was.
voluntary.
A lot of it was aesthetic.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, that's not healthcare.
Yeah. But I would say that breast
Then I guess not.
and what I got. Are
If I didn't have the surgery, I would not have extended my life or shortened my life at all.
Yeah.
So I don't.
do you think
It's an interesting question. But again,
voluntary surgery.
Yeah, see,
is
by access.
yeah, because also like breast implants is I don't think that's healthy.
obviously that's not healthy.
Yeah. But I would say that breast implants and what I got are basically the same thing. Are categorically the same thing.
Right, I would agree.
Okay. Okay. So do you think access? Okay, it's. I wish you would expound upon what it means by access to
This is kind
healthcare.
of the issue I had with the first question.
Yeah.
That I'm kind of shaky on what it means.
And also, well,
By the way,
this is a tough one because I don't think that the government has. I don't think that the government should have the obligation to pay for it, but I also don't think that the government should have the right to block you from getting
The
healthcare.
right
Yes.
to access
So-
healthcare is a right. Like you have the right.
By the way, I'm gonna just so we're clear. I'm gonna put that this issue probably matters second to the left.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You don't have
I
right
put
to
it
have your
matters a
healthcare
lot.
purchased for you.
Oh yeah.
That's the distinction that the
Because
ability to get
the right
it's like food.
to
It's like food.
access healthcare
You have a right to food.
is a
The
right.
government cannot tell
Like you have the right to
can't
purchase
do
healthcare.
Yeah, but that's what I.
But is that
But
what
you
it
don't have a
has-
right. Yeah, exactly. You don't have a right to have your healthcare purchased for you.
Yes, that's the distinction. That, the ability to get it's like food. It's like food.
Because we don't know.
You have a right to food.
Uh-huh.
The government cannot tell you.
Yes.
You can't go to a
Yes.
grocery store.
Yeah, exactly.
But you don't have a right to free food. You don't have a right to somebody else's labor.
Yeah.
You have a right to.
Oh boy. Access to healthcare is a human right.
It's only difficult because we don't know what it means.
Yeah, and we know that it's going to impact our final results.
Just so we're clear, I put disagree, not strongly disagree, but just disagree.
I put strongly disagree because I was thinking that it was asking like access to healthcare is a human right, like how it's colloquially used.
Yeah, but is
by
anybody gonna over
people.
Universal healthcare, stuff like that.
Healthcare,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. Colloquially used, which is access to free healthcare,
Yeah.
is a human right.
I would hope that the test is smart enough to where it would say access to universal healthcare, because then you would know what it meant.
Yeah, but is anybody gonna overthink it enough to assume to think
I've said
that
this
it's
before.
meaning-
I think people taking a political quiz overthink by nature.
I don't know if that's true.
I think that's true. Why the fuck would anybody take a political quiz unless they're thinking?
Why the fuck would anybody take BuzzFeed's like which Lord of the Ring character are you quiz?
Overthinkers, idiots. I've said this before. I got into politics because I hate myself.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pick something.
That's how a test works.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know.
Pick something.
Oh dear.
I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know.
You gotta pick something.
Alright, I'm gonna move on.
What did you put?
That's how a test works.
I'm gonna leave
Yeah, you
mine
do.
super strong.
You do have to pick something.
Oh dear.
Okay, the rich should pay higher. This is question number 7. The rich should pay higher tax. Oh my god. The rich should pay a higher tax rate than the middle class. By the way.
All right, I'm gonna move on.
What did you put?
I put just disagree.
Okay.
It's almost midnight.
I'm gonna leave mine as disagree strongly because I'm gonna interpret
Okay,
it as
so
universal
speed
healthcare.
round.
Okay. Okay, the rich should pay higher. This is question number 7. The rich should pay higher tax. Oh my god. The rich should pay a higher tax rate than the middle class. By the way, we should probably start because it's almost midnight, and I checked. There are like 30 questions.
Oh dear God. Okay, so speed round.
Yeah. We might be able to just stop and talk about the more important ones, but you and I have talked about a little bit about this.
Yes.
The only reason that I think that, and by the way, this is another one of my positions that I've changed on. The reason that I do in fact think that there should pay a higher tax rate is purely for the preservation of the system, right? Because if we go, let's say, flat tax. Capitalism inherently makes rich people pay less and makes and percentage wise makes rich people pay less and makes poor people pay more. It's more expensive to be poor than it is to be rich. And by the way, if you think about it, if you're a millionaire, you know all sorts of people that can just get you into things and get you access to things for nothing, right? Purely for the notoriety, right? Right?
Tips.
Yeah, exactly.
Making connections.
Exactly. You might even run into situations where people will give you vehicles because it's like, holy shit, you're George Clooney. Fucking take my car. I can buy another one. Like,
Or brands give you things to promote.
Exactly. Yes. 100%. So the only reason I'm going to put agree. I'm not going to put strongly agree. And also, I think this issue is rather important because again, what I was talking about before. If you have so many people collect at the bottom of the pyramid at zero, where you can't go anywhere, at some point they're just going to flip the board, and that is kind of a nightmare scenario.
Not a good.
Now, the fact that the money that gets taxed from the rich goes to the government, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
But
And then the government spends it almost always poorly.
exactly. By the way, and because, like you were talking about a second ago, or a few minutes ago, the government is an inherent monopoly.
Yeah.
They're an inherent monopoly on the legal use of a gun.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I'm not saying that anybody else should have that right.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should privatize the government.
Yeah.
That would be
Well, why not? Let's think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
Because think about this, right? Why shouldn't I have the leader that I voted for?
Okay. So
because a majority
I guess we kind of do have. Okay.
Because think about this. Think about this. You think about this. You order an Uber, and the Uber that everybody else voted for comes to you, rather than the Uber you wanted.
Kind of that situation.
Because a majority voted for that Uber.
Yeah.
This isn't the Uber I wanted.
Yeah.
Why should I take this Uber?
Okay, so what I was thinking, this is actually kind of neat because if you look at it from this lens, we kind of do live in kind of that situation. We kind of have privatized government.
Okay, how?
Ignore the federal government, or imagine the federal government is as limited as it can.
I wish I could ignore the federal government for longer than a minute.
Yeah. Okay. So imagine basically our dream government. Okay, where the federal government.
No government.
Okay, imagine my dream government.
Very little government.
So the federal government is as leashed as it can be. Okay, the federal government is as small as it physically can.
What is an agency that you would get rid of? No problem.
Has only got years. I think the Department of Education has shown itself.
Dude, no joke. My first guess was Department of Education.
Yeah.
I think the Department of Education is an absolute joke.
I think we have done nothing but pour money into the Department of Education for 20 years, and it has only gotten worse. So I think the Department of Education has shown itself, if not a poor concept, to be horribly run.
Yeah.
To be
horrible in execution.
Horribly executed. And at this point, I don't know what you would need to do to fix it, so I'm saying nix the thing. But anyway, so what I'm saying for the privatized government thing, this is actually kind of neat because I've never thought of it from this perspective.
Corporations competing for.
So imagine the government, the federal government, leashed, as small as it can be. It's just all it does is exist to loosely bind the 50 state governments,
from a Californian company
to that's kind of
maybe I miscommunicated my
50 corporations competing for a commodity which is population.
Who did not ever vote for Greg Abbott.
People are moving right now from California. People are transferring from the Californian company to the Texas company.
Hold on. Maybe I miscommunicated my point.
Okay.
Because we have a Republican governor, right? We're in Texas. We have a Republican governor. There are people in Texas who did not ever vote for Greg Abbott. I'm talking about everybody gets the person that they voted for.
That just sounds like
you can say, okay, all
a
of these
really
houses on
easy
this
way to
these
skip
blocks
to the
voted
step
for
right after
red. All of these
Yes.
Okay,
That's what I mean.
That's what I want.
I am living in a household, and maybe you could even divide it up by household. I don't know exactly how you would do that. But if you can say, okay, all of these houses on these blocks voted for red, all of these houses on the same block voted for blue. Only the red houses are governed by red policy. Only the blue houses are governed by blue policy. And you do that over the entire nation, or whatever fucking political party you wanted to vote for.
Okay, because you would.
Why not?
Because you can't. The logistics would be a nightmare.
Why not? Or why?
Because
it's all in a voter registry already.
You would have no. I'm not saying the logistics of making it happen. I'm talking about the logistics after it's happened. It would be a fucking nightmare.
Okay, how?
Because you would
If I
have
own
different
this house, why
laws
shouldn't I be able to
every
govern the
2
land and the
centimeters,
house how I
every
feel?
2 feet, every 2 steps you take, you're in a different.
Because you're
zone.
on a new person's land.
Okay.
If I own the land, it's my fucking rules.
Why wouldn't they be able to govern their land how they want to? If I owned this house, why shouldn't I be able to govern the land and the house how I see fit?
But once again, the problems with this, idea goes back to
If I own the land,
moral
it's my fucking rules.
and the oh shit, I had a second before I lost it.
Okay.
But
once again, this goes back. Okay. But once again, the problems with this idea goes back to both the moral objective standard.
Okay.
And the
civil rights,
oh shit, I had a second point. No,
are protected.
Good.
If you can do whatever the fuck you want inside.
Oh, and the purpose of
you
government.
drag somebody into
Okay,
your house
in
and
general.
murder them.
What would you say is the purpose of government?
The purpose of government is to make sure that everybody's civil rights and everybody's inherent rights are protected.
Yeah, I would
Which
agree
they
with that.
can't do if you can do whatever the fuck you want inside your house.
Why can't they do that?
Because you can drag somebody into your house and murder them.
No.
Because
No.
if it's
No.
different rules
They-
for everybody, if it's different rules for everybody,
Not at all.
no,
No.
but you can't argue that nobody would do that.
Security and it's just
If you're saying that if you own the land, it's
That person should call their corporate police department.
of
Their company that they have leased to be their police.
their private security doesn't have jurisdiction on your land.
No, but even
Okay,
countries.
but then your
No.
private security
But
is going to
even-
get in a war with their private security, and it's just going to
Yeah, and somebody's gonna win.
and it's going to spark hundreds of
Why? Why
territory
would it?
wars.
If they just do it fairly, if they
Because-
just say, "Hey, you dragged a guy onto your land," that you
Okay,
can't
look
do
me in the
that.
eyes.
I'm
Look me
looking
in the
in the
eyes and
eyes.
tell me human nature is going to allow those conflicts to end fairly.
You and I are having a conflict.
Okay, but that's not the okay.
Are we not?
We live okay. Even if
You and dozens of other people per day have conflicts, and it's totally fine.
yes, but we don't get private security involved. We don't try to kill anybody.
Okay, have you ever seen security guards like fight?
I like your house.
No.
Do they just okay? Well, neither have
We're getting
I.
into we're getting into the
I think
the logistics and it's
Because the minutia matter.
I know. Okay, the overall point is that that system is going to work for about 3.5 seconds before somebody looks up and says, "Hey, I like your house.
I know.
I'm gonna take it."
Yeah, and that person, if they want to take the house, needs to have private security. Or pick up his own gun.
Right.
In which case, the person who's getting attacked, getting attacked goes on his phone and gets the equivalent of Uber, but it's from the military. And you select, do you want bad military? Do you want good military? Do you want military XL where a helicopter comes to you? That one's only $30. The other ones are $10, $5. It would be super cheap because the police department per house only costs like a few dollars. Right? And so if you're contracting them out, just like in Uber, it's relatively cheap.
Right. Okay.
What's the problem with that? Setting
The problem
and then they're there in like 10 minutes.
The problem is you are incentivizing warfare
Why am I incentivizing warfare?
Some people we've talked about
because you have
I don't think I'm sure. In fact, I think it's the opposite.
okay.
I think I'm disincentivizing warfare. Because if you have access to the same fucking military company that I have access to,
Okay, but you're making this assumption that everybody is going to be at the top of the
pick up
field.
their own gun.
Not everybody is going to be at the top of the field. Some people we've talked about this. Somebody has to be at the bottom of every system.
yeah, and sure, some people are gonna die.
if the people at the bottom
Some people are just gonna get shot.
Right.
And
This
those
is my
people
point.
can pick up their own guns.
to them. The service
Well, those people are at the bottom of the system now. A lot of those people are in prison.
Okay, right. But the people at the bottom of the system still know that if they call the police will show up. If the people at the bottom
That's not entirely
Okay.
true. They'll show up after a while.
Okay. The police are available to them. The service is available to them.
Via taxes, but yes.
Okay. Yes.
controls the land.
If they save the money on the taxes.
Okay. Right, but the bottom 50% of the country doesn't.
The citizens
So
That's true.
the
In
people at the
fact,
bottom, the people at the bottom aren't getting charged anything for the police system.
that's true.
So what I'm saying is, in a system where a government exists, an overarching government that
Unfortunately.
controls the land that it is on,
in effect,
the citizens have access to certain systems that are in place to protect their inherent human rights.
you make
In
$5 an
any
hour.
other
and
system,
you
in
tell me
a
you have
privatized
$5 an
government
hour?
system, they do not have access to those items to protect their civil rights. In effect, they have no.
Why don't they
system.
have access to those items?
So you
Because
you
you've privatized those systems.
So they don't have access to
You
Uber?
would have courts to adjudicate something.
You make $5 an hour, and you tell me you have
$5 an hour? Well, if we're running under our current system, $5 an hour is below minimum wage. So you should take your employer to court for stuff.
Right. So you couldn't do that in a privatized system.
Well, no, you would have courts to adjudicate something. You'd have
Yeah,
to.
among the fiefdom rules.
Yeah.
Not among the people at the bottom. You would not have access to public defenders.
fucking
You would not
open your
have
phone.
That's true.
You would not have access.
Well, yeah, you'd have public defenders Uber.
I'm very confused why everything is Uber in this analogy.
You'd have public defenders because that's the thing I can relate it to. Because you fucking open your phone, you select. And this is the thing that I like about Uber, and this is why I reference it, is because there are several different types of Ubers that you can choose from.
Right.
The minimum can be like $8 if you're going across town or whatever. It's like $10. You could also get an Uber that's like $100 that's taking you the same way, but it's a different level of service, right?
Okay.
Why would you not have the same thing for things like the police or the military or fucking whatever?
Are you just talking about like allocating your tax dollars?
Because
that's something
how
I
much
would
money
be-
do you save
I
per
would
year?
I would be 100% for like a government program that lets you choose exactly where your taxes are.
because
I would be 100% for that. If that's what you're talking about, then I'm fine with that. What it sounded like you were talking about was like
No government.
it was basically a
Other than
civilization game where everybody has a hex grid.
Sure.
That's insanity.
Why is that insanity?
Because because the people who are left without a hex grid have to
Who would be without a hex grid? Homeless people?
the bottom people. Yes, the people at the bottom of the system.
Just go on the
they don't pay anything in taxes.
There-
We know this.
Oh my
The
god.
people at the bottom. What the?
Okay, what happens to the people at the bottom now?
The bottom 50.
They rely on government
They
services
have an effective tax rate of sometimes
more
negative.
often than not.
Maybe if they save that money in tax.
They don't pay anything in taxes. We know this.
Well, not that. They don't have jobs, and so that's
Right.
no. But it's not the bottom 50%.
No, it's not the bottom. No,
They have an effective tax rate, of sometimes negative.
But it is though. No, it is stupid. I'm not over you wrong.
So yeah, but then they get that money back at the end of the year.
No,
Why is
I'm
it
right.
Right, but
Okay,
I
well,
agree with
no,
you.
but you're
That's
dumb.
just then we're just getting into a conversation of how tax returns is a stupid system. Which
Which-
is true. Which you don't have to say. I'm not arguing that.
But it is though.
No, it is stupid.
But you're wrong.
If I'm wrong, then you're wrong.
No, I'm right.
Right, but I agree with
No,
you.
but you're dumb.
Okay.
School science classes should teach intelligent
We're
design.
moving on to the next.
Yeah, that was all.
School science classes should teach intelligent design.
I could. I'm gonna cut ahead of you. I couldn't disagree with this more.
I'm not.
Personally.
I see no reason to agree with this. It matters very little to me.
There's no reason to bring a theological.
If a kid wants to bring up intelligent design,
Yeah, I don't think he should be barred from doing that.
I mean, if you, I'm not saying like biblical issues should be banned from schools, but
I don't think
like-
you can run with the assumption of God.
There's no reason to bring a theological issue into science class.
In my opinion, I don't think any part of religion should be a required, at the very least, should be a required class in school. I don't think so.
So to be taught in a science class, you have to run with the assumption that it is true. I don't think you can run with the assumption of God in a science, in a teaching environment, unless you're talking about theology.
Past tense.
That just seems like a very strange. That seems like a very strange.
Well, we don't disagree too much on this. How do you define the word heralded?
Oh fuck. Celebrated, I believe. Heralded, like lifted up, like propped up, celebrated.
Past tense. Be a sign that something is about to happen.
A claim is saying it's a good thing. Like,
I don't think that's the. Are there alternate definitions?
The best band of the 90s.
No, literally, that's the only one.
Where's the only one?
And there's that one, but it's a claim.
Praise enthusiasm.
Yes. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's the one. It's a claim. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. A claim. Like,
What is a claim?
A claim is saying it's a good thing. Like, read the example sentence. It says, like, it was the best band of the 90s. It
No,
was a
that's
claim. To gain a claim, once again, we've never heard a claim.
our current
Praise enthusiastic.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Marriage should be celebrated for the important moments.
Okay. I don't think we disagree too much on this. I put strongly agree, and I think marriage matters a lot.
Yeah, me too. I agree strongly as well. I think once again we're getting back to our current cultural issues. I think this is a big. I think this
War?
Is
Oh, no marriage.
marriage.
Oh, okay.
No, marriage.
Sorry, that was like the next
Oh,
question.
the next question. Yeah. No, marriage. The marriage and how much it's been downplayed in how important it is. It has definitely led us to where we are.
No, I would agree with that. Sometimes war is necessary, even if it means you strike first.
Sometimes no. You have shit like we talked about at Nuremberg.
Yeah, I will not agree strongly, but I will agree. I think that is definitely important because sometimes you have shit like the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, I am more isolationist than I think the average person. Sometimes no. Sometimes no. You have shit like we talked about with the Nuremberg thing. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm generally pretty isolationist. I'm more interventionist than you are.
Mm-hmm.
But just sometimes shit is going down and you have to say that
We do.
your fellow human being is being.
Then what are your thoughts on North Korea?
If I could be certain that it wouldn't
He had to nearly kill himself to give
spark
that answer.
a world war with
If it wouldn't,
Because we know that shit is happening right now.
we do.
Literally without a doubt.
My honest position on North Korea, if
it's overseas, but I'm talking more population.
if I could be certain that it wouldn't instantly spark a world war with China, I would say clearly. But there's also a lot of logistic issues with taking North Korea. Because
It's overseas, which is already a
it's
difficult
overseas,
thing.
but I'm talking more population. Because the population of that country has been fed nothing but anti-American propaganda since birth.
Oh yeah, broadly speaking, the North Koreans are not in favor,
Yes.
but they're not actively against
brainwashed-
it. Yeah,
They're brainwashed to hell and back.
yeah.
that's the
and
biggest issue for me for North Korea.
The problem with North Korea in terms of this question of like your fellow man is being abused. How are you supposed to help your fellow man if your fellow man is gonna kill you if you show up? That's the biggest issue for me for North Korea is that the very people that you'd be trying to liberate are gonna stab our soldiers in the throat with a kitchen.
They have no
Yeah, to protect your leader.
Yeah, because they've been fed nothing but propaganda.
I think since about the 60s.
Yeah, you have whole generations of people that have been
and that's my
but
biggest
everything they've been told
Yeah.
by North Korea.
Which is an obvious problem.
They have no access to the internet. They have no access to foreign textbooks. They have no access to anything that would give them an
We're talking about
ultimate
North
view.
Korea.
They
You should have been here
are
not that long ago. We were
in a
talking
single
about
world
war.
and that's my biggest concern with North Korea, and that's why I'm like
Well, the chat's been kind
on
of dead
whether
for
Yeah,
I would
an
be
hour
okay
or
with
so.
that.
I mean, we've had really in-depth
Oh shit.
Hello. Here. Hello.
What's up, Omega? We're talking about
We're talking about
Korea.
North Korea. This is fun.
You should have been here not that long ago. We were talking about abortion. No, okay.
I think the major problem with North Korea is coming.
Well, the chat's been kind of dead for
Yeah.
an hour. So.
I mean, we've had really in-depth conversations, but yeah, it's just you. Good job. Well, I mean, you know, I think the major problem with North Korea, and it's coming from a 22-year-old know nothing, is China. I would agree with you on the first one. I'm not even super concerned with how the North Koreans would accept us or whatever. I don't think, like, if the Holocaust was going on, the fact that the Jews wouldn't, let's say hypothetically, if they were very anti-American, the fact that the Jews didn't like America would bear no weight on my desire to go help.
I want to point out, it's not just that they don't like America. This is like that. That feels a little
It's
distracting.
Yeah.
From the point. It's the fact that we would most likely, if we were to liberate North Korea, we would literally. And this is the problem, because we would literally have to exterminate every fucking person in that country. Or we would have to arrest. We would have to arrest and put everybody that is not in the government in re-education camps.
Yeah.
In order to de-propagandize them. And I'm not super comfortable with either of those options.
China's gonna defense the fuck out.
So that's my issue. But next to that, I'm not going to say above that, because these are all very important points.
Yeah.
Next to that is the issue that as the second we get within 300 miles of that shoreline, China's going to defense the fuck out.
Yeah, that would definitely be an issue. Which, again, like I said, is my number one concern.
Yeah.
Patriotism is an overrated quality.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna say disagree regular, but I also think it's a very important issue, because I think if you so with a country especially composed of people like the United States is composed of people, you have a bunch of different types of people, bunch of different religions, bunch of different cultures, bunch of different X, Y, and Z. You have to have something that unites people, and if it's not patriotism, it's nothing.
Patriotism is inherently a necessary value in a melting pot.
Because no
Specifically, and that's why it's not super important in like homogenous countries like Norway or Sweden.
Because they have the basic fundamental genetic sort of.
They all have the same culture. They don't have patriotism because nobody's different.
Yeah.
So they don't have to.
We are just Norwegian. That's just how we are. Yeah.
So, they say they're still hearing double. Omega says they're hearing double. Yours again. Anyway,
I win. Here, let me. Anarchy!
We are having a discussion on anarchy.
Okay, yeah, it should be.
That's true. Oops, my anarchy.
Omega, are you still there?
I think your mic is fucked up if they're hearing double.
Omega, I'm talking to you.
We'll switch to yours again.
Ha I win! Here, let me.
Maybe that anyways F the system.
Okay, yeah, it should be good.
Let's hope that.
Omega, are you still there?
Had somebody else say
Yeah.
that it was doing it earlier.
Omega, I'm talking to you.
We changed the little setup. Let us know if it works.
She's gone.
Patriotism
Maybe that anyways F the system is
was her leaving.
Hey!
Hey! Okay.
No, we were having the same
We had
problem.
somebody else say
Yeah.
that it was doing it earlier, so I
As
don't
far
know.
as we are, this is a new
We changed the little setup. Let us know if it works.
Anyway, patriotism is an overrated quality.
That's weird. I don't know what that is.
Let's see. Radio station. Why does it keep referencing radio stations? Is this quiz from like the 60s?
No, as far as I'm aware, this is a newer quiz.
It's so hard because I keep hearing the same thing.
That's weird. I don't know what that would be then. Good easy.
Okay.
Oh, I should probably.
Scooby Scooby
Brady, what did you do? Oh my goddamn.
Motherfucker. Now
That's been happening literally the entire time.
I wasn't scrolling because I thought it was just the two mics. I wasn't scrolling down far enough in the audio mixer.
Well, turn your own fucking mic on then.
Oh, I guess I can do that now.
Okay, Omega, give me a second if you're still here. I'm gonna shoot you a link. I'm gonna put a link in the chat.
Okay, both of the mics have been working.
Here.
Okay.
Boop.
Y'all got some fancy mics. Thanks.
TY.
I don't know. My brother bought it and then didn't use it, so he gave it to me.
Okay, Omega, I just shot you the link to the to the YouTube. To the YouTube.
To the YouTubes?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I know, right?
Radio stations should be required to present balanced news coverage. Oh shit, we're back to this again.
I put regular agree rather than strongly agree because I think there are some There are some times where the radio station should just be allowed to put what they want on the radio station. But again, it's the important point of they should be.
Oh,
is that her?
Omega's,
okay.
Okay.
I think that they should be required to say, "Hey,
yes.
we are a news organization,
yes.
and so we're going to be balanced."
Exactly.
Or we're a news organization that's conservative or liberal, so we're going to be biased.
Yeah.
They need to put it out there, and at regular intervals. It's not like we say it once a year.
This is what I was talking about when I said news agencies should be considered in like a Venn diagram of public and private entities. They're the little cross section is the news agencies.
Yeah.
You are privately run, but there are certain requirements you need to meet because you are a public entity.
Yeah.
You are an entity that influences the public, and that's why we have such.
I would be careful with that. There are a lot of entities that influence the public.
But that's why we have a current issue with social media platforms because they're acting as I think really the difference should be on what's the platform and publisher.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So you're a publisher. You're a news publisher. You have to meet certain standards to be a publisher. And that's why we have a problem with a bunch of news, or not news, but a bunch of social media.
What would the requirements be?
The requirements, like you said, announcing your bias, or presenting evidence and experts from the other side to whatever story you're running.
Yeah, because I don't like this little dance that CNN does, which is where they claim to be objective, but I feel like everybody knows that they're not.
I feel like everybody but the people that watch CNN. No, they're not.
I would hope even people that watch CNN are like, yeah, they're liberal, but I don't care.
I'm really hoping that Joe Rogan sues them.
Oh.
I'm really hoping Joe Rogan sues them.
I don't like people being litigious, but if you're going to insist that somebody took a drug that they didn't over and over and over again.
I was on the fence. I wasn't even thinking about Joe Rogan suing them until that thing happened. And Don Lemon doubled down. Did you see about that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And Gupta didn't say anything.
No, Gupta didn't say anything. He just had to take it. And apparently Gupta is such a little bitch. Afterwards, he was saying that he thought Joe Rogan was going to come over the table at him. He said he was physically scared of the man.
Okay, well, I would probably be physically
big.
Yeah,
Joe Rogan's big.
He's 5'7", but he's wide. He's a wide boy. He's a wide boy.
He's thick.
Yeah. Very thick. So I can understand that, but
yeah, but apparently
to be
I
was shaking in my boots.
I think that was his excuse for why he didn't push back on those ideas.
That's a piss poor excuse.
It's a piss poor excuse, and it's really pathetic looking.
And again, also very slimy to go on CNN literally the next day or whatever, and then.
But the Don Lemon thing ticks me off, and that's why I'm really hoping Joe Rogan sues them because to double down immediately when the entire internet has access to your feed, has access to your old videos. Yeah. That we can see that you literally called it a horse dewormer. Yeah. And you're gonna
Joe
sit there.
Rogan is taking horse dewormer.
You're gonna sit there. You laughed at him for taking a horse medicine. Yeah. And you're gonna sit there.
And I take horse medicine. Why would you laugh at?
And you're gonna sit there on your new show, on your new segment, and be like, Well, he's just outright lying. We never called it a horsey worm. We never called it.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that he was taking the human form of ivermectin. No,
Yeah.
no, you called it a horsey worm.
Yeah.
You
I
literally
think
called it a horsey
yeah.
worm.
Yes.
Shut up. Shut. Don Lemon may be the worst thing that happened to journalism in modern history.
That's a high bar. That's a high bar.
Who else meets it? Don Lemon is
I would have to
really
think about
bad.
it for a little bit. I would have to think about it for a little bit.
The only person you could convince me that it is worse than Don Lemon is maybe somebody who does better. So this is still a comedy show. The only person you could convince me is worse is somebody who does a better job of presenting their objective and says the same opinions.
What about Brian Stelter?
Brian Stelter. I don't care about Brian Stelter. To be completely honest.
That's the worst thing you can say about Brian Stelter. I just don't care about him.
Okay. Anyway, next.
Question 13. Government should do something
No,
about
fuck you.
I thought this was kind of
It matters
nonsense.
very little.
14.
The question was government should do something about increasing violence in video games. Disagree strongly. Basic opinion.
I don't care.
Human beings can tell what is fiction.
Yeah.
Sane human beings can tell what is fiction, and if they're insane enough to be inspired to violence by video games, they would be inspired to violence by anything else.
I think one of the only medias in which I would disagree with you on, generally speaking, I think that's entirely true. The only media and medium in which I would disagree with that on is pornography. I think mentally we get it. Chemically and biologically and hormonally, it's completely different.
Yes, but no other media really messes with our brain chemistry as severely as pornography does.
Yes.
So pornography, that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
But violent video games, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to shoot up a school because they played GTA.
Yeah, I think that's been basically proven to be
Oh my
true.
god, I hate it every time something happens violent and they're like, Brian, age 16, was a big fan of GTA 5. Yeah, so were 35 million other people that didn't shoot anyone.
If he was going to shoot up a school, he was probably going to do
Oh
it
wow!
anyway.
It's like saying somebody mugged somebody and they're like, Jason was a big fan of Batman. Motherfucker, shut the fuck! You're cross-sectioning a giant population and then being like, clearly this was the thing that set him off. Clearly.
Yeah. This one minute thing. Yeah.
He was a Marvel fan.
Question 14. If our leaders meet with our enemies, it makes us appear weak.
I disagree strongly.
Yeah, I put the exact same
Meeting
thing.
with our enemies has nothing to do with imposing strength. It's how they
And making concessions.
how they present themselves and what comes of it.
Yeah.
Those are what make leaders appear weak or strong.
Question 15. There are 30, so we're kind of...
I'm gonna say that matters a lot, though.
Okay.
Because our leaders meeting enemies is important. But it specifically them meeting them doesn't present anything.
Okay. We must use our military from time to time to protect our supply of oil and to avoid a national crisis.
Okay.
I'm going to put lightly agree because I don't think that anybody really understands how much this nation runs on oil.
I understand, but we produce a decent amount of homegrown oil. I'm just not.
Yeah, but we
sure.
get a shit ton.
Omega. No, we didn't write these questions. We're taking a political spectrum quiz. It's at the top of the.
I just linked her the thing.
Yeah, so we're taking a political spectrum quiz together.
Yeah. Hopefully you got it. I don't see it appear in our chat.
There it is. It just showed up.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yes. So.
See, I just don't. Okay. See,
We import a shit ton as well.
I understand we import a shit ton, but that's because it ends up being cheaper to buy off the major producers than it actually is to produce locally. Like a lot of things that are foreign made. That's like foreign made cars or yeah. So that's why we import. We could run locally, technically. It would just be really expensive and really task intensive
Uh-huh.
for our country to make those changes to run
Okay.
only on local oil. I'm uncomfortable with like putting a seal of approval on the idea that we can invade countries for resources.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable with that. Like,
Wait, hold on. I don't know if does it say. I don't know if I interpret that as invade. I interpret that as
use our military from time to time to protect our supply of oil to avoid a national crisis. What I'm hearing now is that if somebody is in control of the oil that is preventing us from having it, we should take over the oil supply. That's what I'm hearing. Is that we should use our country to secure the oil supply to avoid a national crisis of our country. And I'm just not comfortable with that. Like, there are uses for the government, there are uses for the military I am comfortable with in invading other countries. We went over that earlier.
Yeah.
That's not one of them.
Okay, so then what do you do in that situation? Let's say we have a government like Saudi Arabia and a coup happens, right? Yeah. So it's not the same government.
That's what happened in, was it Afghanistan or was that Iraq? Which was the
I think it was Iraq,
really
but I'm not quite
oil rich and like
the Middle East.
The Middle East, right? But one of the countries, I remember that was the joke that we went to the Middle East for oil. That was that's the reference. So a very not.
I believe it was Iraq. I don't believe that was Afghanistan.
Yeah, I believe
Afghanistan was weapons of mass destruction.
Right. A very not American friendly government took over in Iraq. I think it was Iraq. And that was the whole impetus for us going in. And so you're describing something that already took place.
Okay, so then what would you do in that? Would you just not?
Just don't do it.
Okay, so now the U.S. suffers a major lack of oil.
No, they don't, because
we do.
No,
I don't believe at the time that we were as oil capable as we are now.
At the time, we did not. We just discovered like a huge pocket of Texas. It's a Texas. Anyway, so I'm talking about like right now, though. That's what the question asked.
Yeah.
Right now, we would be able to be self-sufficient for at least a while. And once again, most things operate on profit motives. Ideologues, that's the correct word, sorry. Ideologues that take over a government remain ideologues right up to the point where the power hits their desk. And then they start making deals.
Okay.
So, we make deals with China. China hates us.
Yeah, and we're not particularly.
We still make trade deals with Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them are fans. Those countries are going.
Hold on. We did have the OPEC crisis not that long ago, where a bunch of oil producers said we're not giving you oil, and it was like a big deal. I want to look that up now.
I would need more details on that because I don't remember much about that. But my point is, the U.S. is too big of a customer for a government like that to ignore. I think.
So apparently this was literally just called the oil crisis because apparently there's only been one of them. A sudden rise in the price of oil that is often accompanied by decreased supply. In post-World War II period, there have been two major oil crises. The first occurred in 1973 when the Arab members of OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, decided to quadruple the price of oil to almost $12 a barrel. Oil exports to the United States, Japan, and Western Europe, which together consume more than half the world's energy, were also prohibited. OPEC's decision was made in retaliation for the Western support of Israel against Egypt and Syria during the Yom Kippur War in 1973, and in response to a persistent decline in the value of the U.S. dollar, the denominated currency for oil sales, which then later eroded the export earnings of OPEC states.
Okay.
So it was like a big fucking kerfuffle.
Right.
So what do you do in that situation?
What do they do in that situation?
This forced capitalist countries to embark on a process of economic restructuring in order to reduce their dependency on oil and prompted fears that the United States might take military action in order to secure free access to its energy supplies. Although the oil embargo was lifted in 1974, oil prices remained quite high and the capitalist world economy continued to stagnate through the 1970s. That gets under the same.
Okay, so, alright, so basically,
Let's solve world problems in this room at 1 in the morning.
What this quiz is.
Yeah.
Basically, I think anything goes up to the point of actual military action.
Mm-hmm.
So threatening military action, I'm okay with.
That might be a problem though if you're not willing to follow through. Because if you say, right, Obama's red line policy, if you say this is a line in the sand, and then they go, okay, boop, 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 and then you're like, fuck! Like, what you have to follow through.
Right, okay, that's true. Again, I'm just really not comfortable with putting a seal of approval on invade other country for resources. Whatever resource it may be. I understand how oil dependent we are. But I also understand how food dependent we are. And I would not be favorable to the US military securing the farms if some of those farms started like boycotting.
That's a good question. This is a difficult one. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the idea of military action in most circumstances.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna put it matters. I'm gonna put it matters a lot, and I'm gonna put neutral because I would like to hear the details of the exact situation, and I would like to hear voices on both ends before I actually made a decision. I don't feel like I could make a decision. Oil is bad for the earth, but it's kind of the only efficient power source we have.
Yeah.
Right now, so
Let's
just start building nuclear reactors everywhere.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm okay with that.
Not even a fucking meme.
No,
I'm a big fan of
I'm
nuclear reactors.
They
have got to be new and they've got to be regulated and they've got to be updated and upgraded as often as possible.
Technology.
Yes. I think over 50% of the world's nuclear reactors right now were built in 1980s.
Yeah, they're still using the same technology.
Yes, like GE technology.
They haven't been, the panels, the wiring have not been changed out.
Yeah.
It's actually
You want to know something spooky?
What?
Something like 40% of the USSR, or I'm sorry, 40% of Russia's current nuclear reactors that are in use were the exact same model that was built. That was Chernobyl.
Don't say that.
Yeah, 100%. And it was like a problem that everybody knew about that just nobody fucking fixed. And it was literally 100%. It was literally a mistake that one dude was like, boop, and like that fucking blew the place up.
Jesus.
You should definitely watch Chernobyl on HBO.
I keep meaning to watch that. Yeah.
It's great.
Okay.
Okay. Strong gun ownership. This is question 16. Strong gun ownership rights protect the people against tyranny. I don't think not a whole lot of debate on this one.
This is a duh question.
Yeah.
This is a duh.
And by the way, you can use a very current example, which we talked about before. Yeah. Australia, they gave up their guns not that long ago, and now the state is beating protesters in the street for anything.
Not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
There's this really telling video I saw. There's these two videos I saw. I'll start with the least egregious one. But so the first video is like this woman that just went to the store, forgot her mask. Went to the store, tried to grab her things and leave. The cops showed up. There were like 6 police officers just accosting this woman. And she's like losing her shit. She's crying. She's just like, she thinks she's
I just want my face.
She thinks she's going to jail. Yeah. She might be going to jail.
Yeah, she might.
With the way that Australia is going right now.
Yeah.
But it's really like when state actors start harassing women for going to the grocery store, you're not the good guys anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
there's another video. Woman had her mask pulled down and was at a protest. It was at a lockdown protest. It's just this 2-second clip of the police officer grabbing her by the throat and shoving her against a wall. And it's like, if you want to talk about excessive use of force, what the fuck is going on in Australia right now?
100%.
Holy shit.
And again, I am not a friend of the state, but when the state knows that you have a gun too, that is a massive deterrent. Yep.
They're a lot more polite. It's not even...
When the state thinks twice about coming to my door, that's a good state.
That's a good thing.
Right,
that's
like, what's that saying? When your neighbors have guns, your neighbors are polite? It was something like that. I forget what the saying is.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing with the state.
Yeah.
Because you can fucking fight back.
Yeah.
And because if an officer knows that he's coming to the door to enforce a bullshit law, he will have to recognize, is this worth me losing my life over?
I can guarantee
in some situations, it is. Like there's a kid in the house and the kid has a gun to his head or some fucking crazy
situation.
shit. Yes.
The dude's got a bomb.
Exactly.
There are situations where the police...
But she's not wearing a mask. She can also shoot me. I'm going to stay away from it.
I can guarantee that motherfucker's not going to choke slam a woman if she has a concealed carry gun.
100%.
Or if he even just thinks she might.
Yeah.
Like, the fact of the matter that they don't have to actually have the gun.
Yeah.
The police just has to think they might.
Yes.
And they're a lot more polite. Police interactions in Texas are the most polite shit I've ever seen. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
I like the police.
The police in Texas are awesome. I have several family friends who are like friends of my parents who are longtime police officers or are retired police officers. They're great people. They're nice people. And when they were on the service, they were nice to people. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously, because they knew they can't be assholes.
Yeah.
And they can't abuse
You can't be
their
an
power.
absolute D-bag.
You cannot abuse your power as a cop if you think he's going to pull a gun.
Question 17. It makes no sense to say I'm spiritual but not religious. I want to hear your answer on this for obvious reasons.
Okay. The way that I interpret this, I agree. I'm gonna put soft agree, and I'm gonna leave it neutral on how much does this issue matter. She's saying.
Well, Omega, obviously, it's because you're a woman. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. Some of them are terse, which I mean, it can be.
Yeah, I think again, like we talked about earlier, everything is relative.
I'm not saying they're Subway employees. I'm not saying that they're like.
I welcome to Chili. It's not like that.
Have a great rest of your day.
It's a 65. You were going 65. It's a 40.
But I mean, they're not going to start beating people.
Yeah.
They're not going to start beating people in the street for existing.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. Like the abuse of. I hate it. Fair enough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be a little nicer sometimes. Like,
I don't know what it's like to be a woman.
I was 3 miles over the speed limit. Why are you yelling at me? I wasn't 3 miles. I was like 20.
You were almost felony territory. You were going quite fast.
It was a big ticket.
Yeah.
So anyway,
how much was that?
It was like, God, how much was it? Shit. I think it was like $200 and something.
That's a number.
It's a decent
That's
ticket.
decent.
Anyway, spiritual but not religious. I'm gonna do soft agree because I think you can say I believe in something. I'm just not sure what yet. Like I've taken a few years to figure out, and I'm not even done. I don't think I'm done and settled in my beliefs.
I'm done. I have no more growth.
I think the second that you think you're done, like growing your religious beliefs, I think you've fallen into a trap, and I don't like the person that you are anymore. Because I think when you're sure of where you are with religion, I think that's when your religion. Well, I think that's when your relationship with God really dies. Because I think you don't have a relationship with God anymore. You have a relationship with the version of God you've made up. But that's getting into fucking theology.
I put that this matters literally the least. I could not give less of a shit about this. However, that being said,
Yeah.
I strongly disagree with this.
Really?
And the only reason that I strongly disagree with this is because of Alan Watts. And if you know who Alan Watts is, he's a British man. He's he's dead now. But he's a British
He
professor.
was a British man.
He was a British man. He is now a British corpse.
Oh,
which is, of
no.
course, different. No, but he went to Asia and he studied Buddhism.
Okay.
And he, apparently, from all of his lectures, he doesn't align with religiosity at all, even though he calls himself Buddhist. Okay? The way that I think about it, religion really only applies to Abrahamic religions. And again, this could be totally wrong. This is just the way that I sort of feel about it. Religiosity is purely Abrahamic. There is a God. I'm speaking to God, Jesus Christ, or all of prophets, all of these different things.
I might have been too Christian when I was reading this question.
Maybe.
I might have been coming from too Christian worldview.
I hear spiritual. I hear spiritual, and I think I'm connected to nature, like sort of almost Native American religions.
Right.
Right. So that's what I think. I think like
Where it's
people
like
that
that-
are really too into yoga.
Yeah.
They're spiritual.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the way that I look at it anyway. I think it makes perfect sense to say I feel really connected with my environment. I feel really connected with other people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't acknowledge God at all. Mm-hmm. I don't think about that at all.
Okay.
Right? And I'm not saying this is me. I'm saying I think it makes perfect sense to say this.
Oh wait, I read it wrong. So I'm gonna do the. I'm gonna put disagree. So
What
I'm
did you
disagree.
put?
I forgot the no. I thought he said it makes sense to say I'm spiritual, but not. So,
good save.
I did. Just my explanation
Yeah,
is
all right.
that I believe. All right.
Yeah, all right. Next question.
It is not government's responsibility to regulate pollution.
I'm gonna go. You got to go first on the last one. I'm gonna go on this one. I don't like the government.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes.
That being said, one of the few places where I believe there is rightful room for government interaction is pollution, because there are existential circumstances.
Okay.
Right? So if I own a factory,
Yeah.
and let's say, for whatever reason,
Yeah.
the wind all year round, no matter what, is blowing over your farmland,
Right.
my factory will affect you.
Yes.
Right? Even though it's my land and I'm using my land,
Yes.
right? It's a tragedy of the commons situation,
Yes,
right?
right.
The air is getting affected, other air is getting affected by me, right? It's the same. Actually, a better example would be if I owned a factory and it put out liquid waste,
Yes.
and the rivers that I was putting out into flowed downstream onto
Yes.
your farmland.
Mhm.
You would have
Using to water my farm.
Exactly. You would be 100% within your right. Even if it was a private farm and you weren't selling to anybody, you were just growing for yourself.
Yeah.
You'd be 100% in your right to take that to court and sue me because
Yeah.
I'm negatively affecting you
Yes.
via obviously the waterways.
Mhm.
So that's the one area, one of the few areas in which I will say that. And by the way, this does not matter very much to me, but I think it's clearly one of the few places for government intervention.
Yes. I would tend to agree with you, which means I'm going to do the soft to disagree on this. Because, and I'm not, the only reason I'm not disagreeing strongly is because I think that you can definitely go too far with like your Green New Deals. and
Yes.
Your obsession with fixing it.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right.
When you get to the point, like government intervention for regulating pollution is fine as long as it's basic, as long as it's minimalist, as all things in the government should be. Once you get to the point of I'm going to solve pollution, worldwide pollution, with the United
With
States,
the gun of the state,
with
yeah.
the United, like just I'm going to solve worldwide pollution with the United States federal government.
Yeah.
What?
Good fucking luck.
Good luck. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And not only that, I believe that like monopolies, once you have that minimal protection with the government, privatization is going to figure it out.
Yeah.
We already see that. Private companies are figuring out solar and wind technology and making it better every year. Those technologies will eventually become viable to power the country.
Yeah.
Someday. The government is making it worse by subsidizing those companies, and then they go under with the money that the government subsidized them with suddenly appearing in their retirement accounts.
Yeah.
Thanks, Obama. I remember that. That ticked me off. That was one of the first things that I looked at, that I remember being like, holy crap, Obama sucks.
Yeah.
Was when he subsidized, it was a solar tech, like, think tank company It was supposed to be like an engineering company that come up with like new solar technologies, and Obama facilitated a government grant to this company.
Of course.
Went under in like 4 months. Went under in 4 months. All of the board retired very lucratively.
Of course.
And it was just fucking.
Again,
Stop
not a surprise at
things.
all.
The government should stop subsidizing things.
Uh-huh.
Just let the market do what it does. It will be more efficient than anything that you subsidize.
Yes. The next couple of questions I think are very quick. Number 19 is gay marriage should be forbidden. I don't particularly care about this anymore. Or I don't know if I cared about this ever. Question.
Neutral caring.
Okay. Question 20. It should be against the law to use hateful language toward another racial group.
Disagree strongly.
Obviously, and by the way, I think that matters a lot.
Yeah.
Question 21. Government should ensure that all citizens meet a certain minimum standard of living. I would agree on this in only the slightest sense. In that I don't think that you should be able to die on the street.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't
so
think if you're homeless and you just keel over, that everybody's like, oh, hands off until he dies, and then we clean him up.
Generalist welfare systems, government housing.
Yeah. Hold on, careful. I don't know about government
I'm
housing.
talking about like emergency shelters.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Homeless shelters.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like a field. I'm not talking about a suburb that they cordon off.
Yeah.
This is where the poor people go.
This is where the bottom people.
The bottom people.
Fucking dick.
Oh my god! I need to put that on a shirt.
That's really bad.
I'm a bottom person.
I bet you are. Okay.
So
yeah,
just soft agree.
Yeah.
Soft agree. I don't think it matters that much.
By the way, I'm doing this because I have 8% left on my.
Oh.
It is wrong to enforce moral behavior through the law because it infringes upon an individual's personal freedom.
Agree strongly, and it matters a lot.
I put agree softly, and I think that there are just some things like I don't know exactly how you would.
You can't legislate morality. You can't.
What if a couple is into cutting each other?
Is that illegal?
Is it?
I don't think so.
Should it be?
If both parties are consenting, I don't believe so. Cutting yourself is not illegal, so why would...
Is it illegal to cut
That's
yourself?
so
I want to say it's illegal to cut.
Okay. Doing physical bodily harm to yourself is not illegal. Is it?
Hold on.
Okay. That wouldn't make any sense. If that's illegal, the government is dumber than I thought it was.
Is consensually cutting your partner legal? Legally, people can't just consent to anything. Practically, this means that strangulation, cutting, or burning a partner could be prosecuted by law enforcement as assault or battery or aggravated assault, regardless of whether or not the victim, quote-unquote, consented. This is literally an article from the New York Times titled, "The Boundary Between BDSM and Abuse." So...
Okay. Well, okay, obviously, but how does it get to court?
I can read it. I don't know if this will answer it, but... Quote, there is an important body of law that declares it illegal to consent to certain types of physical harm, whether or not it's sexual and whether or not it's consensual. Wendy Murphy, a professor of sexual violence law at New England School of Law, says, quote, you can't just consent to torture. You can't consent to serious bodily injury. Practically, this means... Oh, yeah, I already read that.
Okay.
People who are not interested in... Yeah. Like if I said, yeah, you can kill me. If I said, if I consented to you killing me.
Right, okay. That's...
You can't just shoot me.
Right.
Oh, what did she say?
Bleh. Then how do rapists get away with shit so often?
Okay, well, hold on. That might seep into a conversation we're having.
Question.
That's a really loaded question.
So, okay, can you expound on that? What do you mean? Because, what?
One.
That's a really complicated question.
One, I'm not sure they do. And two, I don't know if there's a two. I think it's just one. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure exactly the statistics on how often women get raped versus how often those rapists get put in prison. I don't know the statistics off the top of my head.
Well, it's difficult because you have so many that are unreported. So there's your number one answer. There's your number one answer on why they get away with shit so often is because people don't report it.
But you can't say that because that's anti-woman.
That's not anti-woman. That's anti-rapist. I want more rapists to go to jail.
Sure. But you're putting it on the women.
To make a police report, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, so I just want
to... don't worry about it.
Thank you for bringing up a question. Omega never changed. Okay. Question 23. I'm just gonna start to rattle through.
We're just skipping past
immigration restrictions.
We're not talking?
I can't talk on it for too long. My laptop's about to die. Immigration restrictions are economically protectionist. Non-citizens should be allowed to sell their labor domestically at a rate the market will pay.
I disagree. I disagree with this one. I disagree with this one. I don't think it's economically protectionist.
How is immigration restrictions?
A little too complicated.
Yeah, really complicated.
It's a complicated conversation.
Little too complicated. Are you kidding me?
Okay, you might want to dial it back. I just remembered you're gonna blow your ears out. It's a complicated.
That's the goal.
Okay. Immigration restrictions are economically protectionist. Non-citizens should be allowed to. I disagree with this one. I think it matters a lot, but not a lot, a little.
Okay, here, go ahead and go through the rest of your questions. I'll read them off.
Okay.
An official language should be said, and immigrants should have to learn it. I would agree with this only so that we have a national cohesion.
Yes, I would like a national language.
25. Whatever maximizes economic growth is good for the people. I'm going to disagree with that.
I'm going to do neutral.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to do neutral.
26. Racial issues will never be resolved. It is human nature to prefer one's own race.
That is psychologically in agree. That is
okay.
In-group, out-group thing is like this isn't debatable.
Yeah,
that one's not debatable. You can't fix that. In-group, out-group think is inherent to our DNA.
This is go to 27. I want to hear your thoughts on 27.
Okay, hang on. I'm making sure that I'm answering these speedy ones correctly. Because the how much does this issue matter is adding a lot of nuance to these. There's a little.
I definitely want to hear your thoughts on 27.
Okay, 27. People with a criminal history should not be able to vote. Okay, it depends.
What does it depend on?
If it was a felony.
What?
What is that? It depends what kind of crime it was.
Okay, so what?
Okay, typically if it was a violent crime, I would say probably yeah. I would say yes, they should not be able to vote.
So assault?
Yeah, assault, sexual assault, rape, murder.
I might be able to agree with you on rape.
Okay.
I don't think just because I punched you in the face that I should lose my my right to democracy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So maybe but I'm not talking about like got into a bar fight. I'm talking about like beat somebody.
You said assault.
I'm talking about, but when I say assault, I'm talking about beat somebody with an inch of their life.
When I say assault, I'm talking about what the court defines as assault.
Okay, is there a different definition for beat somebody within an inch of their life? Is there like a heightened version of assault?
It might be attempted murder.
Okay, attempted murder then. That's where I'll start my line. Attempted murder. If you are intentionally attempting to derive somebody if you're infringing upon their human rights and their person, I think you have no respect for the system that you
gotta have some respect.
You gotta have some respect. You have to have some respect for your fellow human being to have the right to participate in the democratic system. Because if you have no respect for your fellow human being, what the fuck are you voting for?
Okay. I would disagree with that, but I understand what you're saying.
So I'm saying it's very important what the criminal record is. I'm not saying that if they got caught shoplifting, that they never get to vote again. That's stupid. That would be retarded. But if somebody is in jail for life because they killed 25 people, no, I don't want them picking the president. Thank you.
Well, how many votes would that add up to?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many. It doesn't matter how many votes. No, it doesn't matter how many votes. No, the volume of the votes does not matter. The principle of it does.
Okay, so.
Okay. Are we going to the next one, or are we still discussing 27?
I've already answered the rest of them.
Okay. Right, but I'm asking because you're on low on battery.
I don't give a shit. 28 is should marijuana be legal, and I really could.
You sounded like you wanted to talk more about 27. Did you?
No, all I wanted to say is that I don't think I don't think that you should be able to deprive somebody for the right to access democracy because it's the political system.
Okay, right.
And the political and by the way,
the political system. Okay, the political system that we operate under is based upon the social contract.
Okay.
You breach the social contract.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So there are a few other things that I would, if I were to say yes to this, there were a few things that we would have to also agree on. Okay. Is that if you lose your right to vote, you no longer have to pay taxes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I'm fine with taking away people's right to vote. But I don't like the idea of demanding somebody pay into the system without giving them a chance to affect it.
Giving them the rights that are afforded based on that payment to the system. Yes. Agreed. Okay, I would be perfectly fine with drafting, like, if we were in government, we got to unilaterally...
I would beat you almost to death to not have to pay property taxes.
Fair enough. Actually, that's...
Yeah, exactly!
Interesting, that opens a tax loophole.
Yeah, every account is a Roth IRA account. Every account is tax-free. It's capital gains tax, you don't have to pay it. 28 is marijuana. 29 is the state should fine television stations for broadcasting offensive language.
Should be legal.
I couldn't disagree with that more.
Okay, hang on. I'm stuck on 28.
It does not. 30 is. It does.
Yeah,
go ahead. Do whatever you want to do.
Legal, I don't care.
It does not make sense to. I think 30 is interesting.
Okay.
It does not.
Let me get there. States should fine television stations for broadcasting offensive. All right, Jim. The state should fine television stations for broadcasting offensively. Fuck off. I don't think that matters almost at all, but
yeah,
it is what it is. 30. Go ahead.
It does not make sense to understand the motivations of a terrorist because they are self-evidently evil.
Okay. I disagree.
Okay. Why?
Because based on the motivations. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
It's true.
It's depending entirely on what the motivation.
Oh my fucking god!
What?
I didn't realize it. There's a whole other list of questions.
No, you're kidding. There's a page too.
Look at the progress bar. It's not even like. It's like a third.
Oh my god! There's 24 more questions.
That's really fucking funny.
Oh god. Okay. Round 2.
I need to take a piss.
Fair enough.
I just take a piss so fucking bad. That's really funny. I did not think about that.
We were prepped to get our place.
Yeah, we were.
On the spectrum.
That is a really funny.
Oh my god.
I like that a lot. Oh my goodness. I like that you're still hardwired up to your computer.
Oh yeah, we have a fucking line snaking through that house. don't know.
Okay.
She said bye, but I don't know if that's because she's leaving or because we were walking off camera.
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, nice.
I know.
Oh, Jesus. That is... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, good Lord. Oh, please do not ruin all of this. It took a stupid amount of work to get it this good. My God. Okay.
What are some of the next questions?
Huh?
So what are some of the next questions?
Next question. The lower the taxes, the better off we all are.
Okay, see, oh my God. Straight up in my bones, I want to say obviously yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm gonna say. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Omega's still here and she's reported you for that horror show.
Wait, she's recording?
No, she's reported you for that horror show you just did in front of the camera.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, in my bones, I want to say that yes, obviously, less taxes, better off everybody else is.
Yeah.
But logically, that's just not the case.
Right.
Unfortunately, we have a system that relies on the taxes,
Yeah.
and I think I would probably do a soft degree.
Yeah, I'm doing a soft degree because it's true to a point. There is a minimum level of taxation that is necessary.
That is unfortunately necessary.
That is unfortunately necessary, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it matters a bit.
I'm gonna let my computer charge for a minute, but we're gonna do it on yours. Minority groups that have faced discrimination should receive help from the state to get an equal footing. This is an interesting question.
Oh boy.
What do you think?
Oh boy.
Is it that unfocused?
Yeah, you fucked it up when you ate an inch away from it.
How do you bring it back?
It's an autofocus. I have no idea. That's kind of working, I think. I think it needs something in the center of the frame, maybe? No. Oh. Is it? Nope. It's not doing anything.
Cool.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. It did. It needed something in the center of the frame. Okay. Oh, God.
What do you think?
In general, no.
What about the Indians?
What about the Indians?
What about them?
What about them?
You brought them up.
No, I didn't.
That's a good one. This sandwich is pretty good too. It's pretty good.
Pretty good? Alright. say really, really nice. Okay, no, okay, I figured out what I'm not clicking on. Okay, it depends on one thing. Did the discrimination come from the state?
Okay.
That's the distinction.
Okay.
If the state discriminated, then the state should help them get back on equal footing. If the state was the one discriminating, then the state should help get them on equal footing. If the state was not the one discriminating, then the state does not need to give reparations for a different group discriminating.
I just gotta ask, what do we do wrong?
What do you mean?
What's the problem?
With discrimination?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? Well, you know what? You have a point. I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
I think generally speaking, no, and it also depends how far back it goes.
Yes. So those are also.
Oh, hey, Sophie Puente.
Wow. Yeah, I was telling you. I was gonna tell you. I was thinking about it while we were taking our break, and I was like, we'd probably have more people watching if we didn't start at 10:30 at night.
Well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Start earlier.
What are you gonna do?
Start earlier.
Maybe. I give you the $1. What do I pay you for?
What are you for? You flick me a quarter.
There's your tip. Yeah, sorry. Whoops. Like, shit happens. I don't know what to tell you.
To his credit, it's not entirely your fault because I had to go.
It's never my fault. First
that
off,
one's not true.
I
had to
am
go
completely.
over to my parents' house and do a thing, so it's not entirely your fault. It is somewhat your fault.
Are we talking about indigenous people? See, that's what I brought up a second ago.
Yeah.
So we give indigenous people tax breaks, and I could be wrong. I believe we also give them basically what would be considered a UBI.
Okay.
But I think that it's kind of been shown that that's bad.
Yes.
Because they just kind of just do drugs and drink alcohol and just kind of.
To be really blunt, once again, we're taking this quiz as if we were in control of the unilateral control of the government. What we would do.
Oh, I'd absolve the whole thing.
Stop that immediately.
No, I'd dissolve the whole government. Why not?
Build it again from the ground up.
Everybody in government right now, if I had full control of the government, I wouldn't do this in real life, I would kill all of them. Immediate assassination, I would donate all the proceeds to charity.
The proceeds from the assassination?
All of their net worth, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would seize all their net worth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would donate it to the king, baby. Me. And nobody would be allowed to kill me.
Omega, I think you've forgotten who you're talking about.
Right, what are you talking about?
There are two things that he loves in this life, and it is chaos and alcohol.
Chaos, comedy, and alcohol.
There you
Which
go.
all magically go together. Yeah, I'm a fan. Okay,
But anyway,
so
no, I think reparations in general are a bad idea.
yes. And especially reparations with no time date.
Yes.
No end date at all. That's just poison.
Just the logistics of it is a nightmare to begin with.
Noble's chaotic neutral. That's me. What's up, baby? I just want to laugh.
Yeah.
I want to laugh as much as I can before I die. That's my only goal.
Yep.
Put that on a shirt. I want to die. I want to die laughing. I've talked about this before. My last words, I hope to God, genuinely, I hope my last words are either whoops or just screaming. That's what I hope my last words are.
I love you.
Uh-huh.
So I genuinely hope your last words are very calm and in like a hospital bed, and that was fun. I'm trying to give you the middle ground somewhere here, because I don't want you to die in a fiery explosion.
I hope it's not a fiery explosion. I hope I have fun in my death. I've talked to Ray about this a lot. Yeah. If I make it to like 85, I'm gonna like just get up. There are a couple of ways.
fully
that.
expect you to pull like the fucking hospital escape from Big Fish.
Oh yeah.
I fully expect you to pull some shit like that.
Okay, maybe. But the way that I would die if I made it to 85, because 80-year-olds look like goblins. I don't know if you know this. 80-year-olds look like absolute goblins. So if I made it to 85, what I would do, maybe even 80, but if I made it to elderly age, what I would do, I'd have to choose between one of these. The first situation is I go skydiving, and I go as high as I can before we're in space. And I jump out without a parachute. And I don't throw myself a parachute. I just go. And I am, again, it's putting myself in control. And I'm 100% serious about this. Because imagine the last view you ever get to see is a view nobody gets to see. Right? Like, I feel like that's really cool. And then it's obviously really fast. And I don't think, personally anyway, and I could be totally wrong about this, but we'll not know until we know. I don't think that I would go out screaming. I think that I would be very calm about it, relatively speaking, as calm as you can be falling. And especially given how much time, right? Like a lot of the time, whenever you trip, you go, ah, and you panic because it's like that, right? You're falling for like 10 minutes. Like, you're falling for so... Are you good?
Yeah, no, just my brain is trying
Brady just had a stroke.
Yeah, my brain's trying to imagine that whole situation, and it's just not computing. It's not compatible.
Hey, Sam... not Sam. Hey, Omega, good news. You're 22 and you already look like a goblin. So, no, I'm kidding. Okay. I'm kidding. I swear to God. No, I'm kidding. They're great. Okay. So I'm jumping out of a plane, and I hit the ground, and that's it. And I would want to jump over the White House.
Okay.
So I hit the roof of the White House. Or I get shot down by a military jet.
Shredded by anti-air guns.
Bro, I want to go out like a fucking bad... If I'm 80, I'm done. Imagine I'm clocking out for sure. Okay, but this is the other way.
Of suicide options, that's a pretty
right.
good one.
So, but wait till you hear my second one, right?
Oh God.
So, my second one again, I have to decide because both of these are phenomenal. I think I get a supercar, like the fastest car of whenever that time is. Right, I'm going 500 miles an hour. Right, mind-blowing speed, and I'm by myself, obviously. And I have to still be able to drive, so I have to have some of my physical faculties. But I rent the supercar. I don't buy it because I'm an absolute cocksucker. I rent it, and I go out to White Sands in New Mexico, and I drive. Yeah, exactly. And I drive and I get up to Mach 7 or whatever the fuck on land, and I am going as fast as I can, and I run right into a wall. And the vehicle just, it blows. It's gone. Yeah. There's no... Yeah, it's gone. Optional, I put tannerite in the car, and it's an explosion, or like dynamite or something like that. Yeah. And then the owner of the car is sitting right there, and he's like...
You invite the owner out.
Yeah. So I'm like... And he's like... What? Yeah, I want a situation like that.
Personally... I think the space drop is a lot.
Oh yeah? I kind of want to be buried with a headstone, only for the headstone I want the headstone on the headstone. I want it printed. This has not been paid for. I want to go out. I want to go out. I want to go out in a fiery ball of debt. I want to go out having caused people so much monetary pain. This has not been paid. I think that would be the funniest shit in the world. He cost us so much money, this old fucking dickhead. I think that would be the funniest shit in the world. I'd put the plane ride, I'd put it on a credit card. Genuinely, I fucking...
How much credit is they're willing to give you?
They're like, so you're 80. You have qualified for our Capital One Black Card with a $1 million credit limit.
Oh,
Have I now? Because I'm 80. Oh my God, that's so gracious of you. I will go in the sky. This has not been paid for. I think that would be the funniest shit in the world. What question were we on?
We were on reparations.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
So,
Generally a bad idea, especially if there's no end date to it.
And my issue is just the logistics. If it starts too far.
Who does it come from? Who does it go to?
Exactly. As soon as you get 10 years out from when the discrimination happened in place, it's a logistics nightmare to try and figure out where the money comes from and where it goes.
That really got you, didn't it? Yeah, this has not been paid for.
This has not been paid for.
This has not been paid for.
So fucking chaotic. Okay. So, alright, next. Does it matter a little? It matters a normal amount, I guess. So I'll leave it there.
Is it wrong to question a leader in wartime? Obviously, no.
Obviously not. Should I disagree strongly on that one?
I would probably disagree strongly, yeah.
Strongly on that one. That matters a bit.
Tighter regulations would have prevented the collapse of the lending industry.
The lending. Okay, when is the collapse?
2008, 2007 to 2008.
Oh, okay, so we're talking about the financial crisis.
Nice.
We're talking about.
I'm sorry. I just remembered a story I was told. Okay. I fucking love stories. Stories are the funniest shit. Okay. So this was a man.
Dude, I'm quiet. Sorry.
I
will try to speak up.
This was a man.
Oh wait, both of the mics are on. I can have mine closer to me. What the fuck am I doing?
This was a man out of Florida. He was telling me this story.
Oh no, it's a Florida man story?
Yeah, it was while I was in Florida. Okay. So when I was in Florida doing the solar panel stuff, like everybody knew everybody where I was at. And this dude was telling me a story about how a friend of his was a banker in 2005, 2006. Okay. So I don't know these guys' names exactly, but let's just call them. I'm not gonna make him a name.
Bob and Ted.
Sure. So Bob is who tells the guy this story, and the guy is telling me this story is directly, and the guy is like 35, right? But Bob, I think is now dead.
Okay.
But he was alive, and he was a banker, 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
He, along with a coworker of his, and they were at like a top level of like a major Florida lending agency.
Yeah.
And what did you say the other guy's name was?
Ted.
Yeah. So Bob and Ted. So Bob and Ted, they see the writing on the wall.
Okay.
They see that their loans are too high, their rates are too high, and their default rate is also too high. So they're telling me all this, or he's telling me that all this happened. And because Bob and Ted are idiots, they're from Florida, they don't decide to leave the industry altogether. They've already made millions and millions of dollars. They're filthy rich.
Right.
And they don't decide to leave the industry. They decide we're going to make our own lending agency. We're going to make our own banking institution. So they both travel up to Michigan, where one of Ted's family members is building a house. So they're going up to Michigan to get experience. And so they're walking around this house, and the house is being built, right? So it's still in the process of being in construction, and they're talking about how about what the business is going to be.
Right.
And apparently, Bob talks like this. So Bob says that he's gonna talks like that.
Yeah.
And so they're walking around the house, and they go to the second store, and they're talking about it. And Tom falls through the floor of the second story and dies. This company started in death. So
okay.
Tom. So was Tom the one that fell?
Ted. Bob is still alive.
So Ted falls to the floor and dies.
Okay.
Bob goes to the funeral. Bob goes. I'm sorry. The guy that's telling me the story is a friend of Ted's family. Okay. The guy that died. Bob goes to the funeral. And instead of like abandoning the idea, he goes up to all of Ted's like family members and goes. Your father was a great man. He believed in tight lending standards. I'm gonna make the business. I'm gonna start the business for him. He doesn't. He barely gives a shit about Bob because get this. Because they had already signed the contracts, and Bob had already given him millions and millions of dollars. Your father was a great man. He believed in tight lending standards.
And he gave me all his money. Oh no.
9 months later, the company files for bankruptcy.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does.
He lost all of it. He lost all of the money. Bob and Dad apparently have nothing. They have nothing. It's so fucking bad. And keep in mind, the dude who's telling me the story is crying like me and laughing so hard. He's crying about it. So yeah.
Oh my
Your father was
god.
a great man.
He believed in tight lending standards.
I swear to God, that's what he said. He believed in tight lending standards.
Oh my
They
god.
lost all the money in under a year.
Oh my god.
Because they left in 2006 and immediately got into 2008.
That's so bad.
It's so fucking funny, dude. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so fucking funny.
It's so
He
bad.
believed in tight lending standards.
Tight landing standards. Oh my god.
All of it.
Okay, so you're the
Okay.
financial guru. What did I don't know any. I don't know enough.
I would say that obviously yes.
Okay.
But the reason for that is because the oversight agencies were not paying attention to companies like AIG, which was essentially an insurance company that insured mortgages.
Yeah.
And so because they thought, well, mortgages are never going to need insurance, right? Imagine if you could sell cars that never crashed. Right? The insurance companies would make shit tons of money because they'd never have to pay out, right?
Yeah.
That was the presumption that they were going into 2008 with, and then imagine
a really silly presumption.
it is.
Okay.
Okay, and then imagine if you were the insurance company for those cars, and then
Okay.
out of nowhere, 60% of all of those cars crashed.
Oh.
That's okay. Really quick, open up a browser.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Search up AIG stock.
Okay.
Which I believe AIG stands for like American Insurance Group or something like that.
AIG stock. Okay.
American International. Okay, so look, $58. Okay, go to Max.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, they were just barely saved, and now nobody wants to do business with them for obvious reasons.
So okay, they were at $1,000.
Literally, this was a billions of dollar company.
Oh no.
And it was just barely saved. Yeah. But there were oversight boards that didn't have the power that they needed to actually look, and also the resources and the expertise and all of these different things to actually know what these companies were up to, and also the instruments that they were selling were so large and complex.
Yeah.
It was difficult.
Yeah.
It was difficult to understand, and it was difficult to even suss out where the money was going.
Right.
So because a contract, there are a few basic elements of a contract.
Oh boy.
Who gets the money?
Yeah.
Who gives the money?
Yes.
Why?
Right.
That's literally it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But these instruments would be massive legal documents for one instrument.
Yeah.
Right? And because you would get paid, like I think we've talked about this before, they got paid per page, and they got paid basically the more complex it was, the more they got paid.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so but yes, generally speaking, I would say that if the government had more power and more oversight, more expertise, more resources in this particular instance, it would have at the very least caused less damage.
Yeah. I feel like there are a couple industries like news and lending that should qualify as kind of like a.
You have to have people that believe in tight lending standards. That's my favorite fucking line. He believed in tight lending standards within the context of 9 months later going bankrupt. Oh God!
But anyway, I feel like there are some industries like news and like lending that should qualify as like
I don't know, like a commons, like kind of like a.
You've either got to qualify for commons, or there's got to be some sort of
They've got to be kind of considered like a public good. Kind of.
Something like that, maybe. But also, there's got to be some consequences to the shit that they sell.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Because basically what they did was they made a cake out of all shitty ingredients.
Yeah.
Somebody was going to find out that this cake was a bad cake.
Yeah.
But they put all these shitty ingredients together and sold it off, and it wasn't their problem anymore.
Yeah.
Right? And then, get this, they bet against that cake.
Yeah.
Right? And so
they made a bet that somebody would dislike that cake.
Yes. Yes. And they're the ones that fucking made the cake. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So there's got to be some sort of repercussions or something, right? To where there are consequences. But government oversight, I would say for sure.
Yeah. So, all right, next question. It makes sense and is fair that some people make much more money than others. Agree strongly. That matters a lot. No matter what system you abide by, no matter what the socialists may tell you, any system you operate in, somebody is going to be a have, and somebody is going to be a have-not.
Yeah.
Some people are going to produce.
It's how the world works.
Yeah, it's how the world operates.
In literally any situation.
It's how the universe operates.
Yeah.
Some places have things, and some places don't. It's not like it is a universal rule.
Some people have title ending standards. Some people don't. Okay, sorry, I'll stop.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so I don't think we need to spend long on that one.
No.
Next question. Toppling enemy regimes to spread democracy will make the world a safer place.
I'm going to put soft disagree.
Yeah. Once again, I have some items that I'm...
Because the CIA has been doing that for decades, and the world is not exactly a safer place. Are you going to tell me that I'm wrong?
Toppling enemy regimes to spread democracy sounds great until you do it really poorly 7 times in a row.
Bay of Pigs. Bay of Pigs? Anybody? Bay of Pigs? Anybody? Going once. Going twice. Bay of Pigs.
Going 3 times. Going
Sold
4 times.
Sold
going
Cuba.
5 times. We have a lot of Bay of Pigs. We've done it too many times.
It's too many bays, too many pigs.
Too many. I'm going to put disagree strongly.
Okay.
Because it absolutely has not made the world a safer place.
Uh-huh.
It has arguably made it worse.
Okay, the only reason that I would put a soft degree, and I would give a couple of examples, is because of Germany, because of Japan, because of Korea, because of what we tried to do in Vietnam, though it didn't really work. So that's the only reason that I would put soft disagree.
Okay.
I would inarguably say that South Korea is a better place because we tried to spread democracy.
Okay, fair enough. True. So the lesson I'm getting here is in cases of toppling enemy regimes to spread democracy, we put everything under the U.S. Army and don't let the CIA touch a fucking thing. That's what I'm getting.
Okay, the only reason that I laugh is I'm not so sure how separable those things are.
Fair enough, but I'm going to choose to separate them in my mind.
Because, you're the dictator in this.
But because the operations that you point out were full-scale military operations, the operations that failed desperately were covert CIA exclusive operations. Yeah. No. So it is because it's just from that dichotomy pointed out, the CIA sucks. We should stop letting them do things.
Careful who you tell that to. How many questions are there left?
It's 54.
Okay.
Matters.
For this page.
No. This is the last page. It said part 2 of 2 at the top.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
how important is this?
I guess I'll do neutral. Because, like you pointed out, there are good places and bad places. There are places that have worked. The state has no business regulating alcohol and tobacco products. Disagree. It matters a normal amount. Because you regulate it to kids. You regulate sales so they don't sell to kids. That's
and also particular advertisements, and also hiding side effects.
Also, if you have
there
to,
are plenty of areas in which you can regulate.
We go back to consent. In order to consent, they have to know the full extent of what you're doing to them. That's how consent works. You have to tell them what is happening. Okay, if an unwed teen becomes pregnant, abortion may be a responsible choice. I'm going to disagree with that one. I'm going to disagree with that one. It matters a little. Unwed teen should have not.
I would put that down to parenting.
Yeah, it would be parenting, but it's a personal responsibility.
We're obviously discounting the possibility that it could have been rape.
Yes, obviously. The question did not ask if it was raped. Yeah. The question didn't say rape, so we're not going.
You're going to go for the statistically more probable reason,
absolutely,
which is just sex,
which is just being stupid.
Yeah.
And parenting and personal choice. You fucked up. You fucked up. International trade agreements should require environmental protections and workers' rights, meaning no free trade with countries that lack pollution controls or labor protections.
The only reason that I would agree with that is labor protections, because I'm not a huge...
I was about to say I can agree with that. I can do a soft agree with that. Like I don't want every trade deal we make to have like trying to impose political bullshit onto other countries. But I mean, I would like to see some more trade sanctions against China because they don't treat people very well.
Well, so when Trump talks about like fair trade deals, he's talking obviously about specifically China,
right?
How we buy all their shit and they buy very little of our shit.
No, they buy our raw materials, turn them into products, and then sell them back to us for quadruple the price. No, it's a terrible relationship that we have with China.
It's a money vacuum.
Yeah, it's stupid. We would not continue that. No sane person would continue that.
That all being said, how much of the shit just in this room is made in China?
Oh, I know for a fact this desk is.
Yeah.
Probably half the computing components.
I would say inarguably more than 50%.
Yeah. Yeah, almost.
So you have to contrast what we want to have happen with what we actually do. Yeah. Right? But it's also very difficult to find American-made products that are about as costly.
Yeah. See, this would be one of those 10-year bills or 20-year bills. The things that would set up to Boston American production, so that eventually we could be in a position that we could have this privilege that we can just tell China to kiss our ass or any other country that we.
You'd also get more people working.
Yeah.
If you made more shit here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But then of course you have to recognize prices would obviously go up.
Yeah.
Right.
But
because
hopefully you could find a way to do it that would make the price increase marginal. So that it wouldn't bankrupt people to start buying American.
Yeah.
And you could at least make it competitive pricing. So I'm going to put a soft agree to that because I don't have a problem with that in concept.
Yeah.
Like making international trade agreements being like, hey, if we're going to do trade, you have to not work your workers until they jump off your factory rooftop.
I was about to say, I should emphasize I'm more so talking about the workers' rights thing than the environmental thing.
The environmental protections are good as well.
Yeah, they're good, but I think they matter less than the workers' rights thing.
They matter less, but China and India are the biggest polluters in the world. So,
but the reason that whenever England was going through the Industrial Revolution, they were polluting a lot. Whenever we were going through our Industrial Revolution, we were industrializing.
Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, but that's a different situation.
Why?
Okay, it's.
I see polluting a lot. This sounds really bad. I see polluting a lot as a stepping stone to not polluting a lot.
Okay,
you have to start polluting to stop polluting.
That's somewhat fair, but again, I think it's a different situation because. I'll compare it to something that more I feel like is easier to explain, like an analogy. You know, like Steam and the Epic Game Store, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Epic Game Store sucks.
Okay. I don't know that, but
okay. The Epic Game Store launched. At launch, the Epic Game Store was garbage.
Okay. Why? What made it garbage?
It was missing like literally every feature that a storefront, a digital game storefront should have, including a shopping cart. You had to buy games one at a time. You couldn't buy multiple games at the same time.
Oh, how many games did they have?
They had a few. They had
really?
quite a few.
Okay.
Yeah. And they had timed exclusivities, where they would make it so you couldn't buy games on other platforms. I
thought Epic Games was just fucking Fortnite.
They were just Fortnite, and then they were like, we're gonna be Steam now. But anyway, not the point for the analogy.
Yeah.
Not the point for the analogy. The game store launched without literally any of the functionality that a storefront should have. People said, hey, the storefront sucks. One of the most common defenses of the Epic Game Store was, well, Steam sucked when it launched. But that's not the point. Developments have been made. People know what to expect. The technology is there for them to launch in a comparable state. The fact that they launched at the same state that Steam was 15 years ago is not a defensible position. That's just them being lazy. That's just them being bad at their job. And so that's the comparison. I know it's not an apples to apples.
No, I know.
It's not an apples to apples. But what I'm saying is,
my own ear.
it's not an apples to apples.
Uh-huh.
But the techniques and the technologies exist to make clean industrial developments. China is just choosing not to do that.
Okay, China, maybe. I would agree.
I'm not going to debate on India because India is like a 2.5 world country. And it's what?
I'm not saying you're wrong, just the way you said that was.
They're like 2.5D world, kind of 1/4. Not really anything. They kind of suck ass.
India is a second world country.
Yeah.
It is very much a developing country.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. So to hold them to a first world country standard.
Do you look at Korea like a
ridiculous.
third world country?
South Korea or North Korea?
What did I say?
You said Korea.
Oh, I'm talking about South Korea.
Okay, South Korea. South Korea is a first world country, is it not? I thought it was.
Or
very
what did I
developed.
say?
You said South Korea.
No, what did I say before that? Did I say third world?
Yeah, you asked if it was a. You asked if it was a.
I meant first.
Yeah, it's a first world. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. South
No,
Korea is a developed country.
Okay. France is clearly a third world country.
I mean, it's getting there.
Can you imagine being Italian?
Backwards development in a nutshell.
So this is what I'm saying.
So yeah, I don't have a problem with this in concept. It's in practice that it becomes a problem.
This is what I'll say on your Epic Games analogy.
Okay.
Start a new venture.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay.
You're gonna do it badly.
Right.
No matter what.
I'm not saying doing it. I'm not saying you're going to launch in a great state. I'm not even saying you're going to launch in a good state.
I'm saying that they should have launched in the same state that Steam was.
I'm not saying that they should have launched in the same state as Steam was. I'm saying they should have had minimal functionality.
Maybe
and
they
I'm saying,
had a shopping
and I'm saying
Maybe they
defending
should
it,
have had a
and I'm saying that defending it as Steam launched 15 years ago in the same state.
I'll defend it like that.
Is stupid. I think that's
defend it
stupid. I think that's stupid.
That's
If I tried to start,
you're stupid.
if I tried to start a phone company, if I tried to start a mobile phone production company.
Wait, hold on. Like a T-Mobile, or they make the
No,
phones?
make the phones.
Okay.
If I tried to make a make the phone company and I make flip phones, I'm gonna fucking die. My company is gonna go under, and if I try to tell my customers they should buy from me because Apple launched this way, that's a fucking stupid argument.
So,
That's a ridiculous argument.
But the analogy.
Yes.
Are you trying to make the analogy to countries?
I am somewhat making that analogy to country development. Yes, because that knowledge is in the public. You have places.
Okay, yes, but it's way easier to build a coal-fired power plant than it is to build a nuclear reactor. Right?
Yes. Yes.
So if a country only has limited resources, that
China does not have limited resources.
No, well, okay, spread across their entire country.
Okay.
Okay, I think I told you this statistic, and I think it's a really interesting statistic.
Okay.
From 2014 to 2018, I think it was, China poured as much concrete in China from 2014 to 2018
Yes.
as all of America poured
Yes.
in the entire 19th century.
Yes.
Or 20th century, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's mind-boggling,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so the area that they have to
Yes.
cover
So,
and
right.
the utilities and all of that, the
Agreed.
infrastructure, that's
Yes.
what I'm looking
Yeah,
for,
yeah, yeah.
that they have to build in.
Yes.
You can't just only build nuclear reactors.
right.
It wouldn't
I
supply
know
the
that.
power,
Yeah, I know.
right? So
And-
okay, so
and I'm not
so
saying no.
it's,
I'm not saying
it's also like cities. Have you ever played City Skylines?
No, I haven't played it. I've seen it played.
Have you played a city builder?
For like 20 minutes. They're really not my game.
That's fair. I like city builders. So I also like things like civilizations. It's
Yeah.
just my thing. Well, you can't start out with a nuclear
Right.
reactor.
I understand that. Yeah. I get that.
I would say I know it's
What-
a video game.
Okay.
I would say the same basic concept applies to countries.
I understand that. No, and I'm not saying that China should have started clean. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that China should develop quicker to being clean. And I think they're hesitant.
I'll agree with you. Oh, yeah. Rum. God, rum is disgusting. I would agree with you on that. They should be developing faster. Full stop. Period.
Yeah. And I think China might be resistant to being clean because it's cheaper to. I think it's stupid. I need to. Okay,
Omega,
first
please.
of all,
Omega, are you Italian? You son of a bitch. No Italians here.
We weren't paying attention to the chat for a minute. We've bounced around like 6 topics.
Yeah.
What is this?
What is the Italian? It's stupid. Please define. Okay.
Please define your terms.
Nuclear reactors?
But anyway, China should. I just feel like China is sticking to the coal power because it's cheaper for them.
Yes.
Yeah. So and
Why is that other than purely environmental concerns? Because I understand that.
yes.
Why is that a problem?
Mostly the environmental concerns, and the fact that why'd you just give a laughing face?
I'm such
We
a
asked
gamer.
question.
I'm such a gamer, dude. Lol, XD. Get the fuck. No, I'm kidding. You can stay.
That was like 10 minutes ago. We weren't paying attention to the chat.
That was 10 minutes ago? What are you doing, IT guy?
I'm not
Gives
paying,
you the
not
dollar.
paying attention.
What am I paying you for?
What am I paying you for? But anyway, it really is the concern that I laugh at the environmental protection people mostly because they're insane. But I do share some level of concern with them over.
Yeah,
the
like
fact-
I feel like my kids should be able to breathe.
Yeah, that would be nice. The United States has done more to lessen our. Stupid was agreeing with Brady.
I agree. It is stupid to agree with Brady. It's a comedy podcast.
But it is the concern that like the United States has lessened their global
by like
carbon
something
emissions.
like 14%.
It's been insane the amount of.
And this.
Wow. We are not getting paid.
Oh yeah, we're getting paid for all of our one
No,
viewer.
he's joking that he paid me to set up this streaming thing, which he did not.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You don't pay me either.
I didn't ask you to set up this streaming platform.
But you're asking me to be here.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Bye. All right, this is solo live stream now. We're going through this. Sit your fucking fat ass down in the chair. You fucking. Anyway, so
Come again? Yes, I will.
all right. So the U.S. has done a great amount to lessen its carbon footprint.
Yes.
On the and that should be applauded. But
It's laudable.
it's laudable, one might say. But the concern is that no matter if the U.S. brought their emissions to 0%, which would be incredible.
Or negative.
How would the U.S. bring their emissions to negative?
Exactly.
How does that? I don't understand. Okay.
You suck emissions from elsewhere.
Okay, if we got to that point, we might not have an issue. But even if the U.S. brought their emissions to 0, the concern is if India and China don't clean up.
You mean net zero?
Yeah, net zero.
Okay.
If India.
No, you don't. I think you mean gross zero.
Okay, I might. I don't know. It's late.
Gross zero is it's like ugh.
And net zero is a really bad fishing trip.
Yeah, it is. Gross zero is like ugh. No, net zero is when you take your positives and your negatives, you add them together, it's net zero. Mm-hmm. Gross zero is no carbon emissions at all.
Yeah.
None.
Okay, so gross zero, yeah. So I'm talking about gross zero. So if the country became completely clean.
That's gross.
Yeah, that's nasty. If the country became.
Is that what you like?
Ooh, that's nasty.
Maybe.
What's up, girl?
So if the country became 100% clean, the concern
Carbon
is
emissions
that
are so nasty. Nasty zero.
the concern is feckin'. The concern is that if China and India didn't follow suit and become cleaner themselves, we're just gonna ignore that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. The concern is that that it would almost not matter if the U.S. went completely.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter now.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that if they, I'm not saying they have to be clean tomorrow. I'm saying they should start making strides to become clean, because if they don't, nothing we do is going to matter. And that's part of my apathy with the whole environmentalist message currently in the U.S., where they're like, we're gonna die in 12 years if we don't do something. We're gonna die in 13 years if we do something.
I've heard this argument, and I actually particularly like this. If you're talking to like a really hardcore environmentalist,
Yeah.
How important is this issue from 0 to 10? Right?
Yeah.
If they're like, this is a fucking 10, which a lot of them are going to do because they're over dramatic.
Right.
They're like, this is a fucking 10. Like, we're going to die in like the next 10 years if blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, totally fine. Let's bomb India and China.
Yeah.
Why would
Are
we do
you
that?
okay? Are you okay with carpet bombing?
How is it not that
Indo-Asia
vital?
continent?
Right? Is it not that vital? Okay, no, it's not that vital. Right? It's not that serious.
So it's not a 10.
So it's not a 10.
Yeah.
Right? So calm it down. Bring the rhetoric down.
Okay.
Right? Because
so let's
we're gonna die in
invade
the
China
next
and
decade or
India
two-
and lower their emissions.
Exactly.
So it's not a 9. So it's not a 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you work them down and you make them realize that it's not that big a deal. Okay. That's pretty smart. I like that. I like that a lot. But what I was saying is for the future, for decades, for generations down the line, it is a concern. It's a genuine concern. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't be addressed. I'm just saying probably don't cripple our economy to address it right now, this second.
It's weird, the merger of environmentalism and anti-capitalism.
Yeah.
It's weird how often those two things intersect.
Is it weird?
I would say it is.
Is it weird?
From
a
you're
cynical point of view,
if you're trying to just be an environmentalist,
right?
It is weird.
That's the weird part. But if you're looking at it from a really cynical point of view,
it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense if a socialist if a person who wants to institute socialism is like, oh yeah, we have to destroy the capitalist economy because the capitalist economy ruins the environment.
Exactly.
That's how that has to go. And it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move on from this question.
Yeah.
We've been stuck on this question for a minute.
Exhausted,
So I put soft agree because I agree with the idea. Putting it into practice is a whole web of shit that you would have to get just right. So I'm going to put it matters very little because it's not employable at the moment. Gay equality is a sign of progress.
Sure, whatever. Suck dick, lick pussy. I don't care.
Soft agree, because I suppose.
Why would you not hard agree, you bigot?
Because I don't think it matters that much.
I grew up with this shit. I literally couldn't care less.
Yeah, I mean, I soft agree. because you should be able to get married.
You should also just be able to fuck who you want. I don't know why that's like that important.
The libertarian anthem, you should be able to live your life.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
With consenting adults.
And if that, two consenting adults should be able to live their life as they please.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't impact other people.
Yeah.
That's it. Mm-hmm. And that is a sign of progress. I believe so. Mm-hmm. I would say so.
Sure. We're not throwing them off of roofs, so that's pretty good.
That is better. That is definitely better.
Say so.
The state should be able to put it. Oh, hey, look, this is what we were talking about earlier. The state should be able to put a criminal to death if the crime was serious enough. I'm going to soft agree with that. She said because Jesus. I don't know.
Because Jesus.
Because Jesus was the gay thing. Why should two consenting adults not be able to?
I don't know how that relates to Jesus, but sure.
Well, because the religious fundamentalists were the ones that were against gay marriage in the beginning.
I would say that was the mainstream right that was against religious marriages. I don't think that was fundamentalist at all.
No, it was fundamentalist Christian. You still have a few of them pop up on college campuses every now and
then. Yeah, but
I
don't think they're fundamentalists. I don't think that they should be described as fundamentalists.
Okay, fundamentalists.
I think people
extremist might be a better word.
I don't know if you want to go along with that characterization.
What's that?
Sincerely, because I think if somebody's going to take I don't want to say this. I think if you're going to take religion seriously, right? I don't think that you can go along with gay marriage in any respect whatsoever. And so to say, oh well, it's just the extremists.
Yeah.
What I think, anyway, what I think you're saying is, or at least the message that you may be communicating to the left, is anybody that disagrees with this is a religious fundamentalist. When in fact, I would say it's the majority of people that take their religion seriously.
Okay, I'm not trying to say that everybody that disagrees with it is an extremist. I was just saying that the people you see on college campuses going there to tell all the gays. Are you saying
like Westboro Baptist people?
Yes, Westboro Baptist.
Okay, well those are those are religious extremists that just so happen to also be against. I don't think that those two things are.
But you see people go on to college campuses, go on to public domains, and just sit there telling gays they're going to burn in hell. Like their sole purpose for being there is to tell gays that they are terrible people because of their sexuality.
Yeah, those are extremists. But the people that are just politically passively...
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, okay. Yes. But I don't think that anybody would take it that way. Okay. I think the people that are politically and passively anti-gay marriage are just sort of pretty hardcore right-wingers. And I don't mean hardcore in that extremist. I mean they're hardcore... I mean the right wing on the majority of issues.
See, I genuinely believe the majority of the right wing is now okay with gays.
Okay, yes, but is that a good thing?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. But the reason that it might not be is because there is a term for it. It's like political shifting, right? Yeah. It's because the issue has been the drum has been beat for so long and so consistently and so loudly that eventually the just majority of the right were like, okay, I don't fucking care anymore, whatever.
Apathy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it was a mainstream right-wing position 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's not even true. Yeah. It was a mainstream centrist position 15 years ago that everybody could agree, practically everybody. Yeah. Like, no, probably homosexuals shouldn't get married.
Yeah.
Now, is that a good thing? It doesn't matter. That's not my point.
We just went through the question that we agreed it was progress that gay people could get married.
Yes. Okay. So my broader point is it a good thing that if you have the beating of the drum so consistently, so often, and so loudly, that anybody just changes their position on anything.
Political shifting. That's not great. I'm talking about this issue specifically. This issue, I think, had a good outcome, and I think. I think because.
So do you not view marriage as central to the church?
Marriage central to the church.
Because the way that I don't give a shit. I could not care less. But there are issues around the main issue that I do care about. Okay. Gay marriage, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But is it
Because when I hear right-wingers talk about gay marriage and the church and all of that, it's because marriage, apparently, I don't know the specific text, but was defined as between a man and a woman, right? That's the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're allowing men to get married with men and women to get married with women, then you're inherently subverting the church and Christianity and religion or Catholicism.
Okay.
You're inherently subverting that.
Okay.
So is that a good
that
thing?
should... Okay. No. But...
Or going around it. Maybe not subverting.
That has nothing to do with the state. And what I'm talking about is what the political whole question is about is to do things to do with the state.
Okay, so you don't believe that... Okay.
The state should not have... I think that there was a pretty good quote. I don't remember exactly what this statement was or where it came from, but I remember I liked it. It was something like... I think it was from the gay rights movement in Canada. Mm-hmm. It was like the Canadian government has no business in its citizens' bedroom. Mm. And I think that applies pretty much everywhere. Mm. The state doesn't... Fuck off.
Yeah.
The state has no business saying people should not.
So you're more libertarian as well.
I would say so.
I would say that's a libertarian. I would say that's not a right wing position. I would say that's a libertarian.
Oh,
position.
okay. Well, then that's then I am a libertarian on this issue.
Okay.
And then that's I always considered that conservative.
I would say the right wing, the quote unquote, the typical stereotypical right wing position on that. Would be, no, the state can regulate what you do in your bedroom.
I think that's foolish.
Okay.
I think that's especially foolish for a party that sells itself as the small government party. Mm. Because you want the government to be small in almost all aspects, but then you give the government access to one of the most intimate, private environments a person's life can have. Mm-hmm. That's incredibly foolish. That's incredibly... I find it incredibly hypocritical and oxymoronical to say, no, the government should fuck off except in one of the most intimate private sectors of your life. Yeah. Then the government can tell you what to do.
Well, also right-wingers would implement things like morality laws, right? Like the church law, the what is it? Well, you can't buy liquor on Sundays, right? Why do you think liquor stores aren't open on Sundays? It's not because they all just agreed, we're not going to be open. Why would they not want to sell liquor on Sundays?
Right.
It's because the government of Texas, the state government of Texas said, no, you're not allowed to serve. And that's a right-wing thing, right? Yeah. And so there are certain things. This is where I find it very interesting. There is a new generation of young right-wingers that got influenced by people like Ben Shapiro, where he is a libertarian right-winger. Yeah. Where he would take the position that you and I take, which is, no, I don't think that you have any business how gay people get married. Yeah. He might not personally support gay marriage, but as a policy standpoint, he couldn't give less of a shit. Meanwhile, you have people like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles who would say, no, the government does have business in your bedroom, and no, you're not allowed to get married if you're gay, right? Or you're not allowed to get married to another man or another woman if you happen to be same sex. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Those two generations of right wingers, I find the distinction between those two very interesting. Yeah. And I don't know why that happened. And I actually, if I were to guess, I would say it'd be social media or the popularization of those ideas of fuck off, leave me alone ideas.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you. It's just it's weird. It's that position is in
what position specifically?
The bedroom, the gay marriage thing, the idea that the state has any business in your bedroom, any business in your love life, any business telling you anything about that subject.
So sodomy laws.
Yeah, just anything like that. It just is really bizarre to me. To me, especially coming from a
small government,
an individual or a party that wants the government to be smaller, to have less power and less influence. That's really, really weird.
I'd agree with that. What's the next question?
Next question is, the military budget should be scaled back.
Okay, so I think you and I have talked about this before.
We skipped over the death penalty. We already discussed this.
Yeah, we already discussed that a lot. Okay. No, I think generally speaking, just to reiterate, I think generally speaking, for probably anything, I would say even a mass terrorist attack. If you're somehow caught alive, I rot in jail.
Yeah.
Rot in jail for the rest of your days.
Okay, fair enough.
What was that?
I can... what? Oh. They've put their business in abortions. Does that count as, like, bedroom?
Okay, we can... Hold on. We can agree that abortions count as the bedroom if we can also agree that stabbing somebody on the street counts as the bedroom.
Yeah, I don't...
I don't think that's the bedroom at all.
That's not the bedroom. It involves another person's life.
Yeah.
At least with the definition that we use. Mm-hmm. It involves another person's life being ended. That's if I murder somebody in my bedroom, the government has a job to do in my bedroom.
Yeah. I'm not cool. I'm not cool with people ending other people's lives for nothing, and I'm also not cool with the state ending other people's lives.
Yeah. So,
even with cause.
Yeah.
I'm really, really not comfortable with the idea that the state can find itself legal in ending your life for whatever. It's an
and that's a fair
idea.
Position. I just from a basic standpoint, I think there are laws or there are acts heinous enough to legitimize just erasing the person that committed them.
That's fair.
And I genuinely believe
I understand.
I've seen stories sometimes that circulate every once in a while. Every once in a while the internet finds like its vigilante champion that it'll put up there of like there was this one I read a few years back that was like a woman like tied a dude to a post and like whipped him and then burned him to death. And it was because he raped her two 4 and 6 year old daughters. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah, all right.
So my position on that would be something along the lines of, I get it. That's still not great. Because if you are to have a foundation of a justice system, there have to be certain lines where people aren't allowed to cross. That's fine. I didn't say that's your opinion and that's our opinion and that's okay.
I mean,
that's what it is. I don't think abortion. If you're going to use a constitutional argument, I don't think abortion is anywhere in the Constitution, other than ham-fisted in there by Roe v. Wade, which I think generally agreed, judicially a joke of a court case.
Yeah.
I think it's just an utter nonsense decision. But at the end of the day, whatever. It's in a disagreement. I
just don't. I mean, I'm not trying to.
We've talked about that ad nauseum.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude. I just at this point I'm so exhausted of the conversation. I don't understand.
I'm exhausted of you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Do better.
I have difficulty. Oh, bye.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, now I can talk.
Now the men are here.
At this point, I don't understand how you can logically disagree with the abortion discussion at this point.
The only disagreement that I can understand is... I was about to say something. Fucking never mind.
The only disagreement I can understand is if you haven't thought through the issue enough. Is if you haven't
just got fed a narrative and that's
if you just swallow the narrative wholesale and don't put any thought into it. And that's the only way that I can see you disagreeing with it without lying to yourself. It just doesn't. The amount of information that we have. This should be a really easy conversation.
Yeah.
And yet it's not. For some reason, there's this cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, a lot of it, I think, is moral and feelings. A lot of it. I don't even think that the right wing argues in terms of just pure facts.
No, absolutely not. No, the number. Oh my gosh, the emotional right wing arguments are as painful, if not more, to listen to than left wing ones. That's why I hate when right-wingers bring God into the discussion on
It's
politics.
a nonsense. It's a nonsense tactic
it's
because
just
it's as if you're speaking French.
It's so exhausting.
Yeah.
It's just stop. You don't need to do that if you have a good argument.
Yeah.
If you just like liberals don't need to fall back on racism or sexism or you just want to control women's bodies.
Yeah.
If you had a good reason for why abortion was a good for women or for anybody, you wouldn't need to fall back on that. But you don't, so you do. It's the same thing that I feel about when right-wingers bring up God. It's like, just argue the point.
Yeah.
Just argue the position. It is a policy discussion, or at the very least, it should be. Any politics discussion should be a policy discussion.
Yeah.
It's the word. Yeah. It's what the word is. We should be discussing what the policy should be, not what God, in His infinite wisdom, might do if we could listen to Him directly, which we can't.
Yeah.
This is within a round table of 6 people that probably have very different definitions of who God is. It is a pointless thing to bring up. It is not conducive to the conversation at all, and it's just yeah. Anyway,
No, I agree.
I forget how we got on this non sequitur.
It was about killing people.
Yes.
So,
okay,
what is the minimum crime that you think the state should have the power to kill you over?
Minimum crime, I would say repetitious murder.
Okay, so a serial killer.
Serial killer, yes.
How many? 2?
2 or more, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I hesitate to say on a single murder. Just because of the number.
Just because, like, I get it.
Because I understand. Like, there's some.
Some people suck.
Some people.
Just fucking kill them.
Everybody gets a free murder. I feel like,
Break over dictator. Everybody gets 1. You get 1.
You get 1 murder ticket.
God so help you if you take a second.
No, because I feel
you
like
said repetitious.
No. Because repetitious murder to me insinuates that there's something really, really wrong with you. Murder itself can be a crime of passion, or it can be a crime of the moment, or it can be, in certain circumstances, it can be mostly an accident, or it can be it can be capitalizing on an accident.
Wait, what?
Murder in the 2nd degree or murder in the 3rd degree. Just capitalizing on the situation, or things like that.
Okay, so, we talked about this before, what the difference between 3rd degree and manslaughter is.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what the difference is.
I can't remember what it... I believe it's just state to state. I think some states have murder...
Michigan, I believe, has... I believe Michigan has no 3rd degree.
Yeah, I believe we looked it up. I believe they hold basically the same standard. They're just different terms. Different state, like some states have murder in the 3rd degree, some states have manslaughter.
Or it could have also just been a negligence thing.
It could be.
Because, manslaughter was you were doing everything fine, you just happened to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Which is manslaughter.
Yeah, exactly.
But then 3rd degree is like you're speeding and you kill somebody.
Yeah, so you had the opportunity to not do the thing that killed somebody, and you did it anyways.
Yeah,
yeah.
I believe that's what it is. And then 2nd degree is like you're throwing rocks off an underpassage, and that's how you kill somebody.
Yeah,
that's like what's like a cold heart murder or something like that. Like you were intending to hurt somebody and then you killed them.
Yeah,
and then 1st degree is obviously that you planned it out and all that shit.
There's one between 1st and 2nd, isn't there? There's one where like you weren't planning to murder anybody until a situation arose where you could, and then you did. I'm pretty sure there's I'm pretty sure there's like you didn't plan it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I don't know if it's in between. That might just
like
be
it's like
degree.
I think that is like a subset of 2nd degree. Yeah, because it's like you didn't plan to shove your bus in front of that train, but you happened to see him next to you at the station, and the train was there. Yeah. So you did it. So it's like it's not murder in the 1st degree. Yeah, it's not murder in the 1st degree,
but intentional.
Yes, exactly. So And it just the number of videos, horror stories you've shown me of like people that were convicted of murder that end up not being being the guy.
Yeah.
I would say probably the level of evidence to convict a serial killer is probably a bit higher.
Yeah.
So I'd be more comfortable
like
with
a Ted Bundy
setting,
character.
Yeah, so I'd be more comfortable setting that as the standard. That's why I say repetitious murder, because crimes and passion and the chance of I almost said diagnosed, misattributed. Yeah.
If O.J. Simpson were convicted of the double homicide, would that be death penalty?
No, because what I'm saying by repetitious is on multiple occasions.
Oh, okay. I was talking about bodies.
I'm saying occasions.
Okay.
I'm saying you killed once and you did it again. That shows a pattern. That shows there's something really wrong with you. That shows that you're not a normal person that just in the heat of the moment did a thing. You are psychotic.
Okay. What's the next question? Is about military, right?
Military budget should be scaled back. I'm gonna put neutral. I think this does matter a bit. I'm gonna put neutral just because we spend a lot on the military.
I think we spend more than like the three next people combined.
We spend a lot.
It's
on the military.
A lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I think we could agree it's kind of a lot.
However, that being said, there's a part of me that's pretty sure that China would probably invade us if we spent less.
How much less?
I don't know. I don't know. That's what scares me. So that's why I'm putting neutral, because I don't know how much of that budget actually contributes to our enemies not wanting to fuck with us.
So I've thought about this a little bit, and I think I think we've talked about the degree to which somebody cares about something matters, right? Mm-hmm. So I'll tie it back. Give me a second.
Okay.
Religious leaders that touch little kids, do they believe in God?
You'd have to ask them.
That's a good question, right?
Yeah.
Because hypothetically they would, but then they do something that obviously would be an affront to God and would hopefully land them in hell.
Yep.
So do they believe it in name only, so to speak, or do they just, it's a sort of a quote unquote like a crime of passion, but it's like sexually?
See, I don't believe it can be, at least in the majority of those cases, I don't believe it can be a crime of passion, because they once again, we go back to the repetitious thing. That's how I establish. That's not a one and done, you did it in the moment thing. But
if you're touching kids, like you know that's wrong. You know that people, not only is that wrong, but people are going to look at you like a completely different person.
Yeah.
And also you're like a religious leader.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're going to burn in hell.
But it also matters whether or not that they lived their entire life up as an act just to get to that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So
see, I don't know if I would believe that they lived their entire life just to get to that point. I think maybe it has something more to do with a position of power. Once they eventually get into that position of power, the corruption that inherently brings. There's something. We've seen this throughout history. There is something intoxicating about a person holding influence over other human beings, having their full confidence, that makes them go a little nuts. And I'm not trying to, I don't want this to get misconstrued as the Catholic defending the pedo priests. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Those people are horrific monsters.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, historically speaking, we know this happens. We know why this happens. It's just not good.
You know what really sucks?
Not good. Pedophile priests.
Pedophilia really sucks.
Yeah, that's not great.
I'm gonna controversial stance.
Controversial stance.
Pedophile not great.
Not great.
I said the pedophile thing, and then I said I'm gonna tie it back, and I forgot what I was gonna tie it back to. I swear to God. So this was my larger point on the budget. That's how tired I am. So my larger point on the budget is
Yeah.
that generally... Oh, this is what I was going to tie back to.
Yeah.
The budget.
Yes.
So I care about the budget.
Yes.
We can't spend all of this money forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's
To
untenable.
to what degree do Republicans actually care about the budget? Because they keep spending money.
Right.
So that's what I was going to tie it back to.
Okay.
Priests say that they believe in God, but then they touch kids. Republicans
Okay.
say that they believe in the budget, and then
Right.
they increase the military
Increase the
spending
military
by
spending.
hundreds of billions or
God.
whatever.
Okay. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
That
yeah,
was what I was going to
okay.
tie it back to.
I would point to motive for this case. If the Republican can point you to a reason, a legitimate current reason to increase the budget, and I'm not talking about China.
You mean increase the deficit?
No. Increase the military budget.
Okay.
Specifically the military budget.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about China as like a phantom threat.
China?
China. Trump really liked saying China.
He did.
I liked hearing him say it. I liked hearing him say China.
virus? I said it before. China virus was my cocaine.
Oh,
Easy.
good. It's so good.
It's China then?
The China.
The Chinese. All right.
ASMR Trump China.
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
Oh God.
I
Yes.
fall asleep so.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like China as like a phantom threat. I'm saying the Republican is like, well, we had a Chinese destroyer off the coast of Hawaii last week, and they almost came within range of our missile system. They seem to be scouting the waters. That's not great. We need to send a message. You know what? You know what? I'm on. I'm in.
So even then, why increase the budget?
Okay. Increase.
Why
Okay.
not just keep it where
Keep
it's
it the
at? 'Cause
same.
we're
Okay.
already double what they have.
Right.
More than double what they have.
True, but their standing military is double what ours is. So they don't spend the same.
If their standing military is equipped with slingshots.
But it's not equipped with slingshots.
No, I know,
and
but
you and me of all people who believe in the Second Amendment as a deterrent for government tyranny, we're well aware that a 9mm in enough farmers' hands makes a world of difference. So
It's like grunts in Halo. If there's
exactly. If there's enough of them, it doesn't matter that they're carrying dinky little plasma pistols. They're going to kill you.
Yeah.
So that's my point, is that the military spending, I believe, is typically a deterrent against a higher population of anti-American enemies that could be out there. And that's we spend a lot. We might spend
It's
too
something
much.
like $725 billion.
We might spend too much.
Maybe.
But the issue is that as soon as something does go down, we're not spending enough.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That's the problem. That's the problem is that as soon as something does happen, that budget is no longer good enough. Like the ludicrous amount that we're spending is not enough. And that's the fear, I think. That's the anxiety of being one of the premier world superpowers, is that there are plenty of people that
You have a lot of enemies.
You have a lot of enemies. We have a lot of people that would love to see America topple.
What is there's a phrase? You never want to be the emperor of Rome. You want to be the second in command.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a good one. We're currently the emperor.
Yeah.
And it's not a good place.
Yeah.
We're on a pedestal. There's knives everywhere. It's not great. It's not a great scenario. So the military budget is in general a deterrent against foreign threats. As for the question about Republicans and raising the thing, if the Republican can't point you to a specific reason why they would vote to increase the spending, I would genuinely question their reasoning. I would genuinely question whether they believe in small government. I would genuinely question whether they believe in less spending, or if that's just all party lines that they're towing.
I think most of them, just to put it out, I think the far majority are just
towing the party line. Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that. If they can point you to a specific reason why they would vote to increase the spending, I would push them on why just keeping it the same isn't enough. I would do what you asked earlier. I would say, well, why isn't it just enough to keep our spending where it is? Because we spend a lot. So I think spending more on the military budget is probably something that the two of us kind of agree with in our ambiguity. and disagree with the majority of Republicans.
I like that we're spending more than anybody. The degree to which we're spending more than anybody might be a bit much.
Might be. Yeah.
My position on the military budget as of right now, anyway, is probably just keep it at inflation.
Yes.
Whatever the
keep it
inflation
at
rate,
inflation. I was gonna say
golden.
The
right
increases might also be to combat inflation. And if that's the case, I would be perfectly fine with like a permanent bill or something put through Congress that is designed to be permanent that just says the military budget will be sealed at the current level at inflation. Whatever level the U.S. dollar is at, the military budget will be.
You'd have to put it. Hold on. You'd have to put a stop at some point in there because at some point
you would have to put it up for renewal at some point. At some point, the bill. So if you put it like a 15-year bill. Is what I'm saying. Like, if you put a 15, a 20-year bill, and you were like, the military budget will be held at its current level, at inflation, adjusted for inflation, for the next 20 years, except in the cases of a national emergency, as determined by the sitting president. And I would say that is the standard that
That's
I would
probably
like
not
to see.
a bad standard to have something
because
like that.
if the commander in chief said, "Hey, China is literally invading the eastern seaboard.
They're on the coast.
They're landing ships. I need more tanks."
Yeah.
Then I'd be 100% with a temporary boost of like you could have a escalation clause in the bill. You could be like at the behest of the commander in chief, the military budget can be instantaneously doubled if there is a cause. If there
double
is
a lot, but double might be what we need.
That's what I'm saying. Is that it's only in the cases of those huge emergencies. So. The military budget can be doubled in the case of a necessary emergency at the behest of the current commander-in-chief. You put something like that in, I'm golden. Shove that shit through Congress, do it.
What's the next question?
Next question is, economic competition results in innumerable innovations that improve all of our lives. It's just an objective
I feel like
truth.
How do you disagree with that?
If you're a socialist. That's I mean, wait, that's true. You have to disagree with that if you're a socialist, because you can't agree with that, or you're admitting that there are good things that come from communism.
Profit motive is the thing that has kept us going for potentially tens of thousands of years.
Yeah,
profit motive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that if we engage in this trade, you and I will both profit.
Yes, profit motive is the. What was it? Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
That's not true. Profit motive is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
Necessity is the mother of profit motive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all downstream.
It's all downstream. Profit motive serves a purpose to get people what they need.
This next question is a fun one as well.
Okay. It is not our place to condemn other cultures as backwards or barbaric. Fuck you. Some cultures are backwards and barbaric. I'm sorry. Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Are you gonna condemn them for throwing gays off buildings?
Let me take a controversial shot. Was the antebellum South not backwards or barbaric in any way? I'm sorry, the person who says strongly agree to this question, the person who answers strongly agree, it is not our place to condemn other cultures as backwards or barbaric. You're going to look me in the eye? You're going to tell me the antebellum South should be respected as any country. Their culture was perfectly healthy, I'll have you know. Are you serious? Are you kidding?
Just so everybody is aware, I'm cool to move on.
And if your answer is no because that happened in the past, what kind of standard is that where you can criticize previous cultures?
It's probably not a great standard.
But current ones are off limits. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That would be a horribly dumb standard.
You also have to decide if that was your standard, how far in the past is okay.
How far is the past? Yeah, okay, it's been 10 minutes.
Criticize from yesterday?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, it's a year
a
cool?
month? A
How
year?
about 10 years?
10 years.
How many, can we criticize the culture that attacked us on 9/11? Is that okay? Oh no, that's too far.
No, that's too far. That's too far back. It hasn't been long enough.
Yeah.
But hey, what is the standard? There's no standard you can make on this where it makes sense.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
What's the next question?
Put that matters a lot. It doesn't matter a lot, but it is stupid. When one group is slaughtering another group somewhere in the world, we have a responsibility to intervene.
So this is the world police theory.
This is the one we disagree on.
Probably.
Because you're very isolationist.
Yeah.
You're very we should keep to our own. You're very we should bother with ourselves.
Yeah. Well, that being said, there are certain situations in which case I'm like, yeah, like probably like the Holocaust.
Yeah.
If we found out because you can't, again, this is the interesting thing about history.
Yeah.
You never realize that you're living in history until it's history.
Right? Yeah.
So at the time, there was big questions as to whether or not what was going on in Germany was actually going on and whether or not it was just Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
That was a big question.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I've read, dude, some of the, if anybody is actually listening to this at any point, and if you have the opportunity, look up and read some of the reports from soldiers that landed in Germany and saw the concentration camps for the first time. The reports, they're incredulous.
Really?
They're like, holy shit, it's real. Like there are like letters back home and like reports to superior officers and stuff. They're soldiers. And they're like, guys, it's real. They weren't kidding. They weren't exaggerating. This is horrific. This is disgusting. It's a nightmare here, and it's just you can feel the terror in these words of these soldiers that roll up into this place, half expecting them to be just POW camps.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're concentration camps, and they are disturbing as hell.
Yeah. I have not read those accounts, but I'm shocked that I haven't. But I would be definitely. That's a weird thing to say that I'm looking forward to. But I would definitely want to get my eyeballs on those.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you were in a position where you found 100% without a doubt that was going on, I would have no problem with it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Especially if we had the firepower that we have now, or that we had then.
Yeah.
But yes, we do differ on that. Generally speaking, I don't want to get the military involved unless it is the most radical of situations.
So my position on it is twofold. One is just on a moral status. I believe that if genocide is occurring anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world, Armenia. Yes. Genocide, if genocide is taking place, I think it is callous and horrific to just say it's somebody else's thing to deal with. And whether that comes with a full-scale invasion, a full-scale military intervention, or if it just comes in the form of humanitarian aid to get the assaulted group out of that situation, and to maybe a neighboring country that is less hostile. Whatever form that takes, I'm game. But I think just ignoring it and saying it's not our problem is a horrific stance to take as a country. Secondfold is this is the world police theory. And at this point, I think we're too far to back out.
I would agree with that.
That's my second part of. I think we are too entrenched as the world police to not continue to be so, because if we back out now, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, that is our fault.
And that is our fault. That is our fault.
We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan in the first place.
Yes.
Well, we shouldn't have stayed.
Yes.
We shouldn't have been there in the first place. But now that we were there, the fact that we left is entirely our fault.
The fact that we left and the fact that we left the way that we did is entirely on us. The chaos that is taking place in that country is entirely on us.
Yeah. It's a vacuum.
Absolutely. It's a power vacuum.
Yeah.
If we stop patrolling our navies, if our navies stop patrolling, it's gonna be nuts. Yeah. It's gonna be chaos. Yeah. The second the U.S. leaves Japanese, Chinese water, ocean space,
South China Sea.
Yeah, the South China.
China Sea.
The second the U.S. doesn't have a presence in the South China Sea, Taiwan is fucking gone.
It's also why we can't leave South Korea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, South Korea is also in danger if the U.S. pulls out.
Yeah.
But Taiwan, gone, erased off the map. It'll be South China.
Yeah.
It'll be a South
Instead
China.
of West Taiwan.
Yeah, Taiwan won't exist. It barely exists
West Taiwan
now.
is China, by the way.
Yeah.
Actually. Very, very few circumstances, but there are obviously some.
Yeah. But so the too far gone part is the majority, honestly, because I don't love. I'm kind of a hesitant interventionist.
What do you think about the Uyghurs then?
Refreshing my memory because
basically Muslim group in China.
Okay.
The Muslim race of people in China.
Okay.
That's as far as I've been told.
Yes.
As far as I've been told.
That's
as far as I know.
Yeah.
It's basically a Holocaust situation.
Yeah, and that's
like train cars and everything.
Yeah, and that's.
But it's China.
Really, really bad.
Yeah.
That's really bad, and I do want us to do something about it. Again, I don't know what form that takes. Because at the current status, attempting anything close to direct intervention to solve that would be igniting World War III. There's not even a question about that.
Do you think that's what people thought in World War II, then?
Not at the point that America entered the war, because World War II was already happening.
Well, no, I'm talking about people like Chamberlain.
People like
Because, fun fact, did you know, in his entire life, Churchill never met Hitler. Never met any high German officer either. Chamberlain met him many, many, many times, and there are writings of Chamberlain.
Wait, who never met him? Sorry, I lost the first part.
Churchill.
Okay, Churchill. Okay.
Churchill never met Hitler. Never met any of the high-ranking military German officers in the Nazi German or German. Nazi Germany government.
Right.
Never.
Yeah.
And you find writings of Chamberlain's whenever he would go to Nazi Germany and visit with Hitler and come back.
Yeah.
He would have, because Hitler was such a charming and charismatic guy, he would, there's no way that Adolf Hitler has no wish
issue with the Jews.
Well, not only that, but it has no want for further territory in the world. It has no plans for any of the things that we're accusing him of.
No power hunger whatsoever.
But Churchill, having never met him, knew immediately, no, this guy wants to conquer all of Europe at a minimum.
Yeah.
At a minimum.
Yeah.
Africa, Asia, everywhere. He wants to take him over.
Churchill would say how he knew?
Because of how keen his character assessment was. Because of how good, generally speaking, people are at detecting what other people want to do without having met them, right? So, like, you've never met Obama, right? You've never met, there are plenty of politicians you've never met, but you can probably tell what their goals are, right?
Yeah.
But whenever
except
you meet
in the
them
case of Joe Biden.
Whenever you meet them in person, then you sort of get clouded by their charisma.
Well, yeah, because in person, they're trying to make you like them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's politician. It's a politician.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you I believe what gave it away was literally just the fact that Churchill read Mein Kampf. Churchill read the writings of Hitler, and it was like, he's literally telling you.
Are you telling me that Chamberlain didn't read Mein Kampf?
Think about this, right? If you had somebody's autobiography, if you had the choice, like, how would you get to know somebody better? Sitting down for X amount of hours and talking with them, or reading literally just the words that they wrote? Okay. I think most people would say, of course I'd want to sit down. Most
people would sit down.
It's actually the wrong answer.
Right, that is, okay, but I probably would pick that as well. Yeah.
As would I, just so we're clear.
But I don't think it's an either or, and I think if you're trying to assess somebody, I'm just pointing out how stupid Chamberlain is.
Yes. 100%.
Because if you're trying to assess,
I think he basically just thought it was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny.
Which is really stupid.
Yeah. By the way, this was Malcolm Gladwell. If you want to look it up and double check what I'm talking about. Okay. This is all Malcolm Gladwell's work on personality and people, how they judge other people, character assessment, charisma, all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that's where you
So where did we get with this?
That was
if I'd invade. So you're asking me if Chamberlain felt like this at the time.
Because I can imagine that with Britain's military assuredly was about the same size as, if not smaller than the Nazi military. Would we feel the same way? Or are we feeling the exact same way that they felt then, right? Well, I don't want to do anything with the Jews because that could start a second great war, right? It could be literally the exact same feeling.
Yeah, that's fair.
Again,
that's fair.
You don't, and again, obviously, I'm not trying to tell you anything you don't already know.
Yeah,
you don't know you're living
just,
through history until you've lived through it.
That's very true, and that's a really disturbing thought.
It's one of my favorite The Office quotes, but sort of turned on its head. Andy, near the end of the series, says something like, "I wish there was a way that we could know we were in the good old days before we were out of them."
Oh.
I know, it's like the sweetest thing in the world, but then I think about that in history. And
that's really sad, too.
It's really sad. I wish there was a way to know that we were living through a major historical moment before we've lived entirely through it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So are we in the period, are we in 1935 right now?
We might be.
I would say it's highly likely that we are.
Yeah, it's with the way things are ramping up. I'd say we probably could be.
Or are we in 1855? Are we about to have a civil war?
Yeah.
Right? That's the other thing. There's a lot of historical places that we could be in that are highly scarily similar.
Yeah.
It's a fun ride.
we could be even further back. I don't have one to pop up, but I'm almost certain it's happened in world history. My biggest concern, honestly, is a civil war starting and China invading to end it.
I've thought about that a little bit. Mm-hmm. I don't know to what degree the two sides couldn't come together and be like, "Hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," right?
Yes, I'm sure they
and just say, "Hey, there's a bigger fish to fry."
Yes, and I'm sure they could. It still doesn't make me crazy about the prospect.
100%. Yeah, I agree. What's that?
I am glad that like now everybody is waking up and being like, oh, China's a problem. I do enjoy that because like
it's also our fault. We opened them up.
Yeah.
Which is kind of.
It's just it was just frustrating the last few years because I get that it was the disagree with anything Trump says with impetus, but. It is nice now that he's out of office. We're allowed to say the things that he was saying, and say them, and because they were true.
Yeah.
But he was like, China's a problem.
Yeah,
China's an issue.
Not even the Wu flu, but like their military. Have you seen them?
Their military, their economy.
I went to China and said, looked around. They said, "Wow, there's so many goods," and I said, "Oh my God, there's so many goods." I wasn't expecting.
Okay. Number 46. We'd be better off if we could just lock up some of the people expressing radical political views and keep them away from society.
That's kind of funny. So this is the weird thing, right? In my bones, I want to be like, you know what? If critical race theorists just kind of shut the fuck up, maybe we would be better off. But at the same point, you can't sacrifice that value.
Yes, it goes back to like your opinion on the death penalty. There should be a line that we do not cross. Always. It's with freedom of expression.
Freedom of expression and freedom of speech.
Freedom of expression, freedom of speech have to be absolute. They have to be, because if they're not absolute, then they are nothing.
Yeah.
And it is tempting. It's tempting to look at some of the crazy shit.
It's viscerally tempting.
It's horribly tempting to look at some of the crazy shit that comes from anybody and be like, society would be better off without you.
Yeah.
I want to throw you in a hole and lock away the key.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that. You cannot allow that. And that's why as disgusting as it is, I will advocate for Nazis to be able to speak. I will advocate for actual racists
even
to have
Know
platforms.
that every charlatan in a 20-mile radius will say you're defending that person's views, and it's like,
no. I am defending. I hate their views with every fiber of my being.
Yeah.
Every fiber of my being, every cell in my body despises what this person is saying. However, they need to have the right to say it. Because if they don't have the right to say it, then none of us have the right to say anything.
Yeah. The government should not have the power to limit what you have to say.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the hell you're saying.
There are some circumstances in which you shouldn't even give an inch.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, that is the hill.
Yeah.
That is the hill.
Yeah.
There are no other hills.
There are some hills that are just worth dying on.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is absolutely one of them.
What's the next question?
All right, next question. Unrestrained capitalism cannot last, as wealth and power will concentrate to a small elite.
We talked about this. This is my exact point. I would personally strongly agree.
I'm gonna soft agree with it because I have my whole as long as the government institutes anti-monopoly, I don't think this becomes a problem.
I think this has nothing to do with monopoly.
I think this absolutely does have to do with monopoly.
No, because you can have enough companies with enough CEOs or owners or whatever, where there are plenty of other choices, right? Procter and Gamble.
Okay.
A lot of this shit just in this house probably is made by Procter and Gamble.
Okay.
And so Cheetos and Doritos. Most people might not even think about it. Cheetos and Doritos are owned by the same company.
Really?
Right?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So and I believe it's Cheetos and Doritos. It could be two different brands.
Yeah.
The basic idea is the same.
Right.
As much competition as you think they are, they lead to the same point. Right. And so you only have to own a handful of companies. Or not, sorry. You only have to have a handful of companies. Not that you have to own a handful. You only have to have a handful of companies present to where there is the illusion of competition. And maybe there is even competition, like actual competition.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, all the money goes to the same company. And of course, through that to the same people.
Okay.
Now, again, I don't want it to be misconstrued that I'm saying capitalism is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Capitalism is the worst system we have, except for all the other ones.
Yeah.
Right? and so, but the problem of wealth gravitating towards the top is probably inescapable.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is probably inescapable. And when you have so much money at the top that
okay.
and I'm not afraid of money at the top.
Yeah.
My actual being afraid is when there is no money and everybody at the bottom, because then they will just flip, as I keep saying, they will flip
revolution.
the board.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not just capitalism; it's every system we've had so far.
Yeah. This is not a unique capitalism problem.
I just wanted to point that out because it talks about unrestrained capitalism in the question itself, and that's the topic. But it's an inherent problem to every system we've thought up so far. Like, every system, even the ones that are designed to redistribute wealth, as soon as that wealth gets to the people in charge, it stays there.
Yeah.
That's how it functions.
Yeah.
Wealth flows to the top. That's just how it works.
Not that that's inherently bad.
Not that that's inherently bad, or that that's inherently good.
Yeah.
It just is the way that it is.
Yeah, it's like whether or not gravity is good or bad. It just is.
Like people fall to their deaths.
Yeah.
But it also keeps us anchored, so we can do things. Like it's not inherently good nor inherently bad. It just is the way it is, and we have to live with it.
Yeah. And we have to understand the consequences of it.
Yes, exactly.
Right? So you can fight against it like something like a plane.
Yeah.
Right? Fighting against gravity has been sort of a
marker of progress.
Yeah, marker of progress for mankind. Yeah. And so even though gravity is what it is and it's unchangeable, the fighting against it can sometimes be a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? And I have a very similar feeling anyway towards the sort of gravitational pull for wealth to the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next question. It is a problem when young people display a lack of respect for authority.
I would say it's actually the exact opposite. I think pretty much all authority should be questioned.
Yes,
until it proves its own worth.
Yes, authority. Okay, the thing about authority, the thing about authority and respect are the same thing. You have to earn them.
Yes.
They're not given.
Yeah.
They are not given. They are earned.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's the thing I'm getting really spooked with Washington right now. Everybody in Washington right now thinks that that respect and authority has been bequeathed upon them.
Or just an obligation.
Yeah, or just an obligation because they were voted in.
Yeah.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You earn your authority. You earn me respecting you.
Yeah.
And for a lot of young people, they don't feel like you've earned their respect.
Yeah.
And that's on you.
Yeah.
That's on the people in power.
Yeah.
That's not on them.
Yeah.
So I am going to put strongly disagree, and I do think that is an important issue. So I'm going to do a little more important. When corporate interests become too powerful, the state should take action to ensure the public interest is served.
As much as I do not like when the state takes any action ever.
Yeah, I'm going to agree strongly because that literally goes back to the monopoly thing. That's one of my few things that I truly believe the state should step in on is when a corporate interest becomes too powerful. The state's job is to make sure the corporate interest is not screwing over the public.
My forever example goes back to 2008.
Yeah.
The reason that 2008 happened is because corporate interest took too much control.
Yeah, there you are. There, we have examples all over American history of corporate interests becoming too powerful.
And I say this as what someone would consider easily a right winger.
Yeah,
sometimes again, there becomes a point where I view corporations and governments as basically the exact
basically the same. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but I believe that there.
I would.
I heard you. You did. I have a different cross point. I think there is a point where a private entity gets so big that it has to be considered as somewhat of a public environment.
Okay.
In somewhat of a public view.
So like Twitter.
Like Facebook. These are private entities, sure.
Yeah.
But they're so stupidly big, you can't not consider them with the public in mind.
Like imagine if all phones went through AT&T.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the nightmare that you would have to consider some regulation?
Yeah.
Otherwise, AT&T could do any number of things.
Or all banks other than Wells Fargo went out of business.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah. The number of things, the number of morally suspect things that a company can do when it gets that big have to be monitored. They have to be watched over and they have to be limited.
Yeah.
So I believe it's a question of size. For me,
size and market share.
Size and market share. When a company becomes big enough to where its influence rivals that of the federal government, we have a problem.
Yeah.
We have a problem, and it should probably be regulated. How important is that? That's pretty important. It's a little important. Very few of these have been like on the little important side.
There have been a couple.
There have been a couple, but not many. A person's morality is of the most personal nature, therefore government should have no involvement in moral questions or promote moral behaviors. Okay.
So this is a good question. So I think at the end of the day, this is referring to something like a smoking tax.
Yes.
Right? Or a cigarette tax.
Okay.
Or an alcohol tax. Or even if you have electric vehicles available, a gasoline tax.
Okay.
I think those are all moral questions. And the last one might be environmental ones.
So for me, this is difficult because...
Should prostitution be illegal?
Should prostitution be legal?
That's a moral question. I don't think that has almost anything to do with public health. Obviously, the environment. There are so many things that has nothing to do with.
Right.
It's a morality question.
Right.
Should you be able to sell your body?
Right. That's a question I'm not going to get into while this is but my sticking point for this question is the promote moral behaviors part. I actually think the government should be able to promote moral behavior.
You're drawing a line between immoral behavior.
Yes, I'm drawing a line between
moral
yes,
behavior.
Exactly. The line between
so like giving
punishing,
married couples a tax break.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
So promoting marriage, promoting child rearing, promoting like if you have promoting clean environmentalism, like if you have tax breaks if you have solar panels, something like that. Like things like that are promoting being good people, promoting moral behaviors that we know make you happier, make the surrounding area better, that bring boons to you, your family, and the government. I think there's no problem with the government promoting moral behaviors. I have a problem with the government punishing immoral behaviors.
Okay.
Immoral behaviors that are not illegal.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like what immoral behavior?
Like you were talking about the smoking tax.
Okay.
I think that's silly. If you as a legal adult know that smoking is stupid and you're gonna get cancer and die, and you choose to do it anyway, that's on you. That is a personal decision that you have made, and the government has no business to be in it.
That's interesting.
I mean, if they can find some way to incentivize not smoking, then that's great. That'd be fantastic.
A clean lungs tax break.
Dude. I'm not looking good for that tax break.
No, apparently not.
God.
Asthma-ridden cretin.
But yes, I mean, stuff like that. I find a distinction between those two things. So I'm finding it difficult to answer this one.
You might just go for a light disagree, because, yeah, my brain is running on about one cylinder. I'll be honest.
Fair enough. We're almost to the end.
We are.
It's okay.
Jesus Christ, I hope so.
Let's see. I'm gonna go with a soft agree.
Okay.
Because it makes mention of promoting moral behaviors, but doesn't mention punishing immoral behaviors. So they seem to be talking specifically.
You said it should have no involvement. You said it should have. It says no involvement. You said
yes. It says no Oh right. Okay. Right. Soft disagree. I'm not running on full cylinders myself. The state should not set a minimum wage. I'm gonna soft agree with this because because I know your position.
Oh, you do.
I know your position from a few years ago, so maybe you've changed.
I have not actually.
Okay.
Broadly speaking, I have not changed.
So no, I just I've seen plenty of arguments, and I tend to think they're pretty solid, that without the minimum wage, wages would actually increase because of competition, because of open competition. And companies...
I don't know exactly why wages would go up. I know the wages that people don't have at all, those would go up.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would...
No, because basically, what one of the arguments I saw was that basically companies feel comfortable just offering the minimum wage because they don't have to offer anything else. So there's no negotiating power for entry level positions. You're gonna get the minimum wage.
I don't know if that's true.
What do you mean?
So my first. Okay, what was your first job?
My first job was NRH2O.
How much you make?
I made minimum wage.
$7.25?
Yeah.
Loser. No, my first job was at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And I started making $8.
Okay.
Which was obviously above minimum wage.
Yes.
And I think the reason that was is because the people that were running at Chick-fil-A knew that I could go elsewhere if I wanted to. Mm-hmm. And I had, I think, a pretty great application, and I was a pretty great candidate.
Yeah.
And so they knew, and by the way, I knew people that were making $7.25, $7.50 at that job.
Yeah.
Right? And so maybe that's just me, maybe. But I think that I brought something to the table, and they knew that, and so they wanted to pay me to go to the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And so I think for even entry-level positions, I'm not so certain about jobs that literally are valued at less than $7.25. I don't know what exactly you do there with the minimum wage.
Okay.
But starting off, I got paid more than minimum wage.
Okay. So give me your pitch for no minimum wage, because I'm a little rusty on this subject.
You should be able to pay people what you want to pay them, and the government has no business telling you that you have to pay them a minimum amount. Because let's say that you want to hire me to do a job.
This goes back to consent.
Let's
this goes
say
back
that
to the
you wanna
consent
hire me to
conversation.
do a job. Let's say I'm stacking boxes on a shelf, and for whatever reason, that job, you cannot pay them more than $5 an hour, or you can't pay me more than $5 an hour, or you're losing money.
Yeah.
right? And so the choice is either we have a minimum wage and I don't have a job,
Yeah.
or we have no minimum wage and I have $5 an hour.
Yeah.
There's objectively, one is better than the other.
Yeah.
I'm either making no money or I'm making a little money, and I
Yeah.
also happen to be getting experience.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing anywhere that says that now I am making $5 an hour, I'm going to stay at $5 an hour. What is stopping me from becoming a box stacking shelf manager and now I'm making 10,
Yeah.
right, in
Yeah.
a year? Or fucking
Yeah.
put your scenario, right?
Yeah.
Relatively quickly, I was making 9.
Yeah.
I went from 8 to 9. Now,
Yeah.
a lot happened in between that,
Yeah,
but
I mean, same here. I went up.
Yeah,
They had year-on-year increases for returning employees. So.
yeah, exactly. And so my argument would be at fundamentally, more people would have jobs.
Yeah.
Because and again, a lot of people don't like to admit this. It's an uncomfortable thing to say.
Yeah.
Some people's labor isn't worth $7.25.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Make your labor worth more than $7.25.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah.
I hate having to say this, but this is my genuine feelings.
Yeah.
I don't know how to communicate to somebody who's worth less than $7.25 an hour, whose skills, whose labor is worth less than $7.25 an hour, as somebody who started off making 8. I don't know what to tell you. How are you not making?
Who started off at 8 at like 16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. How are your skills that useless?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Earn some skills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you're a child.
Yeah.
And you are only worth $7.25 an hour.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Welcome
Which
to
I started working at 15. So the first year I was legally capable of working at NRH2O. So they were like, "You're 15.
Yeah.
You take the money we're gonna give you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, if for whatever reason at 15 you were like, I think I'm worth $7.40 an hour,
Yeah.
and you went to the Sonic and they were like, yeah, we'll pay you $7.40 to flip burgers,
Yeah.
and you were like, actually, I think I'm worth $7.45, and you went to the Wendy's and the Wendy's was like, yeah, we'll pay you $7.45, and then you just why the fuck
Yeah.
shop around?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't. As
So,
somebody who obviously I've thought a lot about this. I don't fucking get it. I understand the emotions behind. Well, people, you can't say that somebody's worth less than X amount.
No, I can't actually.
I can.
can.
Because people own businesses and they pay people to do things.
Yeah.
And when you're not worth that much, you don't have a job.
Yeah.
So either you don't have a job or you're making less than minimum wage.
Yeah.
Pick.
So the conversation on a whole goes back to the consent thing that keeps popping up over and over again. The government does not have a place between an agreement between two consenting adults. Now, when you get into like 16-year-olds getting their first job, there might need to be some kind of legal protections for them. But if it's an adult person getting a job, that's a negotiation between two adult people, the manager of whatever place is hiring and the potential worker. That's a negotiation for the price of their labor. Yeah. And once that negotiation is concluded, that is an agreement between two consenting adults for payment. There's really nothing else happening there. And I don't. Yeah, I mean that your position. It sounds harsh, but it sounds really harsh. But it makes harsh. The world is harsh.
Yes.
It sucks. Utopia is not a thing.
This is also something I've thought a little bit about, and it's sort of a tangent onto the minimum wage stuff.
Yeah.
People that are younger than 18 don't get to vote.
Yeah. Should
they pay taxes?
No.
I agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
So
also, people who are younger than 25 shouldn't vote. Controversial opinion. I don't.
We can talk about that later.
I don't like our generation, dude. We're so dumb. We're so dumb.
What's the next question?
Okay, next question. A nation's retirement safety net cannot be trusted to the fluctuations of the stock market.
I think Okay. So there are a few ifs.
Okay.
And the only reason I'm going to take the lead on this one because
please do.
So I found out not that long ago that all of the payments that people pay into Social Security,
yes,
they go to a fund, And that fund doesn't just sit there, which is
Okay.
what I thought happened.
Okay.
That fund, and it's hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars. It's a big fund. That fund doesn't just sit there. It
Okay.
actually goes into buying treasury bonds.
Okay.
Those treasury bonds make something like 2.1% a year, something like that. And it's just to keep up with inflation. Of course, it's going to fall behind a little bit now because it's high inflation. But a lot of that, actually, I don't think the Treasury is allowed to put it into the stock market.
Okay.
If they were allowed to put it into the stock market, the Treasury could actually make money on Social Security payments. Now, that being said, I don't think people should pay into Social Security at all. And I don't think that you should rely on the government to fund your retirement.
Right.
That
Yeah.
aside, working
Yeah.
with the current situation we have, they should be able to put it into the stock market. They should be able to at least do some sort of 75-25 allocation,
Yeah.
where 75% of it is put into the stock market, 25% of it is put into bonds,
Yeah.
so that the amount going out isn't that badly affected by a dip in the stock market.
Yeah.
Right? So, but that being said, if we're talking about personal IRAs and 401ks,
Yeah.
especially for young people,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely trust it to the stock market. And as you get older, do the logical thing and auto rebalance and auto adjust your allocations into bonds. Because then you're not trusting it to the stock market.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Every couple of years, the stock market does just kind of every now and again. And
Yeah.
you don't want to take your money out then because
Yeah.
then you're getting less.
You're
right?
getting less, yeah.
So do your due diligence. Do what you're supposed to do as somebody that's going that's planning on retiring.
Okay.
But my point is that there are a few different answers depending on
Yes.
whether we're talking about federal Social Security or whether we're talking about people's individual retirements.
Well, it says a
Answer.
nation's retirement safety net, so I believe it's talking about Social Security.
Then broadly speaking, for quite some time, yes, because the
Okay.
government could actually make money with Social Security.
Okay. All right. I will go with that. Okay. Offensive or blasphemous art should be suppressed.
So drawings of Muhammad.
Disagree.
Yeah,
Disagree strongly, and that matters a lot.
Yeah.
It's freedom of expression. Wait, we'll go just real quick. Reference previous answer. Freedom of expression has to be absolute.
Yes.
It has to be absolute.
Yeah, you gotta have it's
Offensive or blasphemous is first of all subjective. And
Yeah, that's
you
the
can't-
first problem you
That's the
run
first
into.
problem you run into. Offensive to who? Blasphemous
the government,
to what?
whoever's in charge.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the actual
So
answer.
that's the problem. Is that it's a changing definition.
Yeah.
It's a rotating door
Yeah.
of definitions.
Whatever the opposite of static is.
Yeah, exactly. Fluid.
Thank
It's
you.
a fluid. It's a fluid definition.
Yeah.
That will only solidify for the current power structure.
Yeah.
It's just horribly stupid. Anyway, moving on. Oh, 54 optional. Share info about yourself. Okay.
That's probably just for statistics and stuff.
Yeah, let me see. All right. Yeah. That's pretty. I'm not gonna say that. Okay. Country was under
Probably
United.
all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, under United States. There it is.
I'm not gonna lie. That's one of my pet peeves is when it's the U.S. just isn't at the top.
Yeah, it's not under.
We have
America.
a number of people.
It's not under America. It's under the United States.
No, I was gonna say you have major countries like Britain, the U.S., China, fucking wherever, and then hash marks, and then all the rest of the countries in alphabetical.
Yeah.
Why the fuck? Most people are gonna be from those.
Why? Yeah. Why would you not put the most used answers at the top?
You are black.
I am, in fact, Pacific Islander. Political party. Oh. Okay.
That's interesting.
This is interesting. Okay.
I'm
hang on,
a
let me-
UK Liberal Dem. Lib Dem.
Okay. U.S. Democratic, Republican, Libertarian, Constitution, Green, Independent.
It's stupid. I guess there technically isn't a liberal party. We have a Constitution party?
I believe so. It's not. Yeah, a Constitutionalist party. I think that's defining like the Tea Party. Republicans.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right, put whatever you want to put.
I guess I still.
Fucking pussy.
I'm definitely not in the Libertarian Party, so I'll go with this, I guess. Okay.
Right.
I'm pretty centrist.
Shocker.
That's not really. Okay. For the people who can't see it, I scored pretty close to the center.
Yeah.
Just what looks like a little bit down and a little bit to the right.
So 3 cubes down, 1 to the right.
Yeah, 3 cubes
Almost
down
where
and
it's
1 to
at.
the right. That's just about where it is. So I'm
Central right moderate. You're a social libertarian? Shocker.
I mean, yeah.
You just shrug. Okay, scroll down. There's more.
Oh, there's more. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Foreign policy, culture war. Okay, can you read that little blurb?
Yeah, foreign policy. On the left side are pacifists and anti-war activists. On the right side are those who want a strong military that intervenes around the world. I scored just right of center, so
I believe that's a -10 to 10 scale. So you scored at
1.1. So yeah, so I like I said, I'm a hesitant interventionist.
Yes.
That's about what I said I was.
And then culture.
Culture. Where are you in the culture war? On the liberal side or the conservative side? This scale map this scale may apply more to the U.S. than other countries.
So 1.3 roughly.
1.3. So pretty moderate, but definitely on cultural conservative. Let's see. Any of this? No, none of this is okay. Okay, so neat. Compare your results against demographics. What is this? Average of all scores. Average of all scores is apparently a liberal moderate.
That is interesting.
That is fascinating.
Is there any more down you can go?
No, and once you go down, you can just compare it to other demographics.
Okay.
So,
What do you feel about that?
I feel that's pretty accurate.
I thought you would score more right.
You really?
Yeah, I did.
Just the more I the more I see of the government, the more I'm like, fuck off. Mm-hmm. Leave me alone.
Welcome to libertarian.
Yeah.
I have really ebbs and flows with the Libertarian Party.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, yes, I've absolutely abolished the government. Then other times I'm like, okay.
I'm not abolish the government. I think the government has its uses. I think they're not as many as the government would like to think.
Yeah. The government likes to think it has way more useful than it actually is.
The government and the people in the government specifically like to think that the government can fix all our problems.
Yeah.
And that is just a fucking lie. Oh, that's rough.
Wow, that's a fucking rough one. I just tore foam off my fucking mic.
Yikes.
It's a bitch. What a little bitch ass fucking. Look at that juice, bro.
Look at that.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I thought you would score. Where do you? Okay, so I will finish up my test. Where do you think I'm gonna score?
I think you'll. Oh God, that's a great question.
I know that's why I asked it.
I think you'll probably score about the average.
I only ask
the averages.
good questions.
I think you'll probably score about the averages.
You like peanut butter?
I do like peanut butter. I do.
Good question.
Okay,
I think I'll
so-
probably score around there too.
Real quick before we sign off.
Yeah.
I wanted to go into my political revelations. The thing that sparked the whole podcast.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay, so I had two. I had
You're
two.
gonna get okay.
Okay, so the first one has to do with this map that we just where did it go? This map on the right left spectrum you have obviously right left politics, and on up down you have authoritarian libertarian.
Yes.
What I have come to a revelation about is that I am caring less and less about where you are on this axis, where you are on right and left, unless you, no, not really, unless anything. I think this one doesn't matter that much. Once you get to specific policies, you can debate those perspectives, but I don't think it matters all that much.
So Seth, you know Seth?
Yeah.
Right, Seth is what would be described as a very socially liberal libertarian.
Yeah, and I have no problem talking with Seth. Yeah, I think he's wrong on a number of issues, but I have no problem talking with Seth. What I am becoming increasingly concerned with is this axis. Authoritarian libertarian. And if you rank on the top side of that map, I don't know how to talk to you.
Even on the right wing.
Even on the no, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. This doesn't matter. Yeah. This matters. I cannot fathom you if you position on the top of this map. If you position in the authoritarian scale, I don't understand where you're coming from. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You desire to tell people what to do rather than
you want to control people, and I don't get that. I don't understand that at all. And it's frankly terrifying. And it's starting to really spook me how many people it looks like score in that top quadrant. It's starting to really scare me how many people, specifically people in Washington right now, are scoring. The number of people saying it's not about your freedom, the number of people saying it's not an option, the number of people saying our patience is wearing thin.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go to Washington, I have to imagine that you have some degree of authoritarian tendencies. Most people aren't Rand Paul.
Maybe. Okay, that's true. I like the Rand Pauls. I like the Ted Cruzes. I like the few of them that are clearly there to keep the others in check. But it's never been. Maybe it's just because I'm young. Maybe because I have a whopping 6 years of paying attention to politics under my belt. It felt like before they hit it. It felt like before they tried. They tried to not make it obvious that they just want to control you. Yeah. It doesn't feel like they're hiding it anymore. And the people that support them aren't hiding it either. The people that voted them in, the people that support the people that are telling you what to do, make no qualms about the fact that you should just shut up and step in line. And it's really freaking scary. It's really scary.
No, I agree. And I'm not exactly sure what to do about it either, because being inherently more or less libertarian, it's like, well, I don't want to have to grab the government gun.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting more and more scared. I don't want to have a civil war. Who wants a civil war? Who wants a civil Boogaloo? No, who wants a civil war? Yeah. Nobody wants a civil war.
Would you be okay with just a national divorce if we somehow came to an agreement on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100% yes. Honestly, I would sign that in a split second. Like Texas and like 6 states are like, bye.
Yeah.
Fine with that. 100% yes.
Because we think about that in terms of like the Civil War.
Yeah.
But that might not be what happens.
Right.
We think that the U.S. would break into 2 places.
Yes.
It could very well break into like 6.
Yeah. It could happen. So I don't know what's going to happen, but the point is this spectrum is the one I'm concerned with right now. Is really concerning. Like Brandon ranks up here.
Oh yeah, easily.
And it's scary.
Yeah.
AOC, Biden, Nancy Pelosi, literally.
AOC might be a tanky, which is kind of funny.
What is a tanky? I've heard that.
Left top.
Left top.
Yeah.
Why is that a tank?
Liberal?
Why is that
because they're communists.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, libertarian communist? Wait, or authoritarian communist?
Authoritarian communist.
Okay, authoritarian. Yeah, I heard you. Sorry.
Because they're always in tanks.
Yes, authoritarian.
From China to the USSR.
Of course, she's an authoritarian communist. People are just waking up to this now.
Bernie Sanders, I think, would be bottom left.
Bernie Sanders is a libertarian socialist. Yeah. I believe that. I would believe that. I think he's a hypocrite and an idiot, but I believe
we've talked about this before. The nicest thing that I can say about Bernie Sanders is I genuinely think that he's an honest politician. I think he's just honestly stupid.
I think he's very stupid, but I think he believes what he's saying. I think just what he's saying is horribly fucking wrong.
Yeah.
AOC is scary as shit. AOC is fucking terrifying. If you would rank,
still pretty hot.
She's not bad. Of course, I do have a thing for Hispanics, so that's biased.
That's true.
But like if you rank people that like I'm convinced the worst outcomes would come about if they gained access to the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
There's Thanos, and then above him is AOC.
It's like, why shouldn't I take all of Jeff's money?
I cannot fathom the horrific things that woman would willingly sign into law if she was given carte blanche. There's a really good quote. Once again, I'm quoting things I don't remember where it came from. But there's this really good quote that talks about the worst type of authoritarian. The worst type of dictator is a dictator that is convinced that they're doing everything for you.
Oh, yeah.
The worst type
The
of
loving dictator.
Yes, the loving dictator.
Yeah.
Everything they're doing is for you, for your benefit. Because a greedy dictator or a cruel dictator even will get bored sometimes. Will get tired. Will relax the reins a little bit. Because they're full, they're content with the level of cruelty that they've inflicted, or with the level of wealth that they've stolen. A dictator that genuinely believes that they are making life better for you, will never fucking stop.
Oh yeah, yeah, because there's always something else.
Will always be trying to fix it for you. And it's terrifying. And she is exactly that kind of person. She is exactly that kind of person. And she's scary. She's scary as hell. But that's the first revelation I had, was that top half of the political spectrum, that's the concern. I'm not concerned about the liberals. The liberals, we disagree on shit. Fine. I don't care. But authoritarians want to control everybody else. That is inherently opposite to the country that I know and love.
Yeah.
And they're starting to fuck with the country that I know and love, and it's not great, and I don't love it.
Yeah.
So that's the first revelation. Second revelation is I have figured out what will cause the boogaloo. If the boogaloo is gonna have the boogaloo, the bogaloo, yeah. If the boogaloo is gonna happen, I'm pretty sure I know what's gonna cause it. Distinctly, or what is gonna be the root cause. And I was thinking about this, actually. The Joe Rogan thing is one of the things that made me think of this. And another thing was a video I saw on Tim Pool's channel. Is that the inability to live in the same reality is what's going to lead to the boogaloo. And what I mean by that is that we currently have, and I'm not saying that all right-wing people are sane individuals. I'm not saying that all right-wing people live in reality in all aspects of their life.
Yeah.
There's some crazy right-wingers. But we currently have a segment, a rather populous segment of the left wing that lives in a different reality. They just do. They don't live in the same reality the rest of us occupy. And this was inspired, one, by the Joe Rogan thing, where Joe Rogan goes, "You lied about me on national television. You lied about me.
Straight up, yeah.
Straight up, you lied about me taking a horse dewormer on national television. Y'all did that." And the same day, Don Lemon goes on his show and says, "We never said that."
Yeah.
And the craziest part is, I don't know if he's lying. I can't tell if he actually thinks that's the truth. I can't tell. I don't know. He very well might. But I know for a fact that there are people that watch his show that are certain that he never said that.
Yeah.
They're certain Joe Rogan's just making that up.
Well, I don't know if those people would even listen to Rogan's show at all.
Right. So they're just listening to what Rogan said through Don Lemon. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And then the other thing that I saw was on Tim Pool's video. He was talking about a civics poll. One of the constantly going out polls that bring together aggregate numbers. It was about, the question he was referring to specifically was about the economy and how the economy is doing. Now, the majority of Americans are sane because they said the economy was fairly bad.
Shocker.
Shocker, because it is.
Yeah.
There was so it was like 40 something percent. No, it was 32%. 32% say it's fairly bad. 30% said it was bad, and then an additional 30% said it was fairly good.
Wow.
When you sorted by political affiliation, 50 something percent of Democrats said it was fairly good right now. Right now, the economy as it is right now, the shitty, terrible economy that it is right now, the struggling to live economy that is puttering along on fumes, that economy is fairly good.
That's really good.
And that's what I'm talking about, is that we don't live in the
Because
same...
the no mean tweets.
Yeah, no mean tweets. So obviously the economy has to be doing well.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about when I said we don't live in the same reality. That's going to cause the ultimate schism. If we can't look at rising gas prices and dropping stocks
And empty shelves.
and unemployment and new job figures that are 60% less than predicted, if we can't all look at that and be like, hey, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's not great. If all of us can't look at that and be like, yeah, we can all agree that's bad. Where is the middle ground supposed to be?
Yeah.
Where is the consensus? Where are we supposed to find a common ground as Americans if we can't all agree on if we can't all look at a 5 and say it's a 5?
Yeah. At some point, you live in two different realities so distinct from each other. You might as well just be speaking French and
you're speaking completely
Japanese.
different languages. Speaking Mandarin.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what. And I was thinking about it, and I came to the revelation: if the boogaloo happens, that's why. That's why it happened. Because we literally have lost the ability to speak with one another. Because we can't have a discussion about Biden's presidency. Like, imagine you're a liberal. We can't have a discussion about... Oh, God. Yikes.
That was the joke. My fucking energy-laden brain. I just start drooling on myself. Okay, I'm imagining it. How am I doing?
God. But imagine you're a liberal. Okay. And we're having we're trying to have both of us are putting an effort and trying to have a genuine conversation about Biden's presidency and whether he's a good president or not. And you think the economy is good? Yeah. There's no conversation. Yeah. What could we possibly talk about?
Their starting points are just too far away from each other.
Exactly. The sets of information that we're operating off of, the sets of assumptions that we're operating off of are so disparately different that there's no way we're going to be talking past each other the entire time. Yeah. And we're going to walk away at the end of the conversation having learned nothing from each other.
If anything, it's going to be it's going to make things worse.
If anything, it's going to make things worse because I'm going to be frustrated with you because you're not listening to me. Yeah. And you're going to be frustrated with me because I just don't get it. Yeah. And oh boy. And once again, I'm sure there are other issues, there are other categories of the civics poll that will reveal the issues that right-wingers are fucking lost on. But that's my point exactly, is that we live in two very different worlds, two completely different realities, and it's gonna rupture at some point. I believe at this point in time, we can still bring things back, maybe, for America, but it's getting really spooky. Like the climate.
It seems worse than normal, but I don't know to what extent that's what everybody says all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know, man. It's just weird, and just as much as we enjoy having intellectual conversations, it's weird.
No, I hate it.
That's why I sat here and did it for 4 hours.
This sucks.
This is terrible. What am I getting my paycheck? What am I paying you for?
$1.
But for people like us that enjoy having political and philosophical and just mental conversations, and conversations that really work out your brain.
Mental. That's
Yeah,
the best way
mental,
to describe
mental
this
conversations.
It's a
Fucking,
mental.
fucking mental. But conversations that work out your brain.
Yes.
That work out
Stretch
your
your brain a
ideology.
little
Yeah. That are difficult to have.
Yeah.
For people like us, it's really fucking weird to not be able to have conversations with people. To genuinely, and that's why you find it funny, and I find it frustrating to talk with Brandon.
I find it so funny.
Yeah, I know.
The running around a tree, the same fucking issue over and over again.
Yeah, with Brandon, and that's why I find it so frustrating. Is that me and him can never have a fruitful conversation. Never on the face of the planet.
Do you think you would have a more fruitful conversation if you did it in person, or do you think I think the medium might fuck up the message?
It might, but I don't imagine that the medium would change that much.
Okay.
I think it's just a state of being at the moment, and it just really is living in two different realities. We live on two different planets, and the things that I'm talking about happen on planet A, and the things that he's talking about happen on planet B.
Yeah.
And we have no idea what the other person is referring to.
Yeah.
And it's just and until one person is willing to emigrate to planet B, or that person come to planet A,
or find a planet that's in between.
Find a planet C. Yeah, wherever it may be. Until that happens, the conversation will be fruitless. It will bore nothing. It will have borne nothing. It can't. And that's what I'm saying, is that I think that's the single scariest, like, overarching issue with current culture, is that nobody can talk to each other. Nobody can have a discussion with one another.
We've reached sort of a Tower of Babel situation, where I don't know exactly what the tower would be, but we're all banished to our own little parts of the globe, and we're all speaking our own different languages.
The tower is the culture. The tower is, it's the culture war. The culture war, they have it on a spectrum.
Yeah.
It's not a spectrum, it's a tower. It's a circular thing going all the way up. You have all these different layers of culture, and on every single layer you have bits and pieces of groups of people that cannot speak to one another because they're speaking completely different languages. They're speaking past each other because they disagree on such fundamental issues that the conversation can't even get started.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do about that.
I
have no idea how to fix that.
I honestly, I think the only way to fix something like that is to do, I think, what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Which is, and maybe not literally just you and me.
Right.
But sitting down.
I have Brandon in here.
Yeah, I would too. I don't. My issue is I don't think that Brandon would have Brandon in here.
Yeah, that might be.
But
if
if
I promise to be good, would you come on?
Do we have to pay him?
We will pay him my entire IT guy salary.
$1.
That
should be a joke. Okay, I wouldn't mind having Brandon on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd
have Seth on. I'd have Seth. If
if
Akira hadn't blocked me, I'd invite him on.
Akira didn't block me. He just unfriended me.
There we go.
That's my in. No, this is an open invitation. I wouldn't have anybody.
Anybody, yeah.
I like having conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good time.
Yeah.
I like discussing these things, but
the only thing that you and I would need to concentrate on is if we had somebody that disagreed with both of us.
Yeah, we would have to work on tag teaming.
I would say either tag teaming and being really good about it, or saying beforehand, okay, this entire conversation is yours, and
we would have to have an aside.
Yes.
And decide who's gonna take this one.
Guess what I just got?
Oh wait, who?
Hey Seth. I just got a message from Seth saying I've been listening for the past 30 minutes.
Yes. Seth.
I would absolutely have you on. What
are
those
beautiful.
Chats? What did those say?
It's
I'm assuming Subject 38.
Subject 38 did not expect you to see y'all still online. Good evening, broski. I don't know who Subject 38 is. Is that Seth?
I believe that's Seth.
Oh, hello.
So this is
this has been the longest conversation, and I've wanted to put a gun to my head. For the past hour and a
We've
half.
been going for a while.
So Seth, we did the political compass, and you're gonna have to rewind. I can't go back over it. It
was a
brain cells
long political compass test.
Yeah.
It was 54 questions, and it was long.
There should be a link for it in the chat or
Yeah.
something.
It was
some
good.
shit.
It was a lot of good questions.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
on the
yeah, I'm
YouTube.
saying.
Yeah, you'll see it in the YouTube. And if not, I can link it to you, no problem. But yeah, I would not. I don't know if I would mind having anybody on.
No, I don't think
I
it
think
would.
it'd be super interesting.
No, it'd be good. It'd be good to have.
We would have to be like, okay,
Yeah,
this
we'd have to be
conversation
like-
is entirely yours.
They'd
and
finish.
I'll moderate or
They,
some shit.
yeah, they would finish what they were saying, and we'd just be like, "You take this one."
yeah, we'd have to do something. We would have. This is a good idea. We each have red and green cards,
Uh-huh.
and you put the red one on top if it's like, okay, go ahead. But if you,
You
put
take
the
it.
green one, if you have like something to say.
You're like, I got this one.
Yeah, exactly. I
Okay,
think
well,
that
we'll
might not be
we'll figure out a. I might do another autistic 4K word write up.
Oh, he sent me a link for something. I'll shoot it over to you. I think I
okay.
read about halfway through it. It's very
sweet.
in depth and it's very detailed. My life has just been fucking I've been all over the place.
I do like reading things. so-
Reading things is fun. So yeah, I don't know what to do about that either, other than having conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
than doing
I mean,
that.
conversation. That's the part I'm most scared of. The only solution is the conversation. That's why I'm so scared of the current situation. Is we're getting so close to a point where conversation is impossible that it's just scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's just spooky. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why did this happen when we got old enough to
I think
be
conversation
part of it?
with some people is currently impossible. I think
Yeah.
conversation with some people, it's just not a thing.
Yeah.
People that are somehow more extreme than Brandon,
Yeah.
I think are not going to be a thing. But there are people like Brandon whom I think it's possible. I'm going to hold out as much hope as I can for as long as I can.
Well,
I think
see, okay,
it's still
that's
possible to talk to him.
It's possible to talk with him, but I think Brandon is the type of person that I described earlier when I told you to imagine being that person. They want to have the conversation, but the two of us are talking past each other because we're starting from completely different planets. That's what I think. That's what I think Brandon is right now, and I don't know how to bridge that. Because I think Brandon does want to talk. I think Brandon does want to discuss these issues.
I don't think he would do what he's been doing
Yeah,
for the past year and a half.
I don't think he would. I don't think he would give us the time of day if he didn't want to have the conversations. I just think we're starting from completely different dimensions, and I don't know how to bridge that. I don't know how to get the conversation to that equal playing field.
Yeah. It's a big problem.
Yeah.
And I think it's a big problem that means kind of a lot.
Yeah.
The solution to which is kind of a pressing issue.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And the only viable solution right now is have more conversations.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we got. So I guess that's what we got to do until a better option presents itself at some point, or a worse but necessary one.
Yeah. How long have we been going for?
Dude, I don't even know. I don't have a time card. Recording live for 4 hours and 58 minutes. Do you want to just talk about bullshit for 2 minutes and round it out? We've been live for 5 hours.
Holy shit. I like how whenever we started, it was like really stupid difficult to like get it, even just today.
It was
like
get it
stupid
going.
difficult to just get the bike rolling.
Yeah.
But you know what? We kept going.
Well,
and
once
now
we get it
going
going,
for 5
we've been
hours.
going for 5 hours.
That's true.
If we had started at a decent time of day, we might have had anybody watching.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a fucking bummer. That's a bummer. We didn't do that.
We did not.
We gotta look up like analytics. What's the best time of day to start a live stream?
It's probably like 7. Probably like 7 in the evening.
7?
7 in the evening, I would think. Probably because like people are getting off work.
No, I know. What day of the week?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't have an assumption for that one. I have no clue.
Probably Monday at
think-
3 in the morning. Again, I
thinking Thursday at 4:37 in the afternoon.
Again,
On the
remember
dot.
my
You have to start on
headstone.
the dot.
My headstone. This has not been paid
This has
for.
not been paid for.
Your father was a great man. He always believed in title ending
lending
standards. That's a good joke that, Seth,
God.
you're going to have to watch several hours ago. He believed
Good
in
joke.
title ending
Good
standards.
joke that people will get if they watch the whole 5-hour
We'll
stream.
put that on a shirt. Tight lending
Tight
standards.
lending standards.
Yeah.
Oh, dear
And it's
God.
a picture of a butt. Tight lending standards.
All right,
9 months
5 hours.
later.
It's been 5 hours.
9 months later, the entire thing is gone
It's
belly
been 5
up.
hours. With that, I think we're going to call it a night.
Yeah, I'm so
We're going
tired.
to call it a morning. We're going to call it a mid-morning.
I'm gonna go fucking. Oh my god, it's almost 4. That's too much. That's too much.
It's too much. We should probably start earlier in the day.
We should probably also put caps on the
We should
time.
probably do like a 2-hour stream.
It's gotta be.
gotta be-
I'll go 3.
It's,
I'll
okay,
be good
three
for
3 hours. Okay,
Yeah, and
I'm
then a
good for
short
3.
break at an hour and a half.
There you go. There you go. We'll do 3-hour streams starting at somewhere before 10:30 at night.
At a more reasonable.
Yeah.
Seth, I love you if you're still listening. I love you so
Seth,
much,
you're a
big heart.
sweetheart.
You're a sweetheart.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh my god. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, goodbye.
Good night.
Oh,